I want to congratulate you that you have taken the first step to become a pro Web 3.0 developer. In this, you're going to build a stunning application with all the functionality. And the best part of this application is going to be that everything you can see in this application, all the functionality, that's going to be controlled by the smart contract. So this project will give you a tons of learning, and it's going to be a very great addition in your resume if you want to start your career in Web 3.0. Because in this project, we're going to cover almost every single technology which is out there utilizing blockchain, like how you can do the testing of the smart contract, how to use hard hat, how to use React.js, Next.js, modern technology as a front end to build application like this. We also learn about the powerful packages like OpenZipling for building the smart contract, building all the logic for fetching the data and doing the API requests through the Access API. So tons of things are coming in this project, and this project is pretty huge. It will take you to 22 hours to complete this entire project, every single thing in detail, and we have divided that entire application in small components so you can focus in one thing at a time. So this is how we're going to complete this project. First, we're going to smart contract and then build this entire front-end applications, include 16 plus pages. After that, we're going to build the third part. We're going to connect the smart contract and front-end application together. So tons of things you will learn in this pretty huge course. So hope you will enjoy and learn a lot of this, because it took me almost 1.5 months to complete this huge project. I hope this project will help you to become a Web 3.0 pro level of developer, because you will learn almost every single thing which you need to know about the Web3 technologies and blockchains. So that's the only thing I want to cover in this intro part. You can enjoy the demo and we can start working very soon.
I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me, and what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower, scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder, and f*** all the doubters, they're just your downers. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I'm just telling you to fight for your dreams, but it's not what it seems. Man, it's hard to be seen when everybody wants to be king. Yeah, they all wanna ring, yeah, we all wanna be free. So show me what you got, what you bring, how you fight in the ring, how you take a fucking swing. Do you got heart, are you mean? Got some scars, got some needs, are you willing to go bleed? I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown. I swear to God they all let me down. I always fought just to wear the crown. I'm off at these fucking clowns who were all taught they deserve an ounce. It's only worth it if you work for it. It's only worth it if you work for it. I won't stop till they hear me now. I won't stop till I wear the crown.
fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains that last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah.
Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some honestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable.
Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking.
Now that I've been put through, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play I feel nauseous, believe me. Never had a lot of shit come easy. Had to work hard, struggle just to be me. Had to rise up just so they could see me. Did what I had to do just to feed me, and what was left over I put towards my dreaming. But the only thing in life that has meaning are the things you gotta work for, believe me. Take into your hands a plan, your own hands can land your own brand. And damn, I feel like no one takes accountability. They want the credibility, convincingly unwilling to put in the hours it takes to get some power. Don't be f***ing sour, take a cold shower. Scream until you're louder, work until you're prouder. And play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
In this project, we're going to use Visual Code Studio for building our full stack NFT marketplace. So let me tell you what I have done so far in this project. So all I have done, I have created an empty folder, NFT Marketplace Smart Contract. So open up your terminal, type CLS to clear your terminal, and now we have to initialize the NPM. Okay, so type npm init, and we have to give the name to our npm package, the project name we have to call it. So let's call it NFT Marketplace. Hit enter. Now you can give the description to your project. I'll call it NFT Marketplace. Then you can give your name as an author. I'll give my Daulat Hussain, and just clear the terminal. And here you can see we have successfully initialized our project. And if you go to this package.json file, this will contain all the information about the project, that what are the npm packages we are using, the name, the version, the descriptions, and the scripts. So all the data you will find about your project right in this file. Okay, let's open your terminal, and now we have to initialize hard hat, because that's the tool we're going to use for building our smart contract and testing. Okay, so simply initialize that. So if you haven't installed hardhat in your computer, so the very first thing you have to do is to open up your browser, type hardhat, go to this installation documentation. From there you have to copy this line and simply come and in your terminal and paste and install the package. So once you successfully install, then we have to initialize that. So simply type npx hardhat init, and now this will initialize the hardhat. Now click on enter, enter, and enter. So here we have initialized the package, and now we have to install this recommended npm package by hardhat. Okay, so simply copy this npm install and paste here and install. This process will take a little bit time, so just wait. So we have successfully initialized hardhat in our project, and on the right hand side you can see that hardhat created couple of files and couple of folders. So the first folder is the contract, we have the script folder, we have the test folder, we have the get ignore file, hardhat, package.json, and readme file. So all these files are created by hardhat. Okay, so let's clear the terminal and come to this contract. Inside that you will have a demo contract by the name lock soul. If you open that, here you will have a demo contract, so you can have a look that how they have written the smart contract. But we're going to create our own smart contract file. Okay, so simply copy this one, and we need to delete this lock contract file, and now we have to create our own. So I'll call it NFT Marketplace .soul. So this is the name we're going to give to our smart contract file. Okay, this is the file in which we're going to write the smart contract, and this is the node module. In this, all the packages which you will install and use in your project, that's all you will find inside this, which you don't need to worry about it. Okay, because we're not going to use in this any of these. So, and here you have the another folder script. In that script you will have this file deploy.js, and inside that you will have this pre-written code which allow us to deploy our smart contract. Okay, so here we're going to do a little bit modification. Okay, so first thing I want to do is to remove all this extra code, all these comments. Okay, and I want to remove these code as well. You can keep it or you can remove it, it's totally up to you, but I don't want to add any extra information in our smart contract, so I will simply select this and I will delete this one. Okay, I'm going to remove this because we are not passing any information in our smart contract, in our constructor. We are passing anything like that, then definitely we're going to add those, but for the time being let's remove it. And let's remove this comment as well. So we should start with a clean environment. So this is our deploy script which allow us to deploy our smart contract. So let's close this one and close, and inside this test, so we had a demo contract in our contract file, and that's the test is written. So if you want to test your smart contract in your terminal, you can do it using hardhat. Okay, or if you are using Ganache, then you can do that as well. Okay, but I'm not going to do the testing using hardhat. Okay, so we just leave this file as it is. Okay, so you can have a look that how you can test. Okay, this is not a fancy, it's a very simple code, and you can use all this function to test the contract. So let's close this one, and here we have the get ignored. So here we are ignoring couple of files, so we don't want to push this data to GitHub. So ultimately once we build this project, we're going to push this project to the GitHub, and here I have defined that I don't want to push my .env file which we don't have in this project. We don't want to push the node module, so all the files which we don't want to push to GitHub, that's all we'll define here. Okay, and this is the hardhat config file. Here we're going to do the configurations for the network. Okay, so let's close this for timing, and here we have this package.json file, and here you can see here we have the package.json file which contain all the information about the project. So recently we have installed the hardhat package, recommended package, that hardhat toolbox, and you can able to find here, you can see that we have the hardhat install. So everything's working fine for this. Here it is the readme file, and now we have to install one of the most important package which allow us to create NFT and build our smart contract, that is OpenZeppelin. So Open Zeppelin is a very powerful tool which you can use it to build any kind of smart contract. So we're going to inherit some of the property from Open Zeppelin for creating NFT marketplace, okay, contract. So to do that, let's come here. I'm here on npm.js, so make sure you type simply npm.js and you will come to this article, and you can simply copy this npm install Open Zeppelin contract. Okay, select this one and copy, come back and simply install that. Just wait. So here the installation is completed, and if you come to this packages and file, here you will find the information about this. So here we have installed that Open Zeppelin 4.7.3 version. Okay, you make sure you should always use the latest version. So this is the close this one. Now let's come back to our NFT marketplace contract file. So now we're going to build the smart contract for our NFT marketplace, because we have done all the general setting. We have installed all the packages which we need to build the smart contract. So I hope all these things are making sense. And now we are going to write the smart contract for our NFT marketplace. Okay. So first thing we have to do is to provide this license identifier, which is SPDX license identifier, and I'll call it MIT. You can call it unlicensed, it's totally up to you, but I will call it MIT. Now I have to define the version, Solidity version, so I'll pick that 0.8.4. So that's the general convention we have to follow whenever we want to write our smart contract. Now I'm going to import the Open Zeppelin contract, which we're going to use in this project. Okay, so we're going to call some internal import. Let me give this comment, and I'll NFT from Open Zeppelin, and I will simply paste this. Okay, so once you install Open Zeppelin smart contract, all these packages will get installed into your node modules, and from there we are getting this. Okay, so the first one we have is this, all these packages. First one we have this contract. Inside the contract we have this utils, and then we have this counter. So this counter will allow us to keep the track that how many items are getting created, how many items are getting, NFTs are getting sold, how many users are creating that NFT. So it will allow us to keep the track of the number of token. Okay, so if you click on this, you will come here, and here you can able to find that what we are exactly using from this contract. So as you can see, this is the contract we have. In that we have these three functions. So here we have this three function. The first one is the current one, which will give you the current ID, okay, when you will call this function. And now we have the second function, which is the increment. Its work is to increment the number. Okay, and the third one we have is this decrement function. So this will decrement the number. Okay, so these are the three functions we are inheriting from this counter contract. So let's simply close this one, and here you can see, here we have the token contract, and here we are importing the token contract. So inside the token contract we have this ERC21, and we have using this extension version. Click on this, and here you will find the contract. So in this contract we are inheriting some of the property from ERC 7021. Okay, and you can able to find that what exactly happening. Okay, you can see all this. Now here we are, simply click on this, and here you will find, so what are the things we are using in this. So that's all information you can able to find about each of these packages. Okay, you have two options. Either you can use this packages to build your smart contract, or you can write the entire code from scratch. But I would never recommend you to go with scratch, because once you do that, you have to do the testings, and the packages which we are getting from Open Zeppelin, it is well tested, and a lot of companies are using these packages to build the NFTs. Okay, so you should always follow those code which are already exist and which is already tested by various company. Okay, so that's why I'm taking this approach. Okay, so these are the three imports we have to do. Now I want to do one more import. We import the hard hat console, because we want to check the value in our console. So these are the four import we are doing, and now let's start writing our smart contract. So I'll call it contract, and we're going to give the name to our contract as NFT Marketplace, and we're going to inherit some of the property from ERC 721. Okay, and now we're going to use the counter. So for using that, we have to say using counter for counter. So this is how we can use the contract of counter. Okay, so we have the counter, and now we have to take the variable. So first is going to be the counter, and we'll call it private, and it's called be token ID, because every NFT will have a unique ID. Okay, on the base of that, we're going to identify the owner and the selling properties. Okay, so token ID, and we'll take another variable, counter private tokens sold. So this will keep the track that how many tokens are getting sold. Okay, so these are the two variables we have, and now we have to take the address, payable, owner. So when we deploy the smart contract, so whoever will deploy the smart contract became the owner of this contract, NFT marketplace. Okay, and we are making this payable so it can receive funds now. So this is the payable. Now we have to create the mapping, and that we're going to do with UNT. Okay, and we'll call it market item, and this will become private, and I call it ID market items. So let me tell you what is happening here. So every NFT will have a unique ID, and we will pass that ID in this mapping, and this is market item is the struct we're going to create, which will have all the details about that particular NFT, like the owner of the contract, the seller of the contract, the ID, the balance, the sell property. Okay, so just imagine that this ID is unique to NFT. So when you will call this ID, it will give you the details about that particular NFT. Okay, so this is how we are mapping. Now let's define the struct. So we'll call it market item, because that what we have defined in the market item in the mapping. So we'll call it market item, and we have to define that. So first is going to be UNT token ID. The second one is going to be the address, payable, and the seller, so the one who will create the NFT, and again address, payable, and this will call owner, UNT, and this will be the price of the NFT. And now we have to keep the status track, okay, whether the NFT is sold or it's unsold. So this is our struct. Let's come down, and now we have to trigger the event. So whenever any kind of transaction happens, whether it's buying or selling, we have to trigger that event. Okay, and I'm not coming up with this function because this is the standard we have to follow for building an NFT smart contract for a marketplace. Okay, so these are the standards which is defined in the Open Zeppelin smart contract. You can have a look from there. Okay, so we're going to define that. I'll call it market item created. Okay, now in this we're going to pass the exact thing we have passed in the struct. So first thing is going to be UNT index and token ID. Second, then one is going to be the address, seller. Third one is going to be the address, owner. Then UNT is going to be a price, and the last one is going to be the boolean is going to be sold. Okay, so these are the events. Why I'm getting this error? Let's provide this comma. Still I'm getting error. Okay, let's remove this one. So let's save it, and right now still we have the error. Okay, let's continue working. So let's call it constructor, and we're not going to pass anything in this constructor, but we're going to use this ERC like 721, and in this we're going to define the symbol of our NFT. All the NFT will create it. We have to assign the symbol and a name. Okay, so the name I will call it NFT metaverse, let's call it token. Okay, and the symbol I will provide is my NFT. So this is the name and the symbol I'm assigning to my NFT smart contract. Okay, and let's provide this bracket. You might be thinking from where I'm getting this. Okay, so if you come here we have this inheriting this. If you click on this, you can come here, and here you can see, let's scroll down. Here we are passing that in the constructor. So we are passing the name and we are passing the symbol. in that ERC is 721. Okay, so that's what we are passing here. So once you pass this, the rest will take care by the open Zeppelin. Okay, so we have to use this property. Let's come back. Okay, these are the name, these are the symbols. Now we'll take the owner is gonna be the message payable message.sender. Okay, so whoever will deploy the smart contract become the owner, and we are using this payable so it can receive funds. So this is our constructor. That's the only thing we want to do. And as you can see, we have no longer having that error because we haven't used the constructor. That's why we had got that error, but now the error is gone. So keep working on it. Now we'll take a creative function, and this will call update listing price. Okay, and the reason why I want to create this function, because as a owner of the marketplace, I want to charge money. So those who will create NFT, they have to pay certain amount to me as a owner of the marketplace. Okay, and this function will allow me to update the price, which I will define in my smart contract initial price. And if I want to charge higher, so this function will allow me to change the price higher or less. Okay, so this is the function for that. So it's gonna be a UNT. It will take the UNT and we'll call it listing price, and it's gonna be a public payable because the price will change. So we have to define a modifier because I want that this function should be only called by the owner of the smart contract. No other person can call this function. Okay, so if we leave this function like this, so anybody can update the pricing, listing pricing of our smart contract, but I want that only owner can update the pricing of this listing. Okay, so we have to create a modifier for that. So let's come up here and I'll call it modifier and only owner, and here we have to set the condition for that. Okay, so we're going to check that owner message.sender, that whoever is calling this function, it should be equal to owner. If someone else call this function, we have to say only owner of the contract or marketplace can change the listing price. Okay, so this is the modifier we are using. Simply come here, and now we have to give this dash and this means that once this modifier get success, means it's true, then the other function will keep continue. Okay, so this is how you have to continue code. Now what you have to do, simply copy this only owner, and here we have to pass. So in this way we can easily able to call the modifier whenever someone will call this function. And now we're going to do the changes here. Okay, so we are receiving that listing price, so let's call it listing price, but actually we haven't defined that listing price in our state variables. Okay, so let's come up here, and here we're going to define that listing price. So let's come down, let's call it, take a UNT, and we'll call it listing price, and initially we want to charge something like 0.25. Okay, so this is the amount we want to charge, and now we have to update this with the functions. Why I'm getting this error? Okay, we are getting, so here we have to define that whether we are charging the fee in terms of way, ether, write that. So we're going to say that we are charging ether. Okay, so here we have that listing price. So let's decrease to 15. Okay, now it's good. So here we have the modifier. Let's close all this one, close this one as well, and close this one as well. Close this struct. Now let's come down, and now we have to write a function which allow us to fetch the listing price, so anybody can check that what's the amount they have to pay for creating NFT. Okay, so we'll call it function, and I call it get listing price, and it's gonna be a public, so anybody can call this function. View returns UNT, we have to return the UNT, and then we're going to return the simply listing price. So listing price. Okay, so if you're new to Solidity, so here what I'm doing, I'm making this function public so anybody can call it, and I'm using this view keyword. You can use it pure or view, but why we have to use view? Because we are reading the state variable. So listing price is a state variable, so if we want to read that variable, then we have to use the view, and we are using the return keyword which allows us to return any value. Okay, and here we have returning that. So that's our get listing price. Now let's come down. Now let me give this comment. I call it let create create NFT token function. Now we're going to start actually working on our NFT smart contract function. Now let's come down, let's call it function, and I call it create token. So with this function we try to create a token and assign to a particular NFT. So this is how we can track and do the mapping. Okay, so that token is going to be, let's say, string, and in that we have to pass the token URI. So the token URI is actually the URL of the NFT. So when someone will upload that NFT, we will get the URL of that NFT, and that's going to have a specific ID. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. So simply remove this, and it will also take the price. So how much price setting by the NFT creators. So UNT and price, it will come public, payable, and we have to return this one. And the thing we want to return is the UNT, and UNT is going to be the basically the ID of this token. Okay, so here we have to do a couple of things. So as you can see, we are doing this normal thing. We are taking the URL of the NFT, we are getting the price, and we are returning the token ID. Okay, now here we're going to call the token ID, and we'll call it increment. So whenever someone will create NFT, this token ID will get increase. Okay, and now we have to use this one. Okay, it will get increase. Now we'll take another UNT, and I call it new token ID, and this is coming from token dot increment current. Sorry, so first we are incrementing the token ID, and then we are getting that current token ID, and that current token ID we are assigning to this new token ID, which is going to be assigned to the NFT. Okay, now let's come down and we'll call this mint function. In that we're going to pass this to message.sender, and we have to pass this new token ID. Okay, and again we are using this mint function from OpenZeppelin. Okay, so to see what's in there, all you have to do is to click on this, and you will land here, and here you can able to find the function that what exactly happening here. Inside that we are passing this to address and token ID. It's an internal function, and here we are doing two check. First, the address who's deploying this NFT, it's not any contract, it has to be the address, user address. Okay, and the second check we are doing and passing, the second check we are doing that whether this ID is already exist or not. Okay, so that's the two check we are doing, and then we are updating the entire state. Okay, we are doing this transfer. Once again I tell you that you don't need to remember all of these things. All you have to do is to simply use this function, and if you want to become an expert, then definitely you can check the source code. Okay, to take the reference, to take the idea. Now let's continue working. Now we're going to call one more function. We'll call it set token URI, and that we have to pass this new token ID, and simply in this we have to pass this token URI, the image URL. Simply remove this one and close this one. Again we are getting this function from the OpenZeppelin, and we are using it. Okay, here we are from getting here from here and receiving it. Now let's come here, and now we have to create one more function like create market and item, and in this we're going to pass the two things. So first thing we'll pass the new token ID and the price, and this function is not coming from OpenZeppelin. We're going to create this function, and in that we're going to pass this to data, token ID and the price. Okay, so this function is not there, we have to create. Okay, and now once everything's got successful, we have to return the token ID, new token ID. Okay, simply copy that and simply come here, and now we have to create this function. So we'll call it create market items. So first function will create the token ID for that particular NFT, and this function will create the token market items, actually the NFT, and it will assign the data, all the data, to that particular NFT. Okay, in this we're going to receive the two data which we have passed. So let me give this comment like creating market item. Okay, in this I'm going to pass this two data. So first is going to be UNT, and it's going to be, let's say, remove it, and let's call it token URI, let's token ID, and the second one is going to be the price itself for the token. So let's call it price. It's gonna be let's say private functions because we're going to call this internally, not externally. Okay, so that's the two data we are passing here, receiving. And here we have to do a couple of check. So first check we'll do that price should be greater than 0. If it's less than that, then we have to display this error message. Price must be at least 1. We have to do the other check, and here we're going to check that message.sender value should be equal to listing prices, because we have to get our commission. So they have to at least set the price to the listing price. Okay, and if it's less than that, then we have to display this error message. Price must be equal to listing price. So this is the two condition we are checking. If it passes, then we can continue with the work. Let's come up here, and so here we have the mapping. Each NFT will have a unique ID, and all these NFTs are stored inside this ID market item. Okay, we're going to use this and pass the ID to find the NFT and the entire data. Okay, so that's the entire logic. So simply copy this, and we're going to simply pass the token ID, because this is how we can identify that which item is getting created. It's going to be market. We have to call the struct, and here we have to update the entire data. Okay, we are assigning a unique ID to that NFT, and then we are calling the struct and updating the data. So first is going to be the token ID, because one NFT can have one unique ID. The other one is going to be the payable, and it will going to be a message.sender, and we have to say payable address this. Okay, and this address, this means that the NFT or the money belong to the contract itself. Message.sender is the one who will call this function. It could be anybody who try to create the NFT, but address, this means the smart contract. Okay, so payable. Now we have to get the price, and we have to set the false. So currently the NFT is not sold, so we have to set the status to false. So that's why we are setting false. And here we have to give the comma, and now we have to call this transfer functions. So we want to transfer the function, sorry, we want to transfer the NFT from the message.sender, the one who creating the NFT, to the contract. And here we call address this, and we have to pass this token ID. Okay, token ID. So this is the transfer functions. Why we are getting this error? Just wait, remove this one, and now we don't have the error. So let me tell you what happening once again. Here we are taking the ID market item which contain all the NFTs, and that we are assigning this token ID, and that token ID contains the information about the entire data of that NFT. Token ID, message.sender, contract address, price, and the false status. Okay, and then we are transferring the token from the owner to the contract with an ID. Okay, and again this transfer function, it's coming from the simply open Zeppelin. And now we have to call this event. Okay, because we have created an event, and whenever the transfer of tokens happen, we have to call this event. So we'll call it market item created, and here we have to fill out all these details. So make sure you have to fill the data in the same order which you have defined in the event. Okay, so when you call the event, it's called emit, then you give the name of that event, whatever you have defined, and all the parameter you have set that in the event, make sure you should assign the value in the same order. That's the thing you have to keep in mind, otherwise it will give you an error. So let's come here. Here you can see, here we have given the name ID market item to our event, and this is how we are calling it. Here we're going to do the changes. We'll call message.sender, and the owner is going to be that address this contract. We have the price, and we have to set the stored status to false. Okay, then this is the initial data we'll assign when someone will create NFT. That's looking good. Let's see, let's close. We are done with this, done, and these all are looking good. Let's close this function, and this is the create token. Close this one as well, close this one as well. And now let's write other function as well. So let's come down, and let me give this comment function for resale token. Okay, so this resell function will allow user to sell their NFT. If they have the NFT and if they want to resell in a higher price, so this function allow them to do that. So let's write the function for that. So we'll call it resell token, and in that we're going to pass the token ID, okay, and we have to pass the updated price, whether he want to sell at a higher price or lower price. So he will pass the price, and now it become a public because so, and payable, so anybody can call these functions. And payable keyword is there because there is a transaction of money is happening. Okay, now we have to check for conditions. So here we'll check that ID market item, you have to pass the ID, token ID, and we have to check the owner, that who is the owner of that particular token, the ID he has provided, and we'll call it message.sender. Okay, so why we are getting this error? Okay, we have to remove this too. So now it's working fine. So here again we are calling this and we are checking here. So what we are doing here, when someone will call this function, he or she has to pass these two data. First one is the token ID and the price. So on the base that in the base of the token ID, we are mapping the data, and this all data is inside this ID market item. We are checking that who is the owner of that NFT, and the person is calling the function. If both the address get matched, then we want to continue further, okay, and make the sell happen, resell happen. Sorry, let's come down. Let's come down. So that's the very first check, and here we have to pass the message, error message. Only item owner can perform this operation or purchase. Okay, let's come down. We have to do another checks, and in this we have to pass that ms dot value should be listing price. If it's less than that, then we have to pass this error message, because we have to make commissions whenever someone do any sale in our application. Okay, so that's the second check we are doing. Now we'll come here, we'll take this market item, we have the token ID, and we want to change the status. Sold status is going to be false, and we have to change the price to the price. Okay, and here we have to, let's say, change the payable to the message.sender, and here is going to be the seller, and here is going to be the owner. So this will become address this. So when someone will resell their NFT, the NFT will go to the contract, and contract become the owner. Okay, so that's the entire logic. We are not doing anything fancy, we are simply changing the entire state, the constructor we have defined. Okay, so that's the data. Let's come down, and now we have to call this item sold, and we have to decrease the count, because every time any sale will happen or anybody buy any NFT, this item sold count will go up. Okay, but when someone resell that, this number will go down. Okay, so that's, we'll keep the track of it. Now we have to call this transfer function. So message.sender, and the will go to the contract address, so address this, and the token ID would be there. Okay, so this is the transfer function we are doing. So this is our resell token function. Okay, so everything's working fine. Now let's write the other function. So let me give this command. It called function create market item sale. So this function will allow to create sales. Okay, so function, and we'll call it create market sell, and in this we're going to take the unt, we have to take the token ID, because that's the unique to every NFT, and we have to call it pay public payables, and we have to simply do couple of checks. So to create the sales, we're going to take the unt, and it will call price, and this NFT price is available inside this ID NFT. We have to pass the token ID dot price. So in this way we can able to get the price of that NFT. Okay, we have the price which is coming from inside this here. Let's come down, and now let's working on our contract. So we come down and we have to do the check. So message.sender, sorry, value should be equal to the price, and if it's not, then we have to display this error message. So please submit the asking price in order to complete the purchase. Okay, if someone wants to buy this NFT, so they have to provide the exact price which is available in the NFT for making the sale. Okay, so here we are checking for that. Let's come down. We have to take this NFT item, and we have to pass this token ID, and then we have to check for the owner. Honor is going to be the payable dot message dot sender. So whoever is calling the functions, he will become the owner once he make the payment. Okay, so that's, we are changing the state, honor state. And now we'll call this, pass this token ID, and we'll say sold to true because NFT gets solded. And now we have to simply say payable address 0. Okay, change this to honor. So right now this contract, this NFT is not belong to the contract. So that's simple thing. I hope everything's making sense to all of you. Nothing fancy, very simple. We are just updating the data and transferring the token from one address to the another, and that's how we make sale. Now let's come down. We have to call this item sold. We have to increment that, and now we have to call this function. So this time address this, the contract address will send the token, because when someone will list the token, it will go to the contract itself, and when someone buy the token, it will, they have to buy from them, okay, from the contract. So we'll send to message.sender, and we have to pass this token ID. Then we have to call it payable honor dot transfer, and remove this one, and we have to get our commission. So we'll take the commissions like listing price. So whenever any sale will happen, we have to get our commissions, and this is going to be available in our honor address. Means I'm going to deploy the smart contract, so I become the owner of the marketplace, and whenever someone will sell the token, I'll get the money, the listing price which I have assigned, and the rest amount I'm going to send to the NFT owner. Okay, and the data we have is there, pass that, and from here I will get the seller, so the owner of the NFT, and then we have to call this transfer, and we'll transfer the message.value, so the exact NFT value which he has assigned to for selling. Okay, so this is how we are making the sale. So this is our create market sale function. So everything's looking good. This is now let's come down, let's write the other functions for that. So let's come here, let me give this command, getting unsold NFT data. So we want to display the data, all the NFT from our smart contract. So let's write the function for that, and that's what we are doing. So I'll call it function and fetch market item. So all the NFT we want to fetch. Okay, so it's going to be a public view return, and we're going to take a, let's say, market item, an array, and memory. Okay, so this is the array we're going to return. So let's come here, we're going to take a unt. First we call it item count, so we have to get the total items, and we're going to find it inside the total id dot current. So this will give that how many NFTs are there in our NFT marketplace. Okay, because every time someone will create NFT, this number will keep increasing. Okay, so I hope everything's making sense. Let's come down. Now we have to take another unt, and in this I will call unsold items. So those NFT which are not sold, so we have to keep the track of that. So what we'll do, we'll take this token dot current, and we're going to subtract this with number of token get sold. Okay, and we'll call it, here we have the data. Okay, this, and we call it dot current. So if I subtract the token ID with the total sold, I'll get that unsold item. Okay, so let's come here, and I call it current index. Initially it will become 0, and why it's happening like this? Okay, I have to format this. Let's bring it back. Now it's working fine. So here we have the current index, because we're going to loop already. Okay, so we're going to loop over the entire NFT, and we're going to store inside this current index. Okay, so everything's will make sense, so just walking along with me. So here I will take a, let's say, NFT market item array and memory, and I can call it item. So here I'm taking an array in which I'm going to store all the unsold NFT. Okay, so I'll call this new, I'll call it market item array, and here I have to provide the length, the number of array, the number of item I want to return. So this is how you have to do it. So new is a keyword available in Solidity, and that's what we are using. Okay, and here I have to provide the length, and this length I'm getting from the unsold item. Okay, so I want to fetch only those NFT which are not sell, so I can able to display on my front end application. Okay, so this is how we are creating that. Now we're going to loop over it. So I'll take it unt I is equal to 0. If I is less than item count, then I want to increment that. Okay, in this we're going to do a couple of things. So first I'll do the if statement. If market item I plus 1 dot honor equal to address this. So let me repeat once again what is happening here. So those NFT belong to this address smart contract. Address this is the smart contract. Those NFT is not sold. Okay, it's unsold NFT, and we want to get those NFT only. Okay, so that's the check we are doing. Why we're getting okay? Let's remove this one and bring this. So that's the check we are doing. If we find those NFT, we have to take this unt and we'll call it current ID, and we're going to simply increment that I plus 1. Okay, every time this loop will happen, this current ID will increase. In that we'll pass this storage current, let's call it current items, and we're going to call this item, and in that we're going to pass this current ID. Okay, that's how we are keeping the track. Same thing we are doing what we have done above. So I hope things are getting clear. Now let's keep working. If you are still confused on anything, do leave in the comment section. I have a Discord team, so do join that Discord where we can able to answer your questions quickly, and a lot of members are already there. So if you have any common problems, and if they have already faced that, so they might can help you. Okay, so make sure you join our Discord server and write down your comment, so we can help you in that. So let's come here. I'll call it items, and in this we're going to pass the current index, and we're going to track it. So current item. Okay, and now we have to simply increment this index. So that's the thing we are doing, and finally we have to return the array items. Okay, so this is our fetch market item function, which allow us to get those NFT which are unsold, and this is how we are doing this check. Okay, we are trying to find out that what NFTs are belong to the contract. That means those NFTs are not sold, and try to fetch that. So that's the function for unsold NFT we have written. Okay, you can check, double check one more time. We are not getting any error. Okay, everything's look good. Now let's come down, let's write the other functions. So I'll call it purchase item. Okay, so I'll take a function. Let's call it fetch my NFT. So once you buy an NFT, we're going to display all the NFT which you have bought in your profile, in your NFT collection. So for that we are writing this function. Okay, so it's gonna be a public view return, and we have to return the array of NFT. Okay, because one user can have multiple NFT. Okay, so that's why we'll return the array. So market item memory, and here we're going to do things. Okay, first we'll take this unt. The same thing we have to do what we have done for fetching an unsold item. Okay, the same thing we have to follow here, same logic. So I'll call it total count. Initially it would be, let's say, number of token we have to find. So let's call it token id dot current. Then we have to take another unt, and in this we have to take this item count. Initially it would be 0. We'll take another unt. It will call current index. It could be 0. Okay, so we are taking this item count and total item count, and then we're going to solve this problem. Okay, then we will take a unt I is equal to 0. If I is less than total count, then we have to simply increment the I. Okay, so in this we're going to check id market I plus 1 dot honor equal to message dot sender. So here we are checking for that who is the owner, whether the owner is the message dot sender. Okay, that's the check we are doing. If it's that, then we have to update the data. So our item count plus 1, and we can come down, and here we're going to take the market item, because once we get the data, once we get this NFT belongs to this particular user, we have to store somewhere. Okay, and so we can render that, we can get that. Okay, so we'll call this market item memory items, and we call this new market item, and here we have to provide the length which is inside this item count. Okay, so all the NFT pal pass, and now we'll run for loop on this. So I is equal to 0. If I is less than total count, then we have to simply increment that I. Okay, and we have to simply take a variable called current ID, and in that we have to increment this as well. We'll take a market items, and we'll say storage current items equal to ID, and then we are going to pass this current ID, same thing what we have done above. And then finally we're going to update the status. So items current index current item. Okay, and here we're going to call this current index plus 1. So updating the data, exactly the thing we have done above. Okay, so these are the, in this way we can able to get the incomplete data. Okay, I missed, so I have to write this, wrap this entire thing in a if statement. So let's take a if statement, market item and I plus 1, then we have to check the owner equal to message dot sender, and then we have to write the entire code inside this, copy and paste here. Okay, so that's the simple change you have to do. Okay, in this way we can able to get the entire NFT belongs to a particular address, and once we done that, we have to return the entire NFT. So items. Okay, items. So that's the function for getting my NFT. Here we have the data if for statement, and now we are looping over it and returning the data. Let's come down and let's write the other function. So let's call it let me give this comment, single user item. Okay, so we want to also display the information about the NFT individually. Okay, so that's the logic we're going to write. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take this function and we'll call it fetch items listed. Okay, public view return, and we want to return the market array. Okay, memory. So provide this s, and now finally we have to return that. So before we run that, we have to take this unt and I'll call it total count. Same thing we have to do here. Okay, so this total count is available inside this id token id dot current. Now we'll take another unt and it becomes items count 0, and we have to take another one, it will call current index 0. So these are the variables. Now let's come here, we'll take this, run a loop, I is equal to 0, I less than total count, and then we have to increment the I, so small I. And now we have to do a couple of checks. We'll take if market items I plus 1 belongs to the seller equal to message dot sender. Okay, if the address of the seller and the person who's calling this function is equal, then we have to continue this function and we'll say item count to 1, increment 1. Okay, now we'll come down and we'll take this another market item array. It's gonna be a memory, we'll call it items, new market item, and that we have to pass this id and total count, total number of NFT. Okay, so that's the same convention we are following. Hope you guys are getting familiar. Let's continue. So in this we're going to run a for loop, unt I equal to 0, I is less than total count, then we have to increment the I, and we'll call it if I market items I plus 1 belongs to the address seller and message.sender, then we want to simply take this UNT 256 and current ID, and we have to increment that as well. So we'll take this market item storage, call it current item, and we have to call this ID market item current item. We have to pass in that, and now we have to get that items current ID, current index, and equal to current ID items. And once we have that, we have to increment the index, and simply we have to return that. So return items. Same thing we have done in what we have done in the last three function, because we want to get a NFT. Okay, same thing we are doing here for getting the NFT. So you can see we have no more error, and let's have a look. So this is our fetch NFT listed function. Okay, we have written this. We have this function for loop. This is the market item array. Let's come up here. This is the fetch my NFT functions, which allow us to give the NFT belong to a particular address. And this is the fetch market items, which will return the unsold NFT that belongs to the contract address. Okay, and this we are looping over it, and this is the create market sale. Okay, so when someone want to buy NFT, this function will get triggered and it will update the status and the data and transfer of money. Okay, so here we are doing all the things, and now we have this resell. So if someone have bought it and they want to resell, this function will get triggered, and here we are changing the state and from sender to the contract. And here we have the create token. So this function will create the unit ID for every NFT. Okay, and here we have this get listing price function. So let's open this one. This is the get listing price function, and here we have this update listing price, and this is our constructor, this is our modifier, this is our event, and this is the struct and mapping, and this is the state variable we have defined in the smart contract. So with this, we are done with our complete NFT Marketplace smart contract. And right now we can't test it because we haven't built the front-end application. Okay, so in this video we have completed the entire smart contract for our NFT marketplace. In the next video, we're going to build the front-end applications. And once we build the complete front-end application, we're going to integrate this NFT marketplace smart contract with our front-end application, and then we can do the testing and we'll create NFT and list in our marketplace. So once we'll do that, so we have built this NFT marketplace, we will build the entire front end. So we'll do the testing with the smart contract, and once we're done with the entire thing, then we're going to build the backend part. Okay, so I believe that whatever we have covered in this complete NFT market project, smart contract development project, everything is making sense. I'll try to explain as simple as it, so you guys can understand that what are the things goes into this when you want to create your own NFT marketplace or any type of contract. So just imagine that if I want to write this from scratch without using any external packages which we are used in this project like OpenZeppelin, if I have to create the same functionality, I have to write thousands of code and a lot of files. So it's always good, you should always try to find the latest tools which is available in the market. Okay, so anybody can create code. Okay, writing code is not the big deal, but you have to know that what codes are already exist, what are the best practices are already followed in the industry for that particular project which you want to build. Okay, in that way you can able to save a lot of time, you can able to build faster project, and you will have the security. Because if I build the same project from scratch by my own, who will be there to do the security testing? Okay, because that's the most important part of the smart contract. This contract will keep like lot of NFTs, and those NFT will cost $1 billion or $1 million depend on the type of project you are working on. So if that NFT get highly valuated, then you have to be secure that your smart contract is non-hackable. No one can hack it and no one can take those NFT. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind, okay? You should always review a smart contract. Never sit down once you build your smart contract. It's a continuously evaluation you have to do throughout the entire process. Right now you have built the smart contract. Every time you have to test, and that's why I have used Open Zeppelin, because it's already tested, well tested for minting functions, for transfer function. These are already well tested. So that's what we have used, okay? So I hope everything is making sense to you. Again, I'm telling you, the final code is already provided to you, all of you, on my website. You can go, you can get the starter file, you can get the complete file, you can get all the assets which we have used in this project. And if you're stuck anywhere, or if you find that nothing is working, something's wrong in the code, you can simply copy the code and compare your code. I would not tell you to simply copy the entire code and use as it is, okay? In that way you will not learn anything, okay? That becomes simply copy paste. So just write along with me. If you're stuck, compare the codes. And that's only, I provided this code only for comparison purpose, okay? Only for comparing. If you're stuck anywhere, you can compare, because I do understand that when you write application like this, you will commit some sort of mistakes, you will find some sort of error, and my code would be different from yours in certain positions. So in those scenarios, if you get an error, you can compare, but don't simply copy and paste, because that will teach you nothing, okay? That will teach you nothing. When you start building from fresh, you will find that you know nothing, okay? So all these assets, all the codes are provided just for test, but just for comparison purpose, okay? So that's the only thing I wanted to cover. Again, I'm telling you, we have finally completed the entire smart contract for our NFT marketplace. In the next video, we're going to build our front-end applications. So from the next video, we're going to build our front-end application, okay? We have built the smart contract. From the next, we're going to build the front-end applications, and that part I have divided in a couple of more parts, because you can see that our NFT marketplace is really huge. We have to build 16 plus pages. We have to build home, seller, authors, a lot of pages we have to build. So each of the things are very complicated, because it's an NFT marketplace. We have to build a lot of things. So I have divided the entire project into a small component. So one time we are dealing with the navigation bar, hero sections, slider, okay, the fetching data. So you can understand that how we are passing the states, how we are passing the component, okay? And I'm going to create some demo data, and from there we're going to do the rendering. So when we actually fetch the data from our API, we don't have any trouble. All you have to do is to simply plug this API information, and the entire rendering process will happen, okay? So you will find a lot of things in that. So right now you will find that there is a lot of things, but exactly there is a lot of things and there is a lot of learning for you, okay? So with this, I hope you have enjoyed this NFT smart contract project, and in the next video we'll start working on our templates. So hope to see you there, and I hope you are enjoying this complete project, okay? So that's the only thing I want to share. If you are new to my channel, hit like and subscribe. That will motivate me a lot to build this project, and it took really a lot of effort me to come up with this project. It took me around a month to build this project, and if you build this project, we are building a lot of things, smart contract, front end, and the back end. It will take around 15 to 20 hours to build this complete project. So hope you will enjoy it, and this is a huge course, so I want you to enjoy and take rest. So take rest and then continue with the project. So that's it. Have a wonderful day. See you in the next video. Get started. So what I have done so far for designing this front end, I have created a folder by the name NFT Marketplace video, and in this we're going to keep all the files for our NFT Marketplace template, okay? So here I have already opened the Visual Code Studio. You can pick any code editor, but I would recommend you to use Visual Code Studio, because that will give you a better idea that what I'm doing, and you will be on the same path, okay? So here I'm in my directory, and first thing you have to do is to simply open up your terminal, and we're going to initialize a couple of things, okay? So first thing we're going to do is to clear the terminal and type npx create next app same directory. So in this project we're going to use the technologies like React.js, Next.js, Node.js, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for designing this entire front end, and I'm using Next.js project, okay? So here I'm initializing the Next.js. Just wait, let the installation get completed. So we have successfully initialized Next.js. Simply clear your terminal, and on the right hand side you will find a couple of folders and files which is created by Next.js. So here in this package.json file, you will find all the details about the packages, about the tools we're going to use in this complete NFT marketplace template design. So here you will find the name of the folder, the versions, the private, and we have a couple of scripts which allow us to run. And here we have the dependencies. So currently we are using 3 dependency. The one is Next, React, and React demo, which is created by the Next.js, and here we have the dev dependency. Okay, but what I want to do, I don't want to use this ESLint, okay, because I don't want to configure. So I'm going to remove simply these packages which I don't want to use in this project. So simply open up your terminal, and we need to just uninstall these packages. So type npm uninstall ESLint, paste, and hit enter. This will uninstall the package. Do the same thing from this, copy, and simply uninstall this as well. So we can start with a clean environment. So now looking good. Let's bring this down. Here we have that. Close this one, and we have to delete this file as well, ESLint.json file, because we no longer using ESLint. Delete this one. And here we have the readme file, here we have the git file. So if you haven't installed git in your computer, then definitely you won't have this file, but I have git installed in my computer, so I'm getting this. So if you're not getting this, don't worry about it, because we're not going to use it. Okay, so in this you will find all the folders which you don't need to worry about it. Then we have this node modules. So all the npm packages we will use in this project, that's all going to be stored inside this node module folder, which you don't need to worry about it. Okay, simply close this. Here we have the page folder. Inside that we have 3 files. The first one, we have this API folder, then we have app.js, then we have index.js. So simply delete this API folder, delete this one, open this app.js, and here we have to do couple of changes. Okay, so instead of using normal function, we're going to convert this into an arrow function. So let's do that. Okay, simply remove this const, give this equal sign, and we have to convert this into an arrow function. And I want to return instantly. Okay, so that's why I will do in this way. Simply cut this one, and we have to remove this, and we have to remove this return keyword as well. Okay, so in arrow function, this is how you can return instantly. Okay, so we have our app.js file. Close this one. Let's come back to the index. So this is the demo code we have in our index.js. So we're going to simply remove it, and we're going to write from the clean environments. Type RAFC. This will create the React's functional base component, and the reason I can able to create this by writing this short form, because I have installed React snippet. Okay, so make sure you install that extension, and I believe that you guys already have in your computer. Okay, so let's work on this. Let's change this to home. Okay, this is our index page, the main page which initialize our project and app. Okay, so let's close this one. In the public folder we have this icons, and we have this files, okay, which you don't need to worry. Close this one. Let's come back here in the style folder, and here you will find 2 CSS file. The first one is home modules, and the second one is the global CSS file. So simply remove this home module, because we're not going to include this. And here we have this global CSS file. So if you want to if you want to apply any global styling in your applications, you can do it from here. And we're going to use this file for applying global stylings like colors, fonts, and we're going to remove some padding, borders. So that's all we're going to do. You will find that how we are applying it. So here you will find all the codes. Okay, so simply close this one, and so this is the getignore folder, and here you will find all the files and folder which you don't want to push to GitHub. Okay, so it's automatically get generated. So when you will push this code, it will go to GitHub, but these file will not included in that. So what I will do, after every lessons, after every component design, I'm going to push this like code to GitHub, so you guys can get and compare from there. Okay, but I want to give you a quick disclaimer that don't simply copy paste, because I will try to explain everything, the logic behind that, why I'm using the code the way I have written. Okay, so after every session I will deploy this code to the GitHub, so you guys can get, and I have already explained that how you can get the code. Simply visit to the articles in my website, and from there you will have the sections, and from there you can able to download the code. Okay, so this is the getignore file. So here you will find the dependency, We have the testings, Next.js, build modules, mins, and debug script, and all this we have. Simply close this one. And here we have this package.json, which you don't need to worry. Okay, here we have the package.json file, and here we have the readme file. So simply do one thing, simply select this all and remove, and let's type NFT Marketplace Note. Okay, so I'm going to keep all the notes for this project in this file, so you guys can have a reference. Okay, or if I want to give any code as a note, so that's all I will provide here. So that's the readme file, and let's close this and save. Okay, so that's all we have. Let's open up your terminal, and we have to type npm run dev. We have to check our application, and this script I'm typing because we have this script in our npm package for the development environment. Okay, so if I click here, and here you can able to find that we have all these 4 script. We have dev, build, start, lint. Okay, so we are using the development mode, and that's coming from Next.js. Okay, let's bring this, save it. Okay, let's hit enter, and this will initialize our project on localhost 3000. So to open this, all you have to do is to simply press Control and mouse on this 3000 link, and this will open the application in your browser on localhost 3000. Okay, so let's come here. Here you can see it's loading, and finally we have initialized and open our application on localhost 3000, and you can see that it's written home, the index page we have here. Let's zoom out. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's come back and let's bring the terminal down. I'll keep my server running, so whatever changes, whatever code I will write, that will display here. Okay, so don't stop the server. So far everything is working fine. Now let's create the folder and file structure. In this project is going to be really huge, and there are a lot of things are involved, so it's very important that we have to create the right folder and file structure for our NFT marketplace, because in this we are doing a lot of things. We are managing a lot of stakes, a lot of component, so it's always important to have a proper component structure. So if you want to do any changes in future, so it become very easy, and it's become very navigatable for other developers to do the changes and work on this project. Okay, so folder and file structure is very important. If you work in an organization, definitely they will going to ask you that how you can organize the entire code, because building code is really not that hard, but organizing and working on a scalability level, it's very important. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to create a couple of folder and files. So we'll create the component folder. In this we're going to have all the component for our NFT marketplace, and in that we're going to create couple of files. Okay, couple of folder and couple of files. So the first I will call is index.js. In this I'm going to import the entire component, and from here we're going to export it. Okay, so that's the entire logic. So we have this index.js. Inside that we're going to create a folder, and I call it Navbar. Okay, in that I'll create the files. So let's select that, come here, let's create the other folder. I'll call it footer. Inside the footer we'll create the footer.js, and in that we're going to create one more file, which is footer.module.css. so in Next.js, this is the extension you have to provide, footer modules.css. then you can able to add the external css file. Okay, so this is my footer component, both with JSX and the CSS part. Now let's come to the navigation bar and click on this, and let's create the folder. So our navigation bar is going to be the biggest component, because there we have a lot of things. We have a sidebar, we have a discover menu, we have a help menu section, we have navigation, we have a user profile, we have button. So there are a lot of components involved in our navigation bar, and although it's a mega menu navigation bar, so I'm going to structure that entire navigation bar into a small component. Okay, so let's create the folders for that. So I'll call it discover. So this is the first folder we have for the discover menus, and inside the discover we're going to create the file discover.jsx, and we're going to create the css file for this module.css. so this is the discover component. Now let's come back to the navbar, and let's create other one more. So I'll take a folder, and I'll call it help center, and let's create the files for that. So help center.jsx, and we will create help center.module.css. so this is the two component for our mega menu. Okay, so one menu for the discover, one menu for the help center. So let's close this one and let's come here, and here you can able to find we have this two part, which is the two component. Let's come back, and now let's click on this navbar and let's create one more folder. So this will call notification component, and inside that we're going to create the notification file .jsx and notification module.css for the css file. Okay, let's click on this. We have to create one more folder, and this will call profile, and it will say profile.jsx and profile module.css. So I believe that you guys can make the sense that how we are approaching this entire navigation. Okay, so let's close this one. Now let's click on this navigation bar and let's come here, create one more folder, and this call be our sidebar.jsx, and we have to create sidebar.module.css. So this is our sidebar component. So we have all these. Okay, simply close all these open file. So here we have the navigation structure. Let's close all this and let's open this discover section. This one working fine. Navigation, profile, sidebar, and we have this index file. Okay, so let's come back, go to the footer, and let's create type refce and simply import the css file for the footer. So let's call it internal import, and I'll call it import style from the same folder /folder modules. Okay, let's close this one. So now let's do with the navigation bar. So let's come here and create one more file. So this time we are not creating folder, we are creating file in the same navigation folder. So I'll call it navbar.jsx. So in this folder we're going to import all the component. Okay, and we have to create the css file for this, navbar.module.css. okay, so in this navbar.jsx we're going to import all this component and we're going to build the entire navbar. Okay, so don't be scared because of this folder and file structure. It will make our work very easy and you will find that how it doing it. Okay, I'll try to keep these things separately so it's become very easy to navigate in the project. So this is our navbar.js. So let's come here and type refce, and we have a navbar. Let's import the css file called internal, and this will call import. I'll call it style. That's coming from the same directory from dot, let's bring it down, navbar module css. Okay, so this is, we have the css, and now that's what we have. Let's close this one, now let's open this. So let's come here, and here we have the navbar. Let's come here and let's start working on our navigation bar. Okay, so before we work, let's come here in the discover folder and we have to type this refc, otherwise we'll get the error when we'll import this component in our navbar. So let's close this one and do same thing for others. So refce, this is help center. Let's do for the notification refce. Now do for the profile refce, and we have to do for the sidebar refce. So let's close all this, close this, and close this one, close all these open folders. And inside the navbar we're going to create one more file. This time not going to be folder, it will file, and I'll call it index.jsx. So in this file we're going to import all the navbar component, and from there we're going to export it. Okay, so this is the file we have. Let's come here and let's import all the component. So I'll call it import discover from and /discover component we have to take. Okay, so this is how we are importing the component in this index.js. Let's do the same for other. So let's close this one and let's call it help center, and that's coming from the same directory .help center /help center. Import, and it will call profile. That's coming from the same directory profile /profile. import notification, and that's coming from the same dot notification slash notification. But you have noticed one thing here: when we are importing the file, we are getting two files, one with extension or without extension. So both the files are same. You can import whatever you want. If you want to give the extension, you can give, otherwise you can simply give normal import. Okay, so that's the notification. Now we have to import the sidebar, so I'll call it sidebar, and that's coming from the same directories, sidebar folder, that sidebar. So these are the 5 components are involved in our navigation bar, and now we have to export them. So let's come down and we'll call it export, and in this bracket we're going to pass this all. Okay, so first one is going to be, let's say, discover, second one is going to be help center, third one is going to be profile, notification, and sidebar. So these are the 5 exports we are doing from this file. Okay, let's close this one. Let's come here, and now, so here we have that. Let's close this, come to Navbar, and here we're going to import all this folder. Okay, and now we can start working on our navigation bar. Okay, so let's open up your browser, and we need to install React icons, and because that's what we are using in our project for getting icons. Okay, so let's come here, type React icons, come here, click on this, and this is the command we have to do. Okay, so we have to install React, so simply copy this, npm install React icons. This will give the complete library of React icons. Okay, so let's open up your terminal and simply stop the application from running, or you can simply open up a new terminal. Both the thing you can do. I'll go to open the new terminal, and I will clear the terminal, and I will simply paste this npm React icons. Okay, just wait. So we have installed React. Simply clear the terminal. Icons. Now let's come back to the package.json file. You can find the details about this package. So the version we are using 4.4.0. okay, so no matter what version you are using, you always get the supported version. Okay, so here we have the React icon. So let's close this one, and now we can start working on our navbar.jsx. Okay, so let's come here. We have to import couple of things from React. So it's use state, and we have to take use effect. Now we have to do import the image from Next.js. Now we have to import the link from next link, and now import the icons. So let me give this command. Now we're going to import icons, and the first icon we want to import is md notifications. And if you want to know from where I'm getting these name of this notification, you can simply visit the React icon, and if you search the name you will find that. Okay, so I'm getting from there. So it's coming from React icons and /md. So there are a lot of providers, icon provider. So we're going to use multiple providers to get the icons, because in this project I wasn't finding one provider which have all the icons. Okay, so we're going to use multiple provider, and once you install this React icons, you get all the providers in your node modules, and from there you can easily able to use it. Okay, so this is the notification icon. Now let's import one more. It will call bs search. So this is going to be the search icon, and this is coming from Bootstrap. Okay, bs. Let's import other icons. So like we'll call it cg menu left, and we have to take cg menu right, and that's coming from React icon.cg. Okay, so this is the icon import, and this is the React imports and Next.js import. Let's come down. Let's come down here in internal import. We have to import, let's say we have to import the components, okay, which is coming from index. Okay, so first one is going to be discovered from, and we have this inside this nav index. Okay, so if from this index file we are importing or exporting all the components, so from there we have to import. Okay, make sure you do that. In this we're going to import the help center, we're going to import the notification and the profile and the sidebar. So these are the component we have imported here in navbar.jsx. Okay, so we have the component. Now let's come down. Let's come here and click on this component, and we need to create one more component, okay? And the component we're going to create in the component folder. So we're going to create the button component because we have button in our navigation bar, and I am creating button component as separate because we are using button in multiple places, and all the button have same styling but minor differences. So I'm taking as a component, reusable component, so we don't need to style over and over again, okay? So we have this button, and inside that we're going to create this button.jsx, and we will have this css file as well, modules.css. We'll type that rafce, and here we have this. Now close this one, and let's come here, and in the component we have this file .index.js, but I don't want to create name conflict. So here in this we're going to import all the component itself, okay, in the component file. So I'm going to change the name, so I'll call it, let's say I'll call it component index, so you guys can become very easy for you to understand that what are the things we are importing inside this component index.js, okay? So here we're going to import couple of things. So first thing, we're going to import the button, and that's coming from the component, same directory, button. Now we have to import the, let's say, footer. We have in the same folder footer/footer, and here we are importing the navigation bar, so navbar, and that's coming from there. So these are the component import, and now we have to export this as well. So we are not exporting right now. Let's come here, and here we have to import that. So we'll call it button, and that's coming from let's say // component index, okay? So here we have the button component, which is coming from component index. So that's the button. Let's close this one, and let's come here, and here I have already provided this images to all of you guys, okay? So once you get the starter file from the website where you will find this images, okay? So here in this images you can see we have all the images which we are using in this project. We have the NFTs, we have the user, we have the social media icons, we have the background images. So all the images which you will find right in this folder. So make sure you can download from the articles which I have mentioned, okay? So here you will notice one thing. Inside the images folder we have one more index.js file. So what approach I'm taking, you can import the images in the component individually, okay? But here what approach I'm taking, I'm exporting all the images, I'm importing all the images in one file. This is called index.js, and from here I'm exporting. So it's become very easy to get the images without typing the code over and over again, okay? So here you will find all the images we have import. So we have the collections and background images, we have the user images, and we have this logo, and here finally we are making default export. So we can basically able to access this images in any component, okay, which you will find that how we are going to access this, okay? So that's the index for the images. Let's close this one, let's close this as file, and here we're going to import the images. So import, I'll call it images, and that's coming from // images, okay? So in this way we can easily able to access all the images. So here we have the internal import, and now we can start working on our JSX part, okay? But before that we have to, let me give this comment, let's take use state, okay? And we're going to take a couple of use state. So I'll take this, I'll call it discover component, initially it would be false, and this will call help center, initially it would be false. We have to take another one, it would be notification, false, and we have to take this use state snippet, and it will call profile, initially it would be false, okay? We have to take one more, and this will call, let's say, open sidebar, and this would be false. So here we are taking the state for each of this component because we have to open and close it, okay? So that's why we are taking the states. So these are the 5 states for the components, and that's there. Now let's call it use a state component. Now let's come down, and now we can start writing on the JSX of our navigation bar, okay? So simply remove this, and we're going to instantly return it. So I'll take a div, it will have a class, and I call it style dot navbar Okay, inside that will have another div. It will have a class called Navbar dash box dash container, sorry. So this is how I'm going to write the JSX. Okay, inside that we're going to have another div. It will call style navbar dash container dash left. So our navigation is divided in two parts. One is the left section and the other one is the right section. Okay, so this is the pattern I'm going to follow for every single JSX, every single component. And the reason why I'm taking this approach, because if you want to convert this into a perk templates, so it's become very easy. If you want to convert this entire CSS in perk template, or if you want to use SAS, so SAS converter for converting this CSS file to the SAS, it's become very easy for you as well. So let's working on it. So inside we're going to replicate this and we're going to change this to right, and inside the left container left we're going to start writing. Okay, so we'll have our div. It will take a class and we'll say style dot logo, and that will have a image component src, and we have this image dot. So here we have imported the image, and in that we have all the images. So we have to provide the dot and we have to give the name images. So here we have the logo. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to access all any images, and we have to provide the alt. So well, let's call it NFT Marketplace. That's the text, and we have to assign the width 100 and height is going to be 100. So this is the image. Now let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class, and then we'll call style dot navigation bar left box input. Okay, so here we will have the search input. So we'll have a div. Inside that we'll have another class style dot navigation left box input box. Okay, and I'm giving this huge name because you guys can understand that what component we are using and styling in our style sheet. Okay, you should always give descriptive name, that what exactly happening in the code. Okay, so in that way it's become very readable for other developers, and that's what you have to keep in mind when you are building your project. So these names looks like very big, why I'm giving this big name, but it will help you a lot when you will do the editing, okay, and review your code. So in that we have to take this input, and it will have a, let's say type is going to be text. Let's give this bracket text, and we'll have a placeholder, say search, let's small search NFT. Okay, we'll come down and we'll have our icon BS search, and it will have a on click property. So when someone type anything and we'll hit the enter, we'll have to display those NFT. Okay, so right now we will have this empty callback function, on click function. Okay, and it will have a class as well. So style dot search icon. Okay, here we have this div. Now let's come down, and we have to take the, let me give this comment end of left section, and now we can start on working on the right section. Okay, and this right section is going to be a little bigger, okay, because a lot of components are there. All the components we have created, that's all we're going to display in the right section. So we'll take a div. It will have a class, and we'll call style dot navbar container right and right discover. So each component will have its separate div. Okay, so this is the discover component, and that's what we are doing here. And that we have to simply, let's take a p, and it will have a on click functions, and we will call the e, and we'll give this empty call functions, and here we call discover. Okay, so when someone will click, our discover component will open. Okay, so we're going to create a function for this. Okay, just write the css, and now we have to take a div. It will have a style dot navbar discover dot slash box, and in that we're going to display the discover component. Okay, so this is the first component for our discover div, and here we have that. And let's come here and let's write the function for opening. Okay, so let's come here, const open menu, and we are receiving that e. Okay, so when we'll call this function, we'll able to have this e. In that e, I want to access the text, okay, button text, and I'll call e dot target dot let's say inner inner text. Okay, so when we'll call these functions, so when someone will click on that discover or a help center or a navigations, we can able to get that text, and once we have the text we want to match it. Okay, so once we match it, and according to that we're going to display the component. Okay, it will make sense, just follow along with me. So here we have this text. Okay, and that's what we're going to target. Okay, so let's come here, and we have to take a if statement, and if we say if button text is equal to discover. Okay, so make sure you give the same spelling which you have provided in the paragraph. Okay, so we are matching with that. If it's that, then we have to simply set discover to true. We have to open that component, and we have to set the other component to false. Okay, so we'll call it set help sense help false, and we call set notification false, and set profile false, because at a time we want to display open one component, not multiple components. So that's why we have to set other component to false. So this is how we can able to open the discover component, and now we have to do the same thing for other components. So I'll go a little faster. Button text, and this time we'll call it help center, and we're going to simply copy this, and we're going to change the status. So this will become false. Here we are looking for this will come true, and the rest should be same. And let's come down, let's say else, and here we're going to say simply copy this and paste here, and this become false, so the rest should be false. Okay, let's copy this function, and now we have to call it here. So let's come down, and we're going to call the function here. Simply replace this, and we have to pass this e, so in that way we can easily able to access the e. So that's the how we can open the component. Okay, now let's come here, let's take a dynamic block. Okay, dynamic block. So if discover is false, then we don't want to hide it. Okay, simply cut this and paste here. So the discovery state is initially false, so this component would not display, but if it turns to true, then this component will display. Okay, so that's the entire logic we are doing here. So that's the discover component, and let's come up here and let's give this comment so you guys can understand that which component we are working on. So this is the discover menu. Now let's come down here, and let's start working on other component. So I'll call it help center, style dot navbar right, and we'll call it, let's say, help center help. It will have a paragraph, it will have on click functions. The same thing we have to do, pass the same function help open menu, and that we have to pass the e, and we have to type the text help center. Okay, same thing we have to do here. That's what we have passed here. Now let's come down, we have to take this dynamic block help, and we have to render this component. So div, it will, let's have a class style dot navbar help dot box. Inside that we'll have this help center component. So this is our help center component. Let's come down, notification comment out, we'll take a div, it will have a class, and style dot navbar right dash notify. Okay, and we have to take this icon. Okay, because we are displaying the icon instead of the message. So we have this, it will have a, let's say, class. So I'll call it style dot notify. Okay, short name, and it will have a on click function, and that we have to call a different function. So it will have an arrow function, and now we have to call it open notification. Okay, we're going to create a separate function for this. So let's come up here and let's create the function. So we'll take a const and we'll call the same name, open notification, and in this we have to simply, like, say if notification component is false, then we have to set to, let's say, set to notification to true, and we have to set other component to false. Okay, So set discover, set help center false, we have this set profile false, and we have this all the component else. We have to set this notification to false. Okay, that's the open notification. Everything is working fine. So let's come down. And now we have to render this notification component. Okay, so notification, and we have to give the name of the component slash component. Okay, so we have this component, and that's coming from here. Let's come down. We will take a create button, sections, and we'll take this div. It will have a class called style dot navbar right dash button, and in that we're going to render the button component. So it will have a dynamic, so this button is dynamic. So in this we have to set couple of props, because all the buttons will have a different text and different callback function. Okay, so that's the props we have to send in every button component. So we'll call it btn text, and the name of this button would be, let's say, create. Okay, so this is how we are sending the props. So this is the button component we have, and let's come down, and we have to create the user profile, comment this out, and now let's come here, copy, we'll take a div. It will have a class and style navigation right dash profile. Okay, box. So we are following this pattern. Box will have another div. It will have a class style navigation right profile, and in that we're going to render the image. So it will have a src. We have the images inside this dot user. We're going to take the one, and we have to assign the alt tag. It will say profile, width is going to be 40 pixels and height is going to be 40 pixels. So this is the perfect width and height I have found while I was testing it. Okay, so don't think that I'm coming with this number magically. Okay, I have already tested this according to the components, and that's what I'm typing here. Okay, and it will have a on click functions because we want to open the component, and we have to create this function as well. So I will call it open, let's say profile. Okay, so this is the function we have to create. Gonna open the profile, and we have to assign the class as well to the images. So simply copy and paste that. Okay, so that's the div. And once now we have to render the component. So if profile, then we have to render the profile component. And later when we connect with the backend, we're going to send props inside this component, so we can easily able to access. So we can easily able to remove this dynamic static data with a dynamic data. Okay, right now we are not sending any props, but when we connect with the backend, we're going to change that. Okay, so that's our profile component. Now let's come down, and here we're going to take this menu button. Okay, and this menu button will only display on a mobile device, not on desktop. Okay, so that's why we are keeping this out from this. Let's take a div. It will have a class called style dot, let's say, navigation container right menu button, and it will have this cg menu right, and in that we'll have a class called style dot menu icon. It will have an on click functions, and it will have a function called open sidebar. Call this function. So this is the function we're going to create, and this function will open the sidebar. Okay, so that's the div for the menu. So everything's looking good so far for this Navbar, and let's come down here, and here we're going to render the sidebar component. Okay, and this sidebar only would be displayable in the mobile device, and that's why we are keeping this out of this component. Okay, so let's come here, let's take a dynamic block. We'll say open side menu. If it's true, then we have to render the sidebar component. We'll take a div, and in that we will have a class style dot sidebar, and in that we're going to render the sidebar component. Okay, and we have to set the couple of props. So in this we're going to pass the state Okay, so we'll simply take the bracket, and that we're going to set this props. Okay, so we can easily able to have and change the state of this sidebar and close it. Okay, so initially it will be off. When someone will click this menu icon, the sidebar will open, but in the sidebar component we'll have a one cross button on which someone will click. It has to be closed. Okay, so that's the prop we have to send, so we can receive the props and we can make that happen. Okay, so that's the whole logic. So that's the props we are sending in the sidebar, and with this we are done. I think we are done with that, and now we have to create a couple of functions as well. Okay, so let's come here. And what's the function we have to create? We have to create this, let's open notification function, sorry, profile function. Let's come here and let's create that function. So we'll take a open profile. It will be an arrow functions, and we have to say if profile is false, then we have to set to true. Okay, and we have to make other component false, set false, discover false, and the notification false. Okay, this is the profile. Else we have to set the set profile to false. So this is open, and we have to create this open sidebar as well. So let's come up here and come up here. So we'll call it const open sidebar. It will have an arrow function. We'll say if open sidebar menu is false, we have to turn it to true. Okay, else we have to turn it to false. So this is where we can easily able to call and open it. Okay, so with this we are done with this entire Navbar, JSX, and all import and export. So let's close this one. Let's close this component. Let's close this one as well. Close one, and close one. Close this one. Okay, not this one. And this is the right left section. Okay, so here we have it. Okay, so make sure you should always organize your code and always give comment, so anybody can understand that what component they are working on, what are the, and we have given the Reselling. And you have noticed one thing throughout this entire JSX part, I give relevant name to each of the components. So that's the approach you have to take, and that's become very easy to identify. Okay, so everybody has their own writing style, and this is what I follow. So let's come here and in the browser, and let's try to reload it. So you can see nothing is happening. So can you guess why this problem is there? Let's come back to the code editor, because we have missed something. Okay, everything is looking good on this side. Let's open this one, close this component file, and now we have to go into this page and click on this app.js. Here we have to import. So our navbar and footer is going to be in every single page in our entire application. Okay, so instead of importing those components individually in every single page, we're going to do global import, and that's global import we're going to do inside this app.js. Okay, so once we import this component and wrap the entire application with this navbar and footer, that component would be available in every single page. Okay, so that's the approach I'm taking here. So let's do this comment internal, I'll call it import, and we have to import the, let's say, navbar that's coming from the component navbar, and let's come here and we have to take a div. Inside that we're going to take this navbar component, close it, and we have to copy and simply paste here. So in this way we can easily able to access navbar in every single page or in our entire application. So we have this one. Let's come here. Okay, we are getting an error. So it says that type element expected a string, but it's getting something else. Okay, I'm not only teach you that how you can write and build a smart contract and build this NFT marketplace, but how you can debug the error in the project. So we having some problem in the navbar. Okay, so let's come reload the browser and let's try to see what's the problem. Because sometimes what happened that you get error and the error is committed previously, and because of you haven't reload the browser, you have the problem. So make sure you always reload the browser, and if you get the error more than 2 times, then you can come back to your code and try to find out what's the problem as per the suggestion you have got in the front end. Okay, so let's close this one and let's come back to the discover. And in that discover we have everything's okay. Let's see, in the Navbar help center we have this, no problem. Here we have this notification, we have this profile, okay, we have this sidebar, everything's looking good, no problem in these components. Let's come here, and these components are also looking good. Let's close this one, and what's the problem happening? So here we have in this, okay, the problem is here. So we are actually not exporting the component from our component folder. Okay, so here we have to export that, and now we have to export button, footer, and navbar. So I hope that you guys are getting familiar with this folder and file structure and import and export. Okay, so here we are exporting the component. Let's save it, close this one, and come back to our API app.js file, and this time we have to import that from the component index file. Okay, so let's remove this, say import, and we'll say navbar, and that's coming from the component index file, you can see. And make sure you should give in this bracket. Okay, so here if we click on this, and here you can see on the browser everything's working fine. We have this discover, help center, input, notification button, menu icons, and home. So all the component we can easily able to render on our application. So that's working fine, and I hope you guys are happy to see that how it's working. And you can see we can easily able to open and close. Okay, working fine. Now this is the navbar, and that's coming from the component API. And if you want to navigate to different pages, simply press Ctrl and click on that folder name as we have done just now, and you can able to open the component. Okay, here we are in this. So let's close this one, and we are done with this navbar.css. Okay, so let's close all this, and now we can start working on the navbar component. Okay, so we are done with the navbar JSX part. Now let's start working on the discover. So let's click on this, let's click on discover, and now we can start working on the discover menu. Okay, so let's import couple of things. So it will be internal import. We have to import the CSS file, import style from dot same directory, and we need to import couple of things. So we need to have a link, and that's coming from next link. Okay, so that's the internal external import we have. And let's come here, and here we have to take a demo data. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to take an array, and in that I will have the name of the page and the router. Okay, so it will make sense. Okay, so let's give me the comment. So I'll call discover navigation menu. Okay, so I'll take a variable and I call discover, and it will be an error, and inside this array I'll have an object of every single menu. Okay, so I'll take an object and I'll say name, I'll call it collection, and I will take the link, and it will have the same name but with lowercase. So make sure this is the convention I'm following, and you must follow the same convention because we're going to construct the URL of the pages on the name of this name we are providing. Okay, so let's create the all the menus. Okay, so simply copy this, paste the comma, and we have to change the name to, let's say, search page. We'll have this search, copy and paste, and we'll have this one author profile page, and we have this author profile, paste here, and this will become the NFT detail page, and this will call NFT details. Okay, come here, and this become the account setting, and this become account setting, comma, let's come down, and this will become, let's say, connect wallet. So we'll have a separate page for connecting wallet where we provide multiple options to the user to connect their wallet. Okay, and we'll say connect wallet, and we'll have another, so we can call it blog, and we'll have a blog. Okay, so this is the entire discover menu. Okay, so these are the menu we're going to display in our discover component. Okay, so now simply copy that, and let's come here, instantly return. We'll take a div, and inside that we're going to simply loop over the entire discover menu. So we'll say discover.map, okay, element I. It's gonna be an arrow function. We have to instantly return this, and in this we're going to let the structure of our navigation. Okay, so I'll take a div, and it will have a class, sorry, key I +1, because every single menu will have a unique key. If you don't provide this, you will get an error from React. Okay, and we have to add a class as well. So I'll take a class, call it style dot discover, and we want to take this link, and this link is coming from next link. You can take the normal link anchor tag, but here I'm taking this link tag which is available on that, and I'll take this href, and here I will provide the path, and the path is available we have inside this element. Okay, so we have this, we'll take this dynamic block and pass this lm dot link, and that way we can easily able to access the link in the array object. And here it's not going to be the self closing link, we have to take this normal closing link. Let's say link, and let's provide this one, close this one, and in this we're going to pass the name of the link page. Okay, so we'll say lm dot name. Okay, so if we save that, we can easily able to render the entire discover component on our application. Okay, so it's working fine. Now let's come back to the application. You can see here we have the logo, input, search, discover, help center, and help center is rendering twice. Okay, let's see why it's happening. We have notification button, image, and menu and home component. So what we can do, let's click on this help. Okay, so let's click on the discover, and you can see here we can easily able to open the discover component, and we can easily able to see all the pages we have created. Navigation, so collection, search, author details, accounts, connect wallet, and block. Open. If you click on this, you can open, close. So this function is also working, so all the pages are working fine. Okay, let's come back to code editor. So this is our discover component working fine. So that's the only thing we have to do here. I'm not going to style right now. We're going to let the foundation, and we're going to style the entire component in one go. Okay, we are just building the foundation and functionality. So let's close this one. Now we can start working on the help center, and same thing we have to do. We have to import the link from next links, and we have to do the internal import for our CSS file. So I'll go a little faster here because we are going to do the same thing. Okay, so it would be style, and that's coming from /help center modules. Okay, we'll take this const help center, and we'll have this dynamic block, and that we're going to let the foundation. So it will have a name, about, and we have to provide the link about. We'll have another object, and this will call name is going to be contact us. This would be contact us. We'll have another which one will be sign up. Then we have this sign in and sign in. Okay, now we'll come down, we'll have this, let's say subscription, and we'll have this subscription, and this one is optional. Okay, if you want to create and provide certain extra features to the creators, NFT creators on your application, you can do, but I'm going to take this approach, and I will provide it a subscription option as well. Okay, so this is the component, this is the menu we're going to render. Okay, we have to do the same thing, close this one, and we're going to render that as well. So simply remove this one, take a div, it will have a class called side dot box, and inside that we're going to render our menu. So element I is gonna be instant return. We'll have a div, it will have a class, and we'll call it style dot help center, and in that we're going to take a link. It will have a href. We have to provide the path which is inside the help center menu. So we'll take this, and in that we're going to take the element dot link, and we have to render the name. Okay, if we save it, close this one, if we come back to our application, you can see right now we are opening the discover, but if we reload the browser and you can see the states are to false, so that's why we can't see the components. But if we click on this discover, we can open it. If we click on the help center, we can able to see all the menu, so about, contact us, sign up, sign in, and subscription. So our dynamic component is also working. You can easily able to switch, open and close. Okay, let's come back to the code. Now come here, close this one, and now let's start working on the notification component. Okay, we have to import couple of things. So first one is going to be the image coming from next image. Now we have to do the internal import, and we have to import the css file which is inside the same folder, and we have to import the images itself, and that's coming from dot dot slash dot dot in the image folder we have. Okay, so this is the internal and this is the externals, and now we can start working on the actual JSX component of our navigation bar. Okay, notification, sorry. We'll take a div and we'll have a class style dot notification. In that we will have another p tag, and it will say notification, the message, and it will have a div. And that will have a, let's say, class, and it will say notification dash box. And that we're going to take another div. It will have a class dot, let's say, notification box image, and that will have this image component, will provide the source which is inside the images folder file, and we want to take the user1 images. Okay, so I have given the name user1, user2. So when we want to change the data, all we have to do is to change the number, and with that, changing that number, we can easily able to display different images. Okay, you will see how we are doing that dynamically. Okay, and this approach is also really good because we're going to give the same name to every single user who will create the profile and NFTs, and we're going to store their data, their profile details in their backend in the same format, so it become very easy to render the data. Okay, but that's the different topic for the backend developments. Let's work on the JSX and template. We'll take the alt and we'll call it profile image. We'll have to provide the width is going to 50 and height is going to be the 50, and so that's the notification we have. And in we'll have this class. Now let's come down. We have to take a div and we'll have a class and style dot notification box info. So in this we're going to show the information about the user. So first we'll take h4 and it will call it the name of the user. I'll call it Shweb, which is Shweb, and he's my younger brother, amazing guy, Akhtar. And I have to display the address of the user. So I'll call it measure. I'll provide this short message. Okay, and we're going to display the, instead of providing those address, we can provide the short message, short notifications. Okay, now let's come down. We have to take this time. Okay, and this time we'll keep update on the base of the notification period, so when they have got the notifications. So right now we are doing this hard code, but when we fetch the data from our API on the base of the entire functionality, this entire data will change dynamically for different user. Okay, we'll call it a go. So this is the component we have. Now we'll take another span, and this span will have a class and call it notification box new. And we're not going to add anything inside this span because this span is only for styling purpose. We want to show the display that blue mark, okay, blue tick, that this is a new notification. Okay, so this is one is for the styling purpose. Okay, so that's the notification component we have here. Right now we are displaying one component, but when we have the data, we're going to render all the notifications. Okay, so that's what we have, notification. Now come here. So this is the discover component. If you click on this, we can open that discover component. If you click on this bell icon, you can able to see all the data, the image, the name, the message, the time. So this notification component is also working. Open close, working fine. Okay, so everything's working fine. Let's close this one. Let's come back and let's start working on the profile component. Okay, so we're going to import couple of things. So first one is going to be the image from Next.js. Now we have to import the, let's say, icons and US for user alt, and that's coming from React icons slash font awesome FA, short form for FA. And now we have to import the FA let's say rage image, and we have to say fa user edit. So these are the icons we want to import from Font Awesome, and that's coming from React. Now let's import other, and md help center, and that's coming from React icons slash md. We have to import one more, and this is coming from td down load off, and that's coming from React icon slash tb, sorry. And one more we have to import, which is called tb download. Okay, so these are the icons we are using in this user profile component. Okay, now let's do the internal import. So we'll call it import style, and that's coming from the same directory slash profile modules. So I believe that you guys are getting familiar. Okay, so I'm going a little faster here. So we have to import the images. That's coming from dot slash dot and images. So we have the images here now. So these are the external import. I have to do one more, so import link. Okay, so these are the external import, internal import. Now let's come and start writing on the JSX part. Okay, so we'll take this instant return. We will have this div. It will have a class style dot, let's say profile with small p, and we'll have another div. It will have a class style dot profile account, and that will have a image. We have to provide the source image user1 all tag. Let's call it user and profile, and we have to provide the width is going to be 50 and height is going to be 50, and it will also have a on click function. Okay, so it will have a style also, so let's call it profile account image. Okay, we have to apply this style. Now let's come down. We have to take another div. It will have a class called dot profile dash account info. In that we have to take this p. It will call the name of the user, and here we're going to display the address. Okay, so right now I'm just doing this hard code. Okay, but we're going to change this data and not dynamically. Okay, the user account address and username. Now let's come out of that div. We'll have another div. It will have this style and profile menu, sorry, dash menu. Okay, and that will have another div. It will have a class called style dot profile menu one, and it will have a class, let's say style profile menu one dash item. Now we have to display the icon, so for our user alt, and we have to take this message. So it will have a link, and that we're going to provide this href. We have to provide the path, so let's say path name. So we want to redirect to the my profile page. Okay, and I'll call it my profile. Save it. Okay, let's do this. Simply come here and simply copy this component. Okay, this item component, and we're going to have 4 more. Okay, so simply replicate this one more time, and we have to change the icon. So first change this name to my item, change this icon. So we're going to call this fa user image. Okay, simply copy and replicate this one more time, and we have to change the icon, so it's fa user edit, and here we have to change this, let's say edit profile, and that's the 3 component. Now let's come down, let's come out that of div, and let's come out of that div, because we want to add a border, okay, between the first 3 menu and the last 2 menu. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. We'll take another div, and let's say style dot profile menu 2, and in that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot, let's say item. So make sure you give the same name, the name you have provided above, because it's going to apply the same styling. Okay, in that we're going to take this icon, so help center, and we have to display the paragraph message. Inside that paragraph we'll take this link, we'll provide the href attribute. So the path is going to be, let's say, where we want to redirect. So the page name is, we'll take this dynamic block and we want to redirect to the help page. Okay, and in that we're going to say help. So this is our, now simply replicate this one, change the icon to td download, and here we will be disconnect. Okay, so in this way we'll provide the user to log out from the MetaMask. Okay, and we have to change the path as well. We'll call it disconnect, and things are looking good. Here we have to change the name as well, edit profile, and this will become, say, my items. And that's pretty much, I think, what we have to do for this profile. Okay, so it's looking good. So here we have this one, and let's come here and reload the browser. And now we don't have any error. That means we are going on a good path. So let's click on this image, and here you can see we can easily able to render the entire data about the user. So name, address, icons, profiles, so all the data you can able to find. Okay, all the menu we can easily able to display here. So the functionality and the project is also working fine. We can open, close, let's come back, and with this we are done with this. Okay, if we find that we have to do any modification, we can definitely come back to the code. Okay, and that's the entire process of building any applications. So let's check this one more time, and working fine. Let's close this one, come here, and let's start working. Let's come here in the notification. We are done with that. Close one. Let's start working on the sidebar. Okay, and this one is going to be a little bigger component. Okay, so let's start. And first thing we have to do is to import couple of things from React. So first we need useState, and we have to import the images, and we have to import the, let's say, link from next link, and we have to import the icons. So cg close the cross icon, and that's coming from React /gr. Now we have to import the, let's say, social media icon. So we'll say ti social, let's call it Facebook. Okay, Facebook icon, and that's coming from React /icon ti. Okay, so we're going to display the social media icons, and that's what we are importing, and that's all icon we are finding from this ti. Okay, if you want to know about all these providers, you can simply visit React icons, and there you will have the complete documentation that how you can utilize this and what they are providing. Okay, so we're going to use, simply we're going to import the td social, and this one is going to be called LinkedIn. We need to import the let's say this one is going to be Twitter. Now td social, we're going to import YouTube, and the final one is going to be td social is going to be Instagram, and we want to add one more with td arrow short down. Okay, so these are the icon we are importing, and that's coming from ti, all the social media icons, and this arrow down, because we want to show that arrow up and arrow downs when they will open the side navigation. Okay, so that's the icon import. We have to import one more. So ti arrow shorted up. So we have up and down both the icons, so all the icons we have here. Okay, let's come down. Now we have to do the internal import as well. So we're going to say import style, and that's coming from the same file. We have to import the images, and that's coming from the images folder. We have to import the button component, because we want to have button in the sidebar. So we'll have a button that's coming from the button and button itself. Okay, this time we are not importing from the context, a component context. We are importing for the button component itself. Okay, so that's all the imports we need in this sidebar. And let's come here, and now you will find that we have to display the same menu. So we have to display the discover menu, we have to display the help center menu. Okay, so those all things we're going to take here. Okay, so let me give this comment. I'll say use state. So we're going to take that couple of. So first we'll open discover, and it initially would be false. Then we have one more. We'll say open help, initially it would be false, and here we have to take that discover. Okay, so this discover will have the menu and the link, so it's gonna be an array, same thing what we have done in the discover component. Okay, so what we can do, we have this already available to us, so we can take that and we'll call it name. We'll provide the name, so we can call it collection, and we already have that. So let's come back to discover. Okay, discover component, and simply copy from here. Okay, simply select and copy the code, copy in that with comment, and we're going to paste here. Okay, why we should write same thing over and again. Paste here. Here we have all the data. Now simply close this one. Now we can have the discover menu, do the same thing for the help center, come back and simply copy this and come here and simply paste here. And this way we can have the navigation menus. And let me give this comment, this will call help center. Okay, so we have this too. We're working fine. Now let's start working on the JSX part. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot sidebar. In that we'll have our icon. So we'll have this cross icon. So we'll call it style dot sidebar dash close btn, and it will have an on click function. So we're going to simply take this arrow function and we're going to call this function close b. Let's close sidebar. Okay, so close sidebar. So this is the function we have to create. Okay, and let's come down. We're going to take another div. It will have a style dot let's call it sidebar dash box. In that we're going to take this image and we have to display the logo. So we have to take the src image dot logo. We have to provide the alt text logo with 150 and height is 150. Okay, little bigger than normal. Okay, so this is the logo. Let's come down. We have to display this message. So we'll take a discover the most outstanding articles on all the topics of, let's say, NFT on story. Okay, and share them. I just gave this random random text. You can type anything as per your NFT marketplace, or you can give your name. Okay, so I've given this random text. So let's start working on it. So we'll come down, we'll take another div, and I will take a class. It will say like sidebar dash social. So in this we're going to display all the social media icons. Okay, so we're going to take this anchor. Initially we don't want to redirect because we don't have any social media account for this NFT marketplace, so we're not redirecting that. And in that we're going to display the icon component. Okay, so first we're going to have Facebook. Second, we're going to display the, let's say, social media LinkedIn, and third is going to be our, let's say social Twitter. Okay, we'll take this, and that we're going to display this. Now the icon we have to display is the YouTube, and last icon we have to display is the, let's say, what left, we have left this Instagram. Okay, so these are the 5 social media icons we are displaying. Now let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class, let's say style dot sidebar and menu. Okay, in this we're going to have another div. It will have a, so in this div we're going to take another div, and inside that div we're going to take another div. It will have a class called sidebar menu dash box. Okay, in that, let's say, we'll have this on click functions. Okay, and we'll have this function called open discover menu. Okay, so this is the function we have to create, and this will open the discover menu component. So we'll have this p, we'll call it discover, and here we have to display the arrow down short button. Okay, I hope everything's making sense. If someone will click on this, we have to display that discover component. Okay, so let's come here. We'll come down. We'll take a dynamic block, if we say if open discovered, then we want to render this component. We'll say take a div, and let's close this one, and we'll have a class style dot, let's say sidebar dash discover, and it will have this discover dot map lmi instantly return. We have to take a let's say paragraph, and this will have a key +1, and in that we're going to display this link and href. We have to provide the path, and this link, the data we have inside this. So we'll go to lm.link, and here we have to give the name of that menu, okay, which is dot name. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to render the this sidebar component. Okay, so now let's do the same for other component. We'll take a div, and inside the div we'll have another div. It will have a class called dot sidebar menu box, and it will have on click functions. We have to call this function, so we'll say open help menu, and same thing we have to do. We have to take a p tag, and here we have to type the test help center. We have to take the icon, so td and arrow up down, sorry, and here we have the same component. Okay, now let's come down, and we have to simply render the help center component menu. So we'll take this open help. Okay, now we will take this div, and it will have a class, let's say style dot sidebar discover, and I have applied the same name to this help center component as well, because we're going to style the same, we're going to use the same styling for this component as well. Okay, so in this we're going to render this data, so lmi we have to instantly return. In this we'll have this paragraph. It will have a click function, and it will have this link. We have to take this href attribute, so it will say path, and we have to take this lm.link, and we have to give the link name of this link. Okay, name. So this is our sidebar menu. Okay, working fine with this dynamic menu. Now let's come down. We'll take another div, and it will have a style, so we'll call it side, let's say button. Okay, we'll have two buttons, one for connecting wallet and one for creating NFT. Okay, so we already have this button component, so that's what we're going to import, and in this we're going to pass the button name. Okay, so this will call, let's say create, and we'll replicate it, and we're going to change this to connect wallet. Okay, so these are the two props we are sending in the dynamic button component. So let's come here, let's up here. So everything's working fine, and here we have it. Now we have to create the functions which we have created. So let's come here, and let's come here. Here we're going to receive the props. So as you remember, we have sent the prop in our sidebar component in our index Navbar.js. Okay, so that's the what we're going to receive here. So set open sidebar menu. Okay, and this props we are receiving from here in the Navbar.js, and here we are sending that props. Okay, so that's what we are receiving. So in this way we can easily able to change the state from our sidebar component in our Navbar. Okay, so here we have that. Copy and simply come and paste here. Okay, so this is the state we have received the props, and now let's close this one. Come here, we'll create the function. So let's come down. The first function is going to be this discover menu. Okay, we'll call it open discover menu, add a function, and if open discover, then we have to set open discover to true, else we have to turn it to false. Okay, this is the first discover menu, and now let's come down, let's create the other function. So the second one, we have this open help. Okay, so open help menu, and Same check we have to do. Okay, if open help, then set to true, otherwise set to false. Set to false. Okay, so this is how we are changing the state. Now let's come down. We have to take another one, close sidebar. So we'll have this cross button. Okay, and that we going to simply copy. So this is the cross icon. We have a click function on that. This will close the sidebar. Okay, and in this we're going to call this props. So the props we are receiving in our sidebar, that's what we're going to call here. So set open sidebar menu and we'll turn it to false. Okay, so that's prop here we're receiving. Okay, that's from here. Okay, so finally we are done with the sidebar. So let's have a final look, and things are looking good. This is the React internal import, our functions, use states, and here we have the functions, and here we have the JSX. So close this one. Let's close this one, and let's come here and let's try to reload the browser. And just wait, and everything's working fine. We don't have any error. So let's come here, let's click on this menu, and as you can see, it's working fine. We have this cross button, we have the image, we have the description, we have the social media icons. If we click on this close, we can easily able to close it. Okay, beautiful, it's working fine. If we click on this, we can open and close. So our all the functions working fine. Close this one, click on this notification, image, menu, let's discover, and we have this help center. So working, everything's really good. All the functionality, everything is working fine. And you will find that how easy it's become, because generally what we have done, we have built the complete layout, all the functionality. So when we get the data from our API, all we have to do is to replace those places where we are rendering the data to the actual data, and the entire thing will happen. So when we'll combine the smart contract and the backend, on that time the things will happen very fast, because we have followed the right structure for this project. Okay, now what we can do, let's come here and let's close all these files. Close this one, close this. So this is our Navbar main folder, and let's come here and let's see. So everything is working fine. Let's come here, and now we can start styling our navigation bar. Okay, so fine. So we'll come here and we're going to style it. Okay, so let's come here. I'll make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on, and hope this will give you an idea. So this is on the right hand side, you will have this display where you can able to see all the changes, and on the left hand side you can able to have this code. Okay, so we'll target the navbar, and it will have a width to 100%. We'll have a padding block is going to be 1.5 RAM. We'll have this position relative. Z index is going to be on top of everything, so 111, give us the highest number. Now let's come down, let's target the navbar container, and it will have a width to, let's say, 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat to 1FR. Okay, now we'll have this align item is going to be center, and we have this justify content space between, and gap is going to be, let's say, 1 RAM. So why these stylings are not taking place? I have on auto save, but still it's not working. So let's come here, and so I made a mistake. Make sure you give the right spelling. So my navbar container spelling is wrong, so let's simply replace this with to actual one. So navbar container, and now you can see all the things is working fine. Okay, we have divided in 2 parts. Now let's come down and let's working on it. So we're going to target that navbar container left section. Okay, we'll say display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1FR and 2FR, and 1FR is going to be for the icon, and 2FR is going to be for the input. Okay, align item is going to be center, so you can see that. Now let's come down, we'll target the navbar left container box, so input box, and width is going to be 60%, border is going to be 1 pixels solid, and we're going to use this our custom color. Okay, right now we don't have this custom color in our project. we're going to write that custom color we're going to use in this project. And here I try to do a little bit changes in the project. So the first change I want to do is I'm going to create only light mode, okay, not the dark mode. Okay, the entire thing would be same, but I'm not going to add this dark functionality, but I'm going to set the stage for you. And the reason why I'm doing it, because you have to know that how you can work with state. Okay, so currently I will build the foundations, I will let down that the color of this project, and I will tell you that how you can change that state into a dark mode. And that's what I'm going to keep it on you. Okay, so I'll keep that dark mode for the end. Okay, so when we'll build the entire template, and then we're going to include that dark mode. Okay, so don't need to worry about it. So we don't have the color, so what we can do, first we have to define the color before we can add it. Okay, so let's do one thing here. Come back here, go to this, close this component file, go to close this one as well, go to this style folder, and that we in this global CSS here we're going to define our custom color. Okay, so simply bring this down, and this is the font family I'm using. It's a Google font. So when you will download the starter folder, you will get the colors and the fonts which we are using. So here I'm using Poppins in this project, and I'm using like from 100 to 900 the boldest. Okay, so I'm using Poppins, and we are importing the Google fonts here. So that's the first import we have. So we are not using any framework for styling our entire application. We're going to write the custom CSS. Okay, so that's why we have to define the custom colors as well. Okay, so we'll take this root, and this is how you define the colors in your global CSS file as using root property. Okay, so I'll give this notation. I'll say icon color, and I'll give this color, so 4C5773. And what I have done, I have changed the color of this complete project as well. Okay, so I'm using different color. So this is the icon color we have. Now we'll take the icon light color, and this color will have this 4C577341. Okay, this is the icon light color we have. Now let's come down. We have to take this icon BG color, and the E2 E6E9. We'll target the icon shadow dash dark color, and the color would be, let's say, hash D3 DAE7. Okay, we'll have a shadow, so the color is for that. Now we have to take another second shadow, so this will call light color, and we have completely white. And now we'll have the main color of this application. So main BG color will have this ECF0FF3. Sorry. Now we have to take this box shadow, and you can add it normally, but here I'm taking as a variable. Okay, so when we'll add the dark and light mode, we can easily able to do the entire state of the application. Okay, so we'll call it shadow 1 ram 1 ram 1 ram. We'll use this var, and in this we're going to take this first color. So this is the shadow dark color, and the second one is going to be -1 ram -1 ram 1 ram and var, and the second color is going to be the shadow dark color. Both are the same. Okay, save it. Let's come to the second box shadow. So we'll call it box shadow 2. So this will have a 0 ram 0, and we'll have this var minus dark shadow. We'll have this -0.3 ram and -0.3 ram and 1 ram. We'll have this var our custom color dark shadow. Okay, and you might be wondering that from where I'm getting this magical numbers. Okay, so these are not magical number. I built this application, and from there I found that these are the shadows works suitable for the component. Okay, so these are the back shadow we have, all the colors. And once again I tell you, all these colors are provided to you on the article, so if you're stuck you can get it from there as well. So this is the root colors, this is the box shadow, and let's come here. Why it's the big. Okay, and here in this we're going to do a couple of configuration as well. Okay, so a couple of changes we're going to do in our application, and that changes we're going to do in our global CSS file. So let's come here. So first thing we want to do is come to this the star, and here we will say webkit tap, okay, highlight to none, okay, color none. So when someone try to select any text or any images, so sometime what happened that we see that blue mark around the images or around the text, so we don't want to have that in our application, so let's make it none, okay. And these all properties are available, so if you want to know about it, simply type webkit properties, you will find all the properties and you can have a look from there, okay. Now we want to add this selection, okay. So when someone select any text, we want to specify a particular color, which is the primary color. So I'll call this shade dark color, so this is the color, and we have to change the background color of the text, okay. So we'll add this icon color. So these are the two main color we have in this project. So when will someone select the color, select the text, it will have a different background color and different text color, okay. So this is the selection. Now let's come down. We have to get the webkit, and this time we're going to target the scroll bar. So we're going to add the custom styling to our scroll bar. We're not going to use the default one, okay. So we're going to assign the width is going to be 1 rem, and border is going to be, let's say, 1 pixel solid, and var, and we're going to add the custom color, which is the main BG, okay. Let's come down. We'll simply going to target that webkit scroll bar track, and it will have a background border radius to 0, okay. Now background color is going to have that main BG color, okay. And we're going to target that webkit, so we'll have this scroll bar and thumb, okay. So this will have the, let's say, border radius 2 rem, and background color is going to have this, our, let's say, let's add this one. So this is what we have in a style, okay, in the design component, okay, icon color. And we're going to assign a width 2.5 rem. So this is the track. So this is the some global setting we are doing for the selection, for the side scroll bar, and for the tabs, and for the colors, okay. So let's stop the application for running, and let's restart the application to check it's working. So we'll type npm run dev, click on this 3000, and this will open into a new tab. Just wait, let it complete the process. Loading. हजरो लेने दे जी भर के मेरी सांसों से बना करके. And finally you can see everything is working fine. This is how it will look on a desktop. So this is the home component. You can see the moment we are selecting, we having the main color at the background, and the text is changing its color. So if we click on this notification, we have this, you can see it's working fine. And you can see on the sidebar we have this scroll bar and its styling, okay. It's working fine. So whatever styling we have applied as a global styling, it's working fine in our scroll bar and our text selection. So let's close this one. Let's come back here, bring the terminal down, and let's come here, close this one, and let's start working on our navigation, okay. So now we're going to add the color. So let's make this side by side so you guys can understand what we are working on. And here we're going to provide the color name. So dash icon color. So here you can see the color is changed. Now we'll take this display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, padding 1.5 rem, border radius 2 rem. We'll take this navigation container left box input and input itself. We're going to assign with 100% 90%, and border radius is going to be, border is going to be none, outline is going to be none, and background color is going to be transparent, okay. So this is how it will look, looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll target the, let's say, search icon, and we'll say cursor pointer. Font size is going to be 1.4 rem. Okay, why the styling is not taking place on the icon? I think we have made a mistake in our search icon, and let's see where it is happening. So let's come here in our Navbar.jsx and let's try to find out the error. And as you can see, by providing this long name, it's become very easy to identify on which the problem is happening, okay. So I'm not cutting this from the project, okay. So you guys can understand that we all make mistakes and we all debug code before we get ready for this production level, okay. So let's try to find out the problem. So let's open this one, So where is the icon component? This is the image we have. Where is the icon? Okay, and here we have the search icon. Oh sorry, I forgot to add the I simply added cu and con, so let's add I. And now let's save it, copy, and simply come back and replace this one and save it. Now you can see we have this cursor pointer and font size is also got increase. So this is how we have to debug. Okay, let's continue. Let me give this comment, and this will call right section. Okay, we're going to type the navbar container dot right, and display is going to be grid. Grid template column is going to be, let's say, 1fr 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 1.5 fr 1fr and going to be 0.3 fr. Okay, so on the right hand side we're going to display 5 menu. Okay, 5 component. So we are declaring this. So this is how it will look. You can see we have everything's aligning perfectly and working fine. So everything's working fine. Now let's come down. We will take a gap to 1 ram. We'll have a align item center. We'll take this align self is going to be flex end. Okay, let's target the navbar container right, discover, and we'll have a position relative, cursor pointer. We have to do the same for other components, so we'll say navbar container right help, sorry, and pointer and cursor pointer relative. Okay, working fine. Come down, we'll target the navbar container, discover, and box, and it will have a, let's say, and another one is going to be, let's say, right dash help box. So both will have this position absolute. Padding is going to be 1 ram, 0.5 ram. Let's save it. Come down, we'll have a box shadow, or we're going to use this box shadow variable. And now we have this font size is going to be 1 ram, width is going to be 15 ram, and border radius is going to be 1 ram, and background color is going to be dash dash main bg color. Okay, let's save it, and you can see this is how everything is aligned. So let's come here, working fine. This one is also working fine, and you can see, okay, we have some problem in the our root color. Okay, but everything's working fine. Okay, so as you can see, this discover is also working, and this health center is also working. I think we have a problem in our box shadow and the color. We're going to fix that later. Let's work on the normal styling. Okay, so here I can notice two problem we are having. We are having the box shadow problem, and we're having the main primary color problem, because this is not the color we are using in this project. Okay, so we're going to change that. Okay, so let's start working on the, let's style it. Okay, we're going to do these changes later. Okay, and the reason we can easily able to do these changes later, because we have used the color as a root. So whatever changes we'll do in the root color, they automatically that changes will apply into this entire place. Okay, entire application. Let's come here and let's keep on working on it. So we're going to take this navbar right and notify, and position is going to be relative, cursor pointer. Let's come down, we're going to target the I, and it will have a font size to 2 ram, little bigger, and we'll target this right container right button, and let's say it's going to be position relative, cursor pointer. Now we'll target the right, let's say, profile box, and it will have a position relative and cursor pointer. Okay, now let's come down, we're going to target that container right profile, and this will have a border radius to 50%. And let's come down, we're going to target this navbar right menu button, and it will have a display none, because we don't want to display that menu button on the desktop. We want to display only on mobile phone. Okay, mobile phone or tablet, so we'll display none. And let's target that menu icon, and we want to increase the font size. Okay, so let's make it 2.5 ram, little bigger, and cursor is gonna be a pointer. So let's save it, let's come back to the browser, and you can see everything's working fine. Click on this button, and this one is also working fine. We have this circle image. Okay, things are looking really good, and gradually we are developing this application and it's taking shape. Okay, So that's the one we have here. Now let's bring down and let's start working on the sidebar. Okay, so we'll call it sidebar, and we'll have this position is going to be fixed. And right now you can't see that. Let's have this top is going to be 0, width is going to be 45 ram, and background color is going to be this our main bg color. And we're going to have this, let's say, box shadow. We're going to have the box shadow variable, and we're going to have a 100% height, sorry, vwh, and overflow y is going to be auto because we want the user to scroll on the x-axis. Okay, so we're going to have a display is going to be none, and z index is going to be the highest number, so it becomes on top of everything. Close this one and let's come here. We'll target the sidebar webkit, and we don't want that scroll bar, so we'll say display none. Okay, well, let's add a media query. So we'll say max min device width is going to be, let's say, the 320 pixels, and the next one is going to be max is going to be, let's say, 768 pixels. Okay, so that's the min and max width we want to define for this navigation bar. Now let's light a little bit media query for it. So we'll target Navbar container. Grid template is going to be 1fr and 1fr. Okay, equally we're going to divide it. Now we'll target the Navbar container left. It will say grid template 1fr. Okay, and we'll target that Navbar right. In that, we'll take a grid template column, repeat 3 component we're going to render, but altogether right now we have 5. Okay, so we're going to hide some of them component on a mobile device, and those component we're going to display in the sidebar. Okay, let's come here, and you can see this is how it's look on a desktop. Let's do the inspect element, and let's go this, click on this, and click on this mobile device and bring this, just drag it. Okay, why it's not working? Simply drag this one and click on this. So you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device. So for media query, we're going to use these breakpoint. Okay, so we are starting with mobile 320 pixels. So these are the breakpoints which is already given in the Chrome browser, and this is the breakpoint we're going to use. So let's bring it a little ahead. You can see everything's working fine. So it's working fine. Okay, let's come back to the code in the media query, and we're going to hide a couple of things. Okay, so first we'll target the Navbar container that menu button. Okay, display block, because we want to display the button. Navbar left, we're going to target it, let's say left. We'll target the box and image input. It will be, let's say, display is going to be none. We want to hide it, the input. Now we'll target that right discover component. We want to hide that as well, none. And we want to hide the help center as well. So right dos help display is going to be none. Okay, let's save it. Let's come down. We're going to target that button, and we want to hide that as well. So display is going to be none. Save it. Let's come down. We're going to target that sidebar, and we'll make it display to block. Okay, so let's come here, save it, come here in the mobile device. As you can see, everything is working fine. We have this icon displaying, we have the user image, we have the notification bell, and we have the logo. Okay, so media query is also working fine, and we can open and we can close, open, close, click on this, we can close this, working fine. Okay, everything's working fine. Close this one, and let's come here, go to this discover, and let's start styling this discover component. Okay, we'll target the discover. Adding is going to be 0.5 ram and 1 ram. Text transition is going to be all 0.3 second easy in. We'll have z index is going to be biggest number, and we'll have the sidebar on over effect. We want to provide a background color to this our icon color, and we want to change the text color to our, let's say, shadow dark color, and border radius is going to be 0.3 ram. So let's come here and let's click on this. You can see working fine. If we click on this, we have this nice over effect, and background color is also changing. So let's come back. So our router is also working fine. Okay, let's make on an extra mode. Click on this. As you can see, on over effect we are getting this nice effect. This is the same thing we have to do for the help container. Let's come here, close this one. Let's go to the help container CSS file and let's start working on it. So we'll target the help center, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, 1 RAM, all 0.3 second easy in. Help center over effect will have this, let's say, background color to our icon color. Now we'll have this color to our box dark color. Now we're going to target this border radius 0.3 RAM. Okay, so this is our help container. Close this one, and now we can come back to the applications and have a look. As you can see, everything's working fine. Now we can work on the notification. Okay, we have to fix this one. So let's make it side by side. Click here and go back to notification, and let's start working on notification CSS. Okay, so we'll target the first notification, and position is going to be, let's say, absolute. Padding is going to be 2 RAM and 1 RAM. Box var is going to be dash box shadow. Okay, we're going to use the font families to 1 RAM. Width is going to be, let's say, 225 RAM, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Save it. Let's come here. You can see now it's looking good. Okay, it's looking good. Let's come here, make it left is going to be minus 20 RAM, and top is going to be 3.5 RAM, and Z index on top of everything. Okay, and background color is going to be, let's say, our main BG color. Okay, so let's save it. Okay, it's looking fine. Okay, now let's come down. Let's target the notification P, all the P, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. Font width is going to be 600. Margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM. Notification box, it will have a display flex, align item center, and let's say flex start. Okay, gap is going to be 1 RAM, and padding is going to be 1 RAM. Transition all 0.3 second and easy in. Okay, so this is how it will look. Okay, notification box on over effect, we want to change the background color to our icon color, and we want to change the text color as well. So this is going to be our shadow. What is the name of that? Shadow dark color. Okay, save it. Now let's try the border radius 0.3 RAM. Okay, as you can see on overfill we are getting this nice effect. Let's come down and we'll target that notification box image, and it will have a border radius 5 RAM. We'll simply target that notification box info, and it's going to be a line height in 0. Margin top is going to be minus 0.8 RAM. So now it's looking perfect. You can see. Let's come down. We're going to target the notification box info H4, and font size is going to font width 600, and we'll target this notification info paragraph. Font size is going to be 15 pixels. Line height is going to be 0.3, and let's say position is going to be relative. Okay, working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the notification box our span, which is a new. Okay, we'll target width is going to be, let's say, 0.5 RAM. Height is going to be the same 0.5 RAM, and background color is going to be this. Border is 50%, and background color for timing, let's type this one aqua. Okay, that's the color we are taking for as a temporary, but we're going to change it. Okay, oh, as you can see, it's working fine, looking really good. On over effect we are getting the styling. So this notification component is also working fine. Okay, let's come here and let's write the media query for it. So We'll say max width is going to be, let's say, 35 am, and notification is going to be width is going to be 20 RAM, and left is going to be minus 15 RAM. Notification box is going to be padding 0.3 RAM. Notification box P, and font size is going to be 12 pixels. So as you can see, it's looking perfect for the mobile devices. Okay, so it's working fine. Let's make on a big, and this is how it will look on a full screen. It's look quite big, but we're going to fix it. Okay, so make things, everything's working fine. This notification is also looking good, and now we have to work on the profile. Okay, so we are done with this notification. Close this one, come back and just start working on the profile. Click on this profile modules CSS. Okay, this is how it will look on a mobile device. Okay, I have opened my inspect element, and make sure you do open your own as well, so we can start working. Okay, these are the things. It's working really good. We'll target the profile. So we'll target the profile, and profile position is going to be absolute, and padding is going to be 2 RAM and 0.5 RAM. Okay, border box shadow is going to be var box shadow. Okay, font size is going to be 1 RAM, width is going to be 20 RAM, border radius 1 RAM, left is going to be minus 70 RAM, and top is going to be, let's say, 4.5 RAM, and Z index highest number, and background color is going to be our simply primary colors. Save it. Now let's click on this. You can see everything's looking fine. Okay, but we'll fix this with the media query. Okay, so that means everything's working fine. Okay, this is our profile section. Let's come down. We'll tag this profile account. Display is going to be flex. Align item start. Gap is going to be 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 1.5 RAM. So looking good. Let's come down. We'll have a profile account image. So border radius is going to be 50%. Profile account info. Line height is going to be 0.3 RAM, and profile account info P font width is going to be 600. Profile menu 1 item. So this will have a display flex. Okay, this is how it will look. Align item center, and gap is going to be 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 0 RAM, 0.5 RAM, and text transition all 0.3 easy in. Okay, now let's target that item over effect, and we'll say background is going to be our, let's say, main icon color, and the color of the text we're going to change is to shadow, let's say dark, and color. Okay, and we have to assign the border radius 0.3 RAM. So as you can see on over effect we are getting this, and our router is also working on mobile device. So let's come here, reload the browser, and you can see this one is working fine. This one is also looking good. This one is also looking good. Okay, the profile section is looking good. Over effect is also looking good. Let's zoom out. Okay, notification, and that's looking impressive. So that's how. Now let's close that. Let's come here and go to this sidebar, and now let's start working on it. Okay, so before we start working on that, we have to open this and we have to make it visible. Okay, so let's come here, and that's what we can do in the navbar, not in the sidebar. So let's come here in the navbar, and here we have to make it to, we have initialized to false, not, let's make it to true. Okay, so this will open the sidebar component, and you can see here it's open. So here what we have doing, that we have set the stage for the sidebar to false initially, but here we are providing this exclamation mark, we are turning to true, and this is how we are rendering the template. Okay, sidebar. Okay, so let's close this one and come here, and let's go to the sidebar and let's start working on it. So as you can see, it's working fine. This is how we look on a mobile device. Okay, so things are taking place. Okay, let's come here and let's start working on the CSS of sidebar. We'll target the sidebar box, and it will have a padding, let's say 2 RAM, It will have a bottom 1 pixel solid var, and we'll add our icon color. Save it. Working fine. So working fine, our color border. Now let's come down, sidebar, close btn, and the position is going to be, let's say, absolute, and top is going to be 3 ram, right is going to be 2 ram, transition all 0.2 second, easy in out, okay, and cursor is going to be pointer, and it will have a box shadow too, var and box shadow. So this is how our sidebar would look. Okay, looking fine. We can close it, we can open it. Now let's come down, and we have to target that sidebar close btn. On over effect, we want to apply some styling, so we want to rotate that close icon to by 45 degree. So once you click on that or over your mouse, it will rotate. Okay, you can see that. Let's come down, and we'll target the sidebar box p. It will margin top is going to be -2 ram, so it will come up, and we have to target the sidebar social. Display is going to be flex, and gap is going to be, let's say, 1.3 ram. Font size is going to be 1.5 ram. Align item is going to be center. So this is how it will look. Now let's target the social sidebar a, and padding is going to be 0.2 ram, and border radius is going to be 50%. Let's say transition all point easy in, and display is going to be grid, and let's come down, sidebar a. On over effect, we want to add a background color, so this is going to be our, let's say, icon color, and we want to change the color of the icon itself. So here we will provide the back box dark color. Okay, we have to provide this, let's say, box shadow to 1 pixel solid var, and this is what we have to provide. Okay, so let's expand this one. Let's make it big on a full screen, and you can see on over effect we are getting the styling. So things are looking really great. Everything is working fine, but why this, the sidebar width is not working? It's taking full width. So again, we have some problem in our code. We gotta fix that. Okay, so let's come back to css and keep working on the css style. Okay, we're going to fix that width problem later. Okay, so sidebar menu, padding is going to be 2 ram, and text transform uppercase, font width is going to be 500, and border bottom is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we'll have our icon color. So you can see it's looking good. Let's target the sidebar menu box. We'll say display is going to be flex, and justify content space between, align item is going to be center, and cursor pointer. So this is looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll have the sidebar discover component, and we'll assign a padding to, let's say, inline padding is 1 ram. We'll say sidebar dash button, it will have a padding 2 ram, display is going to be flex, and align item is going to be center, justify content space between. So this is how the button would look like. As you can see, our tabs are also working fine. Okay, open close, we can do it. But the problem we have in the, it's taking complete width. We have assigned a width, but it's not taking that width. Okay, so things are looking good. So okay, let's do the inspect element and come back here in the code. Let's close this one, and let's come here in that let's say sidebar, and here we are in the sidebar, and let's assign a background color. Okay, so to this entire sidebar we have to assign a background color. So let's say var, and we'll add this main bg color. Okay, so here we have the background color. Okay, it's not taking in the full color, it's taking only in single component, so still we have some problem in the code, but we're going to find it. Okay, so we have the color in our sidebar box. Now let's come here, go to this sidebar JSX, and here you can scroll, and in this, where is the sidebar? Here let's come here and close this one, go to the Navbar. Okay, Navbar CSS, and here in the Navbar we have the sidebar CSS file, so simply copy that. Okay, so here we have assigned everything. We have assigned the top, width, background color, box shadow, but why it's not styling, applying the styling? Okay, so we must have in the problem in the name of the sidebar. Okay, here is the problem we have. It's a capital S, we have to make it small s. Okay, so if we save, you can see we have the color, you can see the entire color is applied, and this is how we have the fixed width, 25 ram width. So the width is also applied and the background color is also applied. So things are looking really good, everything's working fine. We can open it, close it, we can have this effect, we can have this style. Okay, so our sidebar is also working. Close this one and make it to false, so our sidebar will hide. Close this one, close this one, close this one, and so close this one, open, close, everything's working fine. Make it on full screen. We have this notification working, we have the help center, we have the discover section, we have this profile section, and we have to style the button component. Okay, so let's come back to the code, make them side by side. Let's close this one and go to the button component. Okay, let's work on the button component. So in the button component, we're going to import internal import. So we're going to import the CSS file that's coming from the button in the same folder, and let's receive the props. So in the button component, we're going to receive two props. One is the name of the button and the second is the function which we want to add on the button. Okay, so let's receive the props. So first one is we have is button name, and second one we have this handle click. These are the two props we are receiving in the button component. And if you come on to the navigation and go to this sidebar, and here in the sidebar we have taken two button, one create and connect wallet, but we haven't passed that handle click props, so let's send that props as well. Okay, so copy that and simply pass the prop here, and in this we're going to pass the function. Okay, do the same thing for other button. So currently we'll have an empty function. Okay, empty functions, we're going to add this function later when we build the smart contract and communicate with our front. Okay, so this is the empty function we are passing, and that's what we are receiving here. Okay, let's come here, go to the, let's say here we are in the sidebar. Now here we are in the Navbar, and we have one more button in the Navbar as well. So let's come here, Navbar file, and let's try to find out where it is. So here we have the component, and here we have the button component. So in this we have to pass that handle click function. Okay, so this is the prop we are passing in the button component. Okay, now close this one, and now let's start styling the button component. So we'll remove this, we'll take a dynamic, like we're going to return instantly. We'll have a div, we'll assign a class, say let's say button box, and we'll have a button, it will have a class, say button, and it will have an on click function, and that on click function we're going to call the handle click. Okay, pass the handle click function. Okay, and here we're going to pass the button name. So this is the JSX part for the button. Okay, that's the only thing we have to do in the button component, and here we can able to receive that. Okay, that's working fine. Now let's close this one, and if we come here, you can see here we have that created, so the props are working fine. Okay, now let's close this one, let's come back, let's go to the button style file, and let's start styling the button component. We'll take the button, and it will have a background color to our, let's say, icon color. We'll have a padding 1 ram, 2 ram. We'll have a border is going to be 1 pixel solid, where, and we'll have the icon color, and we'll have also a font size to 1.1 ram, and color is going to be, let's say, our box shadow light color, and we'll have our cursor pointer. We'll take this transition all 0.2 seconds easy in. We'll have the box shadow to our box shadow, and we'll have this button, and on over effect we want to change the background color. Okay, so the background color is going to be our, let's say, main background color, and the color border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and we want to change the border color to icon color, and we'll have a text color to something like our icon color as well. So this is the styling for the button component. Okay, if we come here, you can see this is how it will look, working fine. I think I forgot to apply the border radius. Okay, so what's this, working fine. Okay, on over effect it's also working fine. In the final product we have this circle, our code, and here we have to apply the simply border radius 2.2 ram. Okay, so here we have that border, so it's working fine. Let's make it side by side and do the inspect element, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. This button is also got style on the sidebar. Okay, and that's the benefit of using the component. Build one component and you can use that component in multiple places with the same styling. Okay, so all the stylings are applying on our button, but here we have the problem. So why these two left navbar and right navbar is not equally aligned, so up and down they have. So let's have a look what's the problem we have in it. Here we have the problem in the navbar container right. Okay, so we have used align self. I don't know why I have used it. Okay, so let's comment this and let's come here, and right now you can see everything's equally aligned in one line. Okay, so it's looking really good. Our navigation is getting almost finished. So navigation is looking really good. We can easily able to redirect to the different pages, collection pages, and let's click on this connect wallet pages. We have this connect about us, so our router is also working, subscriptions. So here we have the notification, here we have the profile, so everything's working fine. All the functionality is working fine, and this is the original one. Let's come here. So all the logic is working fine. We have completed our navigation bar, but there are problems in this navigation bar because this is not the primary color we are using in this project. So maybe I have given the wrong color name. So let's do the couple of settings. Okay, so let's come here and close this one and close this one, all the files, and let's go to this global css file. Okay, in which we have all this color. Okay, so maybe we are doing something wrong here in this color. So what I will do, I will simply select this and this entire thing, and I'm going to delete it. Okay, and I'm going to copy from my website for the articles, and I'm going to simply paste it here. Maybe I've written the wrong spelling, so this is how it's look. Okay, nothing is applied, no stylings apply because we have removed all the colors and box shadow. So this is how it will look, and now I'm going to copy the styles and paste here. Okay, if we save it and come back to application, as you can see right now it's working fine. So the problem we had in the color, okay, in the main color, so maybe I have mistyped the color values, which is very normal. Okay, so this is how we have this navigation. We have a nice box shadow, and our box shadow is also working, box 2 and box shadow. So you can do one thing, you can simply copy the code from there, or you can pause the video and you can just match the code. Okay, so this is the colors we have. Okay, and this color will allow us to change from dark mode to light mode. Okay, which we're going to cover that, and that's the topic from the later video. Okay, so make sure you do these changes, all the colors, pick this exact value if you want to use the same color. So let's come here, we are in the subscription. Let's come back to the home page and let's do the final test. Let's click on this, working fine. Now it's over effect we have. Let's click on this help, this is also working. Click on this one is little big, we have to fix this. Okay, here we have the profile, this one is also working fine. Okay, let's come back, and here we have to do a couple of settings in our main body. Okay, in the body, so we're going to set in the font family because we are using pop-ins, so simply remove, and I'm going to copy and paste. Okay, so same thing what I'm doing, I'm using font family, popping, sans serif, and I'm setting default font size to 14 pixels, and the background color is the main bg, and the icon color is this icon color. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. So pop-ins, font family, background color, and we have this color for text. Save it, come back, and here you can see right now it's looking perfect. You can see everything's looking perfect right now. So let's have a look. All over effect is working fine. We're having this discover is also working. Notification, you can see right now it's fixed this problem. So this is also working this part, and let's do the inspect element and check the responsiveness. So right now you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device. So let's click on this notification. We have this, we're going to fix this problem. Okay, so that means everything's working fine. So these are the small touch up we have to do, which will keep it for the later part. Okay, but everything's working fine. Okay, so let's make it big. So this is how it will look. Okay, this is how it will look. Open, close, and here we can close this navigation bar. Okay, we have this navigation bar, we can open this, scroll, open this, we have the buttons. So everything is working fine, all the functions. So there are a few things left in this. We're going to make it a little more responsive. Okay, we have to play with the values of the notification box, profile box, and we have to adjust the alignment of that. So everything's working fine. You can see in all the breakpoints we have added, you can see it's perfectly responsive. Click here, click here, click here, and that's absolutely great. Close this one and come here. So we are done with this, all the root colors working fine. Let's close this one, come here, and simply come here or check the final notification profiles. So with this we are done with the navigation bar. Okay, so here I'm back in my Visual Code Studio and the project I have open. So let's come here, go to this footer folder, and we can start working on the footer. So this is what we going to build in this. Okay, so we have this discover, help center, and subscription. So this is the footer we have in the real project, and that's what we're going to build in this. Okay, so let's start working on it. So we're going to import couple of things from React. So first one is going to be the image from Next.js. Now we have to import the icon. So let's come here and go to the, let's say, Navbar. Inside the sidebar we have already these icons, social media icons. So that's what we need here. Okay, simply come up here and we need all these icons. Simply select and copy and come back to footer and paste here. Okay, we're going to use all these icon in our footer section. So we have the icons. Close this one and let's start working on it. So we're going to import couple of more things. So we need to have the resend plan fill, and this is coming from different provider, which is a RI. Now let's do the internal import. So import, and we have to import the style sheets footer, and it's in the same directory. Now let's import the images, dot, and here we have the images. Now let's import the component. So we need the discover component and we need the help center component. So these are the menu we're going to display, and the same menu we are using in the navigation bar. So you can see that how effective it's become when you use the same component over and over again. So, and this component is coming from the navbar in the index file. Okay, so all these component we have inside the navbar index. So we have this navbar discover both we have. Now let's start, come here, remove this one, let's return instantly, and let's take a div. It will have a class style dot footer. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot footer box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class style dot footer, let's call it box social. In that we will have the social media icon. We'll take this image, we'll have our logo. So image, which is inside this dot logo, we have to assign the alt, and let's call it footer logo. Let's add the height is going to be 100 and width is going to be 100. Okay, so this is our logo. Now let's take a p tag and copy the text and come simply paste here. So here we have the text, and let's come here, let's take a div and have a class style dot footer social, and in that we'll have a, and in this we're going to have our icon. So first we'll take the Facebook. Now we'll take this. For second one was going to be, let's say, LinkedIn. We'll take another anchor tag, and that will have this, let's say, TI, what social media we should take. So let's say Twitter. Now let's take the another one. Let's bring this down, and we have to take the YouTube, and we have one more. Let's come down, and now the Instagram is left. Okay, so here we have all the social media accounts, social media icons. Okay, so let's come back to the application, and right now you can see that I have already opened this project on my browser, but we can't see the icons, we can't see the footers. Can you guess why? I have already explained this in my navigation video. Okay, so if you don't know, let me show you why. What is the problem we have? Everything's working fine. You can see everything is working fine, 100% responsive. Now let's come here, go back to this, click here, and go back to the, let's come here, close here, go back to the pages and go to this app.js. So here we have to import the footer. We have not importing that footer, okay, and that's why we are not able to see that on our application. So let's bring this down, and we have to import the footer. So we can import it from the same component, so component index, and let's import that footer. So we have the footer, and let's copy and simply paste here, call the footer. So in this way this footer would be available in the entire application. So we have the footer, and now we can have a look. So let's come up here, let's reload the browser, and I have noticed that somehow I have stopped my internal server. So let's start it once again. Okay, so let's come back, open the terminal, and let's start the application, clear the terminal, and let's type npm run dev, click on this and just wait. So here we are getting an error. So what it is, so it's related to the style. Okay, component footer. Okay, it's coming from footer modules. And okay, let's back to the code, bring this down, and let's come here in the footer section. And here you can notice one thing, that we are importing footer css file twice. I don't know how it's come twice, so we have to remove this. Okay, we are rendering twice, everything's look good. Simply remove this one, and now we don't have any problem. So save it, come to the browser, reload it, and just wait. And here you can see that everything's working fine. We can easily able to render our footer. We have the logo, we have the text, and we have the, so things are looking pretty good. Okay, text and icons. Let's do the inspect element, and let's go on the mobile. It's already looking better. Okay, now let's come back to the code, and let's close this one and bring down, and let's start working on the other section of our footer. Okay, so this is the first section. Now let's work on the second section. We'll take a div, it will have a class dot footer box discover menu. Okay, so let's call it discover. Inside that we'll have this h3, and we'll call it discover. Inside that we'll have this discover component, and that's what we have here. Now let's bring it down. We'll take another div, it will have a class called style footer box dash help. Okay, and that will take this h3 and we'll call it, let's say, help center, and in that we're going to discover our help center component. Okay, in this way we can easily able to discover our menu. So we have our help center discovered. Let's come down and let's take another div, it will have a class called style dot subscribe box, and in that we'll have this input field. Type is going to be email, placeholder, enter your email, sorry, and it's required with this star sign. Okay, or we're going to add a lot of configuration on this when we actually will take the data from the user. Okay, and we'll create a automatic mail, so user will get an option to subscribe to our email list, and we're going to add some more logic to this. Okay, we are just building out the layout, so just work along with me. So let's come down, and here we have to display the icon which we are importing. Okay, let's add a class style, and let's call it subscribe box send. Close this one. So this is what we have. Now let's come down, let's take another div, it will have a class, and we call it, let's say, subscribe box info. In that we'll take this paragraph, and let's come back to the original application and simply copy the text from there and simply paste here. So this is the text we want to display. Okay, so this is the div we have. Let's take a div, assign a class, and let's call it style.subscribe, only subscribe, and put this entire, and let's call it as subscribe here. Okay, subscribe, and simply copy this entire code, and actually copy it and cut here. Okay, so put this entire code inside this subscribe. Okay, and by the time you guys have already get familiar that what convention I'm following for giving the name for my CSS. Okay, so the main div will have the short name, then box, and the rest name would be go according to the component. Okay, so make sure this is the architecture you follow. So with this we are done with this entire code. Okay, let's come here. So this is what we have, and we are done with that. Let's come back to the, and here you can see the discover is already looking good. Everything's good. Our menu is displaying, and let's come here. As you can see, our over effect is also working, which we have added on our discover component. We have to just fix the width. Okay, everything's working fine. If we do the inspect element, things are looking really good. And okay, let's do side by side and start working on the CSS. Okay, so close this one, go to this footer CSS, and let's start working on it. So first we're going to target the footer, and it will have a width to 100%. Padding is going to be, let's say padding block is going to be 1.5 RAM. Position is going to be relative. Let's come down, we'll take a footer box. Width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto. Display is going to be grid template column 1.3 FR, and it will have repeat to 1 FR. Okay, and 2 FR. So as you can see, it's working fine. We have divided the entire footer in 4 different components and 4 different sizes. Okay, so things are looking pretty good. You can see this is how it will look. We're going to fix that with the media query for the mobile device. Okay, so let's come down and let's type this question, media query, and let's add a media query so we can start working on it. Okay, so let's say max width is going to be 45 EM, and let's box footer box, and width is going to be 90%, and let's come here, grid template column is going to be 1 FR, so and 2 FR for the 45 EM width. Okay, for it's looking sick, it's looking good. Now let's set for the mobile. Okay, so this is for the tablet. Now let's set for the mobile phone. So simply do one thing, simply copy this and paste here and make it 35. Okay, and make it 1 FR, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. So media query is also looking perfect. Over effect is working fine, so pretty good. And our router is also working. Things are looking pretty good. Let's come up and let's start styling. Align item, flex start, justify content space between. Gap is going to be 3 RAM, so looking pretty good. Let's come down. Let me give this comment social, and let's target the footer store social, and it will say display is going to be flex. Gap is going to be 1.3 RAM. Font size 1.5 RAM. Line item is going to be center, so a little bigger. Font social A, and padding will have 0.2 RAM, and border radius 50%, and transition all 0.3 second easy in. Display is going to be grid, a little bigger. Now let's add an over effect. So on over effect we want to add the background color to our icon color, and the color should be our primary color for the text. Okay, shadow dark color, and let's assign a box shadow to our box shadow. So let's make it big and let's try to check. So let's come here, everything's working fine. You can see it, this help center and this discover, these are looking good. Over effect working fine. Let's check the icon, these are also working fine. I think we need to provide a little more padding. Okay, So everything's looking good. Let's come here make it to 5. Now we have this. It's look perfect. So this looks really good. Our social icon is also working fine and it's 100% responsive for all the devices. Okay, now we can start on the subscribe section. Okay, and if you haven't subscribed to my channel, do so. Okay, that will motivate me a lot to come up with this cool project. So let's call it subscribe box, and width is going to be 100%. Display flex, justify content space between, align item center, padding 1.5 RAM. Background color is going to be our icon color, and color for the text is going to be the shadow dark color. Let's save it, and the border radius is going to be 5 RAM, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. Save it, and this is how it will look. Perfect. Let's come down. Photoshop box input. So first thing, we want to assign a background color to transparent, and border none, outline none, width is going to be 90%, and color is going to be our primary color for the text. Okay, looking good. Let's come down. Footer input, and the placeholder is going to be, let's say, color, our shadow color. So really good. Now let's come down. Subscribe box, send icon, and cursor is going to be pointer. Increase the font size to 2 RAM, so a little big. Perfect. And now let's come down. Subscribe box info, and we want to assign a padding to 1 RAM from all the sides and 2 RAM from left and right. Okay, from top and bottom 1 RAM, and from left and right we have to add 2 RAM. So this looking good, and navigation is also working fine. Let's make it big, and this is how it will look. Okay, few tweaks, so few changes we have to do both in the navigation bar and the footer section to make more responsive, which we do at the end because everything's looking good right this moment. Okay, so it's looking really good. Sidebar is also working, navigation is also looking cool. So let's make it on a full screen, and this is how it will look. So let's make it on a full screen, and as you can see, it's looking beautiful. So we have divided this entire footer in 4 different components, 4 different width we have assigned, and it's looking fine. So this is the logo, this is the text icons we have here, and we have on over effect we are getting this nice beautiful fade in effect. We have this mailboxes text and the short info, and this notification is also working fine. This is the button, this profile menu, help menu, discover menu. So on over effect it's looking really good. Okay, let's do the inspect element and check the responsiveness on the mobile device, and it's looking pretty nice, impressive. Okay, so it's looking really good. So let's come back to the code editor, make it full screen, and now let's simply close. In this video we're going to build the hero section of our applications. So here what I have done, I have already opened the project in my Visual Code Studio. Make sure you do that. And so the very first thing I want to do is let's create the folder. Let's come to this component, and inside that we're going to create another folder, and we call it hero section. Okay, inside that we're going to create the file, so hero section.jsx. Inside that we have to create the css file, module.css. So you guys know that this is the convention we are following, the entire application in small component, so we can use that component in multiple places. And you will find that how effective these things are going to be in the upcoming pages when we build, because the home page is going to be the biggest page, and there are multiple components, and the same component we're going to reuse in other pages. Why I'm dividing this entire application into a small component. Okay, so let's come here and let's type RAFCE to create a functional based component. Now close this one, and let's come here, and we have to import it. Okay, so let's import the component. So import hero sections, and that's coming from the hero section, same folder. And now we have to export it. Copy and simply export that. And that's what we have to close this one and go to this index page. Now from this moment, whatever component we're going to build, that's all component we're going to import here in the index file. Okay, because we have imported our navbar footer in the app.js file because we want to display in every single page. But right now we are working on our index page, so we have to add that hero section here. Okay, so here we are on. So first thing we have to do is, so let's come here and we have to import a couple of things. So let's do internal import. First thing we have to do is to import the style, and I guess that I haven't created that style file. Okay, so let's come here and go to this main style folder, and in that we have to create a style file. So let's come here and let's call it not hero section, we have to call it index.module.css. okay, because this is the for the index page. So we have our style file. Let's close this one and close this and we have to import that file here. So dot which is inside the style, and this is index module.css. Now let's import the component. So we have to import the hero section, and this is coming from dash component index. Okay, from component index we are exporting all the component. So that's the import we are doing. Simply remove this and we have to instantly return this, and now we can import the hero section component. Let's give this div, it will have a class, let's call it hero page, and in that we're going to return this hero section component. And this way we can easily able to display the component on our index page, which is a home page. Okay, so we are done with the setup, and you can see we can easily able to render the text. Okay, let's open the terminal and restart the application. So let's clear the terminal and type npm run dev. Now click on this 3000 and close this tab, and here you can see that our hero section is displaying, and our other components are also working fine, header and footer. So now we can start working on our hero section. Let's come back to the code, bring the terminal down, and now we can start work it on the header section. So here we are. Let's zoom a bit. So let's come back to the demo, and this is what we have to exactly style. Okay, so we have divided this hero section in two parts. On the left hand side we're going to display this text, demo and button, and on the right hand side we're going to add this image. And right for the time being I'm going to add this image, but I'm going to replace this image from different image. Okay, because I found a really good one, so I'm going to replace this with that one. Okay, but not now, at the end. So let's come back here and let's import couple of things from React. So the first one is going to be the image, and that's coming from next image. And let's come down, we have to do the internal import. In that we have to import the style file, and that's coming from the same directory. Now we have to import the image, sorry, button, and the button we have inside this count index. And now we have to import the images, and that's coming from // that's images. Okay, so this is the internal external import we have. Now let's come down, let's start working on the JSX. So simply remove this, instantly return, and we have to take a div. It will have a class, let's say style.hero section, and okay, small, and inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class, let's call it style hero section dash box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style.hero section dash box dash left. Okay, in that we'll have a h1, and simply copy the text and paste here. Then we'll have a, so let's, as you can see, this is how to look. Come back, let's P and come here, copy the text and simply paste here. So this is our header, sorry, h1 and p. Now let's come down, let's add a button component which we have. Okay, and we have to pass this props button name. So the button name we're going to call it, so okay, let's remove this. Button name is going to be start your search, and you can see here everything is working fine. We have our heading, we have our paragraph, and the button is already displaying. It's looking pretty good. Now let's come down. Let's take another div. It will have a class called style dot hero section dash right, and in that, let's bring down. In that, we're going to take this image component we have imported, and we have to take the image which is inside this images hero, and let's assign an alt tag. Let's call it hero section. You can give whatever name you want, and width is going to be, let's say, 600 biggest, and height is going to be 600 biggest. Okay, so this is our image. Let's come back here, and you can see here we have the image, and here we have the text. So that's looking pretty good. It's already taking the shape, and the selection is also working fine. Okay, so that's our GSX part for the hero section. Now let's close this one and go to this hero section and click on this hero sections style file, and now we can start styling on the hero section. So let's make this side by side so you guys can have a look, and now let's start working on it. So we're going to target that hero section, and let's make it width is going to be 80% and margin 3 RAM and auto. This is how it will look. Let's add a media query. So, and max width is going to be, let's say, 35 EM. Hero section width is going to be 90% on a mobile device. It's already looking good on a mobile device. The only fix we have to do is for the desktop. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Let's take a hero section box, and display is going to be grid template column. Let's say repeat to 1FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. This is how it will look on desktop. And let's come in the media query and target this max width 55 EM. On that, we want to change the hero section box, and grid template column is going to be 1FR. Okay, so these are the 2 breakpoints I'm taking. Okay, so it's looking pretty good on a mobile device. And let's add a gap to 4 RAM so it will have some space. Now let's come here. Let's target the hero section box left, and it will have a padding right is going to be 5 RAM. Okay, you can see we have some space from the right hand side, so we have the padding. Now let's target the left H1 and increase the font size to, let's say, 5 RAM on a desktop, and line height is going to be 1. Okay, it's a little big on the desktop. And let's come down. We have to take this paragraph, and we have to say margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM, so it will have some space. And here we have to simply change the, let's say, padding right is going to be 2 RAMs. Okay, on a mobile device. And we have to take this H1, and we have to increase the font size to, let's say, line height is going to be 1, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, so a little smaller than the desktop one. Okay, looking perfect. Okay, the button is already there, and right now we are getting this error because we have function attached on that button, but that button is not doing anything. Okay, that's why we're getting this error. Okay, we are just working on the template. We're going to make that API calls, data calls later. Okay, reload the browser to come back to the normal. And here you can see notifications, user profile, navigations, everything is looking perfect. Let's open on the big screen, and you can see it's already looking stunning. We have the beautiful navigation. Let's click on this. Okay, it's looking good. We're going to fix this box shadow, and when we're going to change the image, I'm going to add some different image here. Okay, so then we don't have this problem. Or if you want to go with this, you can go definitely by doing some changes in the box shadow. Okay, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, and if we find that we need to do that, we're going to do definitely at the end of the project, because when we build this project for the deployment, on that time we're going to do all this small nitty-gritty rectifications in the project. Okay, so let's have a look. Everything's working fine. Profile cool, and this one is also looking cool. So let's start working on our services section. So simply come up to the code editor, and I have already initialized the project, and let's go to the component. And first thing we have to do is to create a folder inside the component. and we call it service. In that we have to create two files, so we'll call it service.jsx and service module.css. okay, now let's come here in our services and type rafce. okay, now let's do internal import. We have to import the css file, import style, and that's coming from the same directory. okay, now we are done with that setup, and let's come to this component index, and we have to import this file here. Let's close this one and call it import service, and that's coming from the service/service. okay, and now we have to export it here. okay, save it, come back to the index.pages, and here we have to import it, and we're going to call the component. So I'll go a little fast because we have to do the same thing. okay, so here in this way we can easily able to access the component once we save. And let's start the application. So type npm run dev, click on this 3000, just wait, and here you can see we are getting couple of notification. Don't need to worry about it. Simply click on this, click on 3000 and close this one, and here you can see everything's working fine. And here we have the services section, so we can easily able to display the component here. okay, rest is working fine. Let's come to the mobile device, and if I scroll down here we have this service component. Let's bring this one and let's start working on our service component. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to do a couple of external import. First thing is going to be image, and that's come here. Let's do the image we have inside the image folder. Let's remove this and take this instant return, and we have to take a div. It will have a class style dot service. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class style dot service dash box. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot service box item. And that will have the image source image dot, and in that images we have this service images. So altogether we have 4 images: service 1, service 2, service 3, and service 4. okay, let's take the alt tag. Let's call it filter and discover. You can give whatever name you want. Let's take a width is going to be 100 and height is going to be 100 as well. Save it, come down. We have to take a paragraph, and let's take a class style dot, and let's call it service box item step. okay, so here we have to type the text. So let's call it, take a span. Inside span we have this step 1. And now let's come out that, and let's take a h3 tag, and we'll call it filter and discover. It's gonna be the title. And now we have to take the filter paragraph, and we have to copy. Simply come here and copy the text, and that's what we're going to display here. Simply paste here. okay, so that's the first icon service section we have. okay, now let's come down, simply close this one and copy this entire item and replicate this couple of times. And now we have to do the changes. So let's simply close this one and close this one, close this, and this is come here we have that one. okay, now we have to change the image, so 2, and simply we have to change the images. So this is image number 2. Let's close this one and come to the third one, and let's make it to 3, and you can change the text. So let's close this one and simply copy this, and we have to paste here, not there. okay, close this one and come to the fourth one, and here we have to change the images. So let's simply change this one, and let's call it start trading. okay, that's look pretty good. I think we are done with this. okay, if we find we are making any mistake, we definitely come back here. So that's what I have. You can see we are displaying the images. So first image is second image, third image, and this is the fourth image we have, and we are displaying the text as well. Okay, let's make it side by side so we can start styling it. So that's the only thing we have to do here in the services section. Let's have a final look. So we're going to target the service. Width is going to be, let's say, 80%. Margin 3 RAM auto. Margin block is going to be 8 RAM. So this is look good. We have to add the media query, and max width is going to be, let's say, 35 EM. Services width is going to be 90%. Let's come down. Service box grid template for 1FR display grid, and now it will take the place. Gap is going to be 3 RAM. Align item center. Let's come down inside the media query, replicate this one, and let's make it to, let's say, 50. And in that we'll say box is going to be, let's say, grid template column repeat to 1FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. So this looks really great. So it's working fine. It's already 100% responsive on a mobile device. Let's test it on another screen. It's working fine. You can see, looking beautiful. So 100% responsive in all the devices, in all the breakpoints. So let's come here and let's target the service item. Step is going to be, let's say, margin top is going to be 3 RAM. Margin bottom is going to be 2 RAM. Let's come down, target the span, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1.5 RAM. Border radius is going to be 5 RAM. Background color is going to be var dash dash and our icon color. Save it. Color is going to be, let's say, shadow dark color. Save it, and you can see it's look beautiful. You can even optimize this service section as well. Instead of copy and pasting the same code over and over again in our HTML JSX part, you can simply take a data as a array and just loop over it and display that. That would be also working, okay? But I will go in this approach because ultimately it's a very small component, and this component will not change. It will be there forever, okay? So that's why I will take this approach. So it's looking fine. We have our CSS, everything's looking great. Media query is also fine. Let's close this one and let's have a final test. So this is how it will look on our desktop. Everything's looking great. We have the text. So now, and we're going to build the slider with a dynamic data. Okay, so it's not actually a slider, it's a component which will be change its data on the base of click event, and we're going to do the changes of data with our demo data. Okay, so that's the component we're going to build. You can see this is the beautiful component we're going to design. So here I'm back into the code editor and the project tree is already open. So the very first thing we have to do is to come here, go to this component, and in that we have to create another folder. I call it big NFT slider. Okay, copy, we have to create the file NFT slider.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. So module.css. okay, and I believe that these things are not new to all of you, okay guys. So let's close this one and let's type RAFCE, close this one and zoom a bit, and now let's start importing the files. So let's call it internal import, and first thing we have to import the style sheet, so which is in the same directory. Okay, now we have to import a couple of things from React. So first thing is going to be, let's say, use state, use effect, and use callback. Okay, this is coming from React. Now we have to import the, let's say, image, and that's coming from Next.js next image. Now we have to import the icon, so AI fill fire, and that's coming from React icons / AI provider. Now we have to import the MD verified batch. Okay, verified, and that's coming from React icon material UI MD. Okay, so these are the React imports, and in one more we have to import, and this will call timer. Okay, these are the two import. From there we have to import one more things, and we want to import the arrow TB arrow big left lines, and that's coming from React icon /TB. And we have to import one more, which is going to be arrow big what is the name, big right autofill. So these are the import. Let's come here, we have to import one more. So AI fill heart and AI out line heart. So heart line heart. Now let's come down, import images coming from image folder. Let's import the button, and that's coming from slash button component. So here we have the internal import, okay, external and internal import. Now we can start taking a couple of use state, okay. So first thing, we'll take use state and we'll call it ID number, use state and ID1, and we'll take this cons slide the data, okay, and this is gonna be an array of object, okay. So here we'll have the data about our slider of the NFT image, okay. So in this slider data array, we'll have an object of data which contain the information about the NFTs, okay. So first thing is going to be the title, the name of the NFT, we'll call it hello. You can give whatever name you want. I'm just going with this random name. Then we'll give the ID, so it will have one. Name is going to be, let's say I'll call my name Daulat Hussain, and let's say call it collection, okay. And I will have a gem. Now let's set the price to the NFT, so let's call it this something big number. And now we have to take the like, okay, like is going to be this, and will have the image of the user, okay, the one who created this NFT, and all the images we have inside this images, okay, user one. And now we have to take the image of the NFT, so we'll call it NFT image, okay, image, and here we have the NFT image one. We want to provide an offer, okay, countdown timer, so let's have that. So we'll take a day and give any number. I'll just give 27 hours 10. Then we'll have a minute, let's call it 11. We have seconds, so we'll have a second, let's say something 35, okay. So this is the data we actually going to retrieve from our API, okay. So these are the parameters we're going to include in the API. Actually, we need to include more data. We're going to have a proper description. We're going to have a user involvement. So a lot of things we're going to add, a lot of data. But initially for this component, this is the data we need to display in the component. Okay. Okay. So this is the NFT details, and what we can do, okay, is simply copy that entire. Let's change the name to Swab, and change this body. I'm just giving this a random name. Okay. And this will be image2 and image user 2. Sorry. Why we are getting this error? Let's paste one more time, and let's call this one to, we are getting an error. So here, okay, this, and we have to provide one more here, and we have to provide this commas. Okay, so everything's looking good here. We have to provide this commas. Right now we don't have error. Okay, so let's do one thing, simply copy this entire and paste one more time, change this to Jim, and change this to Ryan user 3, and this is going to be a user 4. Okay, 3, sorry, 3. And that's simply copy and paste, and change this to hello home. This is user 4, and this is user 4, NFT 4. So this is the data. Currently I'm taking 4 data, but you can take as many as you want. Okay, I just want to build the logic, that's why I'm taking this demo data. So let's close this one, and let's come down, and now we can start our working on our JSX. Okay, so instead of return, we'll take a div. It will have a class style dot big NFT slider. In that div, we'll have another div. It will have a class called dot big NFT slider dash box. Inside that, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dot big NFT slider box dash left, and in that we'll have this h2 tag, and we'll call it, let's say, let's come here. Here we have this, okay, slider data. And let's scroll that, and that's the data we want to display here. So let's call the slider data, and let's call this ID number, because this is this state variable. This ID number we're going to change, and on the base of the ID number we're going to display the data from our array. Okay, the demo data we have taken. Okay, so if we have 1 in this ID number, we'll display the first element of our array, second element of our array, which is a 1 index. Okay, so this is how we're going to display the data. Okay, it will make sense, just follow along with me. And inside that we have the title. We are getting this error, why it's happening. Okay, the name is really good. Okay, we have given this comma, remove it. So this is the title of the NFT. Come down, we'll take a div. It will have a class and style dot big box left, and we'll call it creator. In this we'll have the detail about the creators, the one who has created this NFT. So we'll have a div inside that. It will have a class called style big slider box creator profile. Okay, and that will have an image. It will have the source. We have the images. So, and the source will provide from this slider data, sorry, and we have to display the user image, user profile. Okay, so that's we have inside this ID number we have to provide, and we'll call it image, and this image is the image of the user. Okay, this one, and we have to provide the alt text. Let's call it profile image. Width is going to be 50, height is going to be 50. Okay, this is looking perfect, and let's have a class. So we'll say style big slider box left created profile image. Okay, I'm giving this huge name because it will become very easy to navigate. Okay, so it's always very important that you have to give a relevant name as per the component. This looks really big, but it will save a lot of, it will save you from a lot of problems. When you will do the refactoring, there you will find that these things will help you a lot. So we have the classes. Let's come back to the application, and as you can see, we can't see that because we haven't imported the files. So nothing is here, and you know why. Let's come back, go to this component, and here we have to import that big NFT slider. We have to export that. Now we have to import that into the pages. So come back to the pages index, and here we have to import that component, and now we have to call the component. Okay, and this way we can easily able to see that. As you can see, we have the name. That means we can easily able to retrieve data from our demo data. Okay, the slider data. Okay, and we can easily display the image, so it's working fine. Okay, that's working absolutely fine. Close this one, and now I can continue with that. Okay, so let's come here. You can see here we are displaying this one, ID1. Okay, everything's working fine. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot big NFT box created profile image, and that will have this paragraph called creator. We'll have this h4. We'll call it, let's say, we'll have the data inside the slider data ID, and we'll call it the name of the creator. Okay, and inside that we're going to take this span MD verified, and in that save it. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot background slider left creator collection. We'll take the icon, and then we will have a class style creator. Let's call it collection icon. Okay, now we'll take another div. It will have a class called style bg creator collection and info, and that will have the paragraph. We'll call it collection h4, and in this we have to display the dynamic data slider ID, and we want to display the collection name. Okay, so let's save it, come back to the application, and here we are getting this error obviously. So let's come here. I did something wrong here. Okay, I'm giving this name in the bracket. Remove the brackets and save it. Now we don't have the error, and everything's working fine. You can see the name and the collection, everything's working fine. So things are looking good. Let's come down. Let's take a div. It will have a class called style dot big box left bidding. Okay, inside that we'll have another div. It will have a style dot box left bidding box. Okay, it will have a small, and in that we will say current bid, and here we'll have a p tag, and in that we're going to display the data. Okay, which is inside the price. Okay, and here we have to take the span, and we'll give the random price here for the time being, conversion price. So that price is in the form of ether, and this price in the form of what I say, in the form of dollar. So right now we are doing this hard code. We're going to change this data dynamically. Okay, hard code data, we're going to build it to the dynamic one. Simply come down, and we'll take a p tag. It will have a class called style big box left bidding box timer. It will have a style big bidding box auction. Let's come down. Let's take the span, and let's call it auction ending in. Okay, let's come down, and we'll take a div. It will have a class called, let's say, style dot big box left bidding dash box dash timer dash timer. Okay, we'll take a div. It will have a class called bidding box timer Okay, and that will take the paragraph and we'll call the data, dynamic data we have. So we have to display the time. Inside that we have the days. Okay, that's what we are displaying. If we come here, you can see here we have the day and time. Let's come down, and here we have to take a span, and in that we'll call it day. So let's bring down, simply copy this and replicate it one more time. Okay, let's change this data to, let's call it to hours, and this will become hours. Simply copy one more time, this will become minute. Okay, simply change this to minutes, and this is a MINS. Now we have to set for second, so this is second and second. So these are the data we have getting from that. So let's save it, and here you can see we have all the data, whatever we have specify in the dynamic data. Okay, days, hours, minute, image, price, everything is working fine. Now let's come down, take a div. It will have a class called style dot bg box left button, and in that we'll have a button component, and we'll send the props. We'll call it, let's say, place. We'll have one more button, and let's have a handle click function, gonna be empty function. Let's replicate it, and this will call view. Okay, these are the button we have. Now let's come down. We'll have a div. It will have a class style big NFT slider box left slider. Okay, button arrow right line, and we'll have a class style dot big NFT slider box left slide button icon. Okay, so this is the one. Simply come here, it will have an on click function. Currently we don't want to send anywhere, empty function we have to give. Let's call it increment function, and we have to write this function. Okay, let's call it increment. Simply copy and paste here, copy and simply paste, and let's call it here. We have to change this to, let's say, left line. Okay, and these function we have to create. Okay, so we have the increment function. We'll have a class style slider data, and that we have to provide the ID, and we have to give the NFT image name. Okay, so we have call it NFT image. Okay, so that's the image, and we have to assign the alt tag, let's say NFT image. So that's, everything's looking good. Let's come down, and now we have to take the light. Okay, so we'll have a div. We'll call it style big slider box right box. Let's call it like, and here we'll take a icon fill heart, and it will take a span, and we'll have the data, and we'll call it like. Okay, not link, it's like what we have passed here. It's like, not link. So let's come here. We have to simply change this to like. Select and change like. So things are looking good. So in this way we can able to display the likes. So with this we are done with the JSX part. Let's have a look one more time. Okay, so this is the internal board. This is the demo data we have. This is the demo data we have. Let's close this one. Okay, working fine. And here we have to create this function. Okay, so as you can see, this is how everything's look. We can display the image, likes, and buttons, all the data, icons, everything's displaying. So the entire component is working fine. Let's come back here. Let's come up here and let's zoom it. Now we have to create those two functions. So first one is called increment, and we'll take an inc, and it's gonna be an arrow functions. We use this callback. Okay, we'll call if id plus 1 is smaller than slider.length. Okay, then we want to simply call this. Let's come here. We have to simply set the id number to +1. Okay, that's what we are doing in the increment function, and we're going to call this function only when the id number change and the slide.length change. Okay, so these are the two things we are doing. Simply replicate this, and now we have to write for the decrement function. Simply change this decrement, and here we have to simply make it to 0, and this one is going to be a minus. Okay, so this is nothing but simple JavaScript we are writing. Okay, so length, remove this one. So just follow along with me, everything will make a lot of sense. Okay, what we are doing here, we are just changing the ID number. So on the base of that ID number, we can easily able to display like the data in our component on the click event. Okay, so that's what I'm doing here. So that's the function. Now we have to run a use effect, and in that we're going to call this function increment. Okay, and it's going to be an empty array. So let's save it. Everything's working fine. This is the decrement. Now simply copy that, and we have to scroll all the way down, and here we're going to call the function decrement. So okay, we are getting an error. Okay, let's reload the page, and still we are getting an error. Why it's happening? So let's come here, and things are looking good. We have the data. Let's comment out this, and let's come here. Okay, now it's working fine, and here we have the data. Okay, let's remove this one for a time being. Okay, so still we are getting this error. Why it's happening? ID, so change this to, make it 3 and make it 4. Let's save it, reload the browser, and still nothing's happening. Still we are getting the error when we are calling that decrease function. Okay, let's call the decrease function here, decrease, and this one is going to be increase. Okay, so let's save it. We're done with this. Okay, things are looking good. Okay, now all the data is displayed. Now we're going to style it. Okay, and then we'll see what's the matter, why we are getting the error. So okay, let's start styling the CSS part. Okay, so close this one and go to this big number CSS file, and now let's start styling this. Okay, let's make it side by side so you guys can see and have a look. We'll target the big NFT slider box, and it will have a margin 0 auto. Width is going to be, let's say, 80%. Padding is going to be, padding block is going to be 8 RAM. Display grid is going to be, grid template column is going to be repeat 12 1FR. Align item center, so this is how it will look. You can see everything is just came together. And we'll come down, we'll take this media query, and we'll add that max width is going to be, let's say, 65 EM, and we're going to say box shadow width is going to be 90%, and padding top is going to be 28 RAM, so it will have some space on the top, and grid template column is going to be 1FR, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. So now it's look perfect on a mobile device. Okay, it's taking full width. Now let's come here and let's start working. We'll target the box left. Grid column is going to be 1/7, and grid row is going to be 1/-1. Come down, we have to take the background color to our main box shadow. We're going to use our box shadow color. Click to, here we have the box shadow. Border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Padding 2 RAM. Z index something big number, and height is going to be 90 VH. So now it's look good. Okay, let's come down and we'll target the left H2. Font size is going to be 3 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Okay, we'll target the, let's say, left box right. Okay, grid column is going to be 6-1, and grid row is going to be, let's say, 1/=1. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Background color is going to be var, and our main color, and border radius is going to be 2.5 RAM. Box shadow is going to be our, let's come here, main color. So everything's looking fine, you can see. Now let's give this command creator section. Okay, and left creator, we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat to 1FR. Align item is going to be center. Let's target the creator profile, and display is going to be flex. Align item is going to be center. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. Let's come down, target the creator profile image. Border radius 50%. Let's come down, creator profile info, and line height is going to be 0. Come down, creator profile info paragraph, and we're going to say margin bottom is going to be -0.7 RAM, and top is going to be 1 RAM. So look perfect. Now let's come down, creator collection will have a display flex. align item center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, create a left collection, font size is going to be 4 RAM. Okay, the style is not taking place. Okay, here it should be collection icon. Now it will take place. So left created collection info. So line ID is going to be 0. This one is bidding section, bidding box, auction. Okay, so display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, let's come here. Let's come up here and target that box, bidding box. Border, let's say shadow dark color. Then we'll take the margin. Let's say margin block is going to be 2 RAM. Padding 0, 4 RAM. Border radius 0.5 RAM. Okay, we are getting this error. Okay. Okay, let's see what's the problem. Let's go. Okay, remove this one, and right now we don't have an error, so everything's working fine. As you can see, everything's taking shape. So let's working on our JSX. We'll target the bidding box small, and it will have a background color to our var. Let's say shadow color, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM. Border radius 0.5 RAM. Font width is going to be 600. Bidding box icon. So display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 3 RAM. Top align, text align going to center, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0 RAM, and 3 RAM and 0 RAM. Okay, save it. Looking good. Now provide border bottom 1 pixel solid, and we have this our shadow color. Okay, shadow dark color. So here you can see we have the nice border. Let's come here and let's target the box icon, and we'll say font size is going to be 2 RAM, and just change this to timer. Okay, so make sure you do this change. Okay, box icon, and this one is box timer. So now you can see it's taking place. So make sure you do this change. Okay, so now it's looking really good. So let's come down. Let's target the bidding box, and let's say font size is going to be 2 RAM, and font width is going to be 900, and line height is going to be 0. Why it's not taking place? It's let's say, and here we have to call it timer. Okay, save it, and now the sizes are looking big. Let's come down. We'll target the left box button, and display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, justify content center, gap is going to be 4 RAM, padding is going to be block 2 RAM and 0 RAM. Why the stylings are not taking place? Okay, the name is really good. I think we have given the wrong name. Let's assign a font size going to be 4 RAM. So nothing is happening. Let's remove that. Let's come here, go to this JSX part, and let's have a look what's the problem. So where is the button we have? Okay, make sure you change this to it's not I, it's you, and now save it, and here you can see the styles. Okay, now the button is working fine. So make sure you change the spelling. Let's come down. We'll target the box left sidebar button, and display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 2 RAM, font size is going to be 2 RAM, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. So this is how our button would look. Arrows, we're going to fix that, not a big deal. Okay, so these things are looking really good, in good shape. Box left sidebar button icons, so we'll say cursor pointer and transition all 0.3 second easy in. Box left slide PTN icon on hover effect, we want to change the color to our text color, and border is going to be 50%, and padding is going to be 1 RAM. So let's make it big, and you can see it's already looking better, but there is some problem in our code because they both are not aligned to each other, they are up and down. Okay, but we're going to fix it. As you can see, this over effect is working fine, and this one is really looking good. You can see we have this component creator collection, so everything's looking on a on desktop really good. And now we can start working on this image. We have the problem here. So on a mobile devices look good. Okay, now let's start working on it. So let's call it right section. So we'll target the sidebar box right box, and position is going to be relative. We'll come down right box image, and we'll say border radius is going to be 2 ram. So this style is not taken. Simply copy that entire style, come back to the JSX. I think we have forgot to give this class name. Okay, so let's come here, and now we have to assign the class to the image. Okay, let's add the class, and now we have this border radius working fine. Let's come here, box right box like, and position is going to be absolute. Top is going to be 3 ram, right is going to be 3 ram, display is going to be flex, and align item center. Okay, there we have our likes. We'll have a gap 1 ram, font size is going to be 1.2 ram, background is going to be have our, let's say, icon color. We'll have the color to our text color, and we have padding 0.5 ram and 1 ram, so it's looking pretty good. Now we'll have the border radius to 5 ram, so now it's look perfect. Okay, that's the like we have there. Let's come in the media query, and we'll target the box left, and first thing we have to do is to assign height to 83 vh. Okay, look good. Then come down to the right hand side. Well, assign margin top is going to be minus 70 ram, so we'll have a quite big space. Okay, let's make it 40. Okay, we're gonna fix it. Okay, it's look perfect. And let's assign one more thing. So we're going to assign padding 1.5 ram. Okay, we'll have some padding around them. Box left creator, so gap is going to be 1 ram, and grid template column is going to be 1.3 fr and 1 fr. So this is how it will look. Left creator profile info, so we'll target the font size going to be 0.8 ram. Left creator collection info, and font size is going to be let's say 0.8 ram, so a little smaller. Come down, we're going to target NFT box left, bidding box, timer, and gap is going to be 2 ram, and left bidding box, timer, item, P, and we want to change the text. Okay, size is going to be 1 ram, so a little smaller, not too big. Okay, look perfect. Yeah, I know we have to do a couple of changes, we have to fix a couple of bugs, we do that. Okay, let's come up, let's make this to 4. Okay, and simply comment this out. So right now it's looking good, we have good difference, and simply okay, so simply take the padding bottom 4 ram, so we'll have some 8 ram, let's make it 10, so we'll have some space from the bottom. Okay, and let's make it to 110, let's make it 90, let's make it 90. Okay, so let me go on desktop. This is how it look. This section is looking beautiful on desktop device, and the buttons are also working fine, and here the image is also looking good, but we have some problem in alignment. I will try to find out what's going wrong. Okay, things are looking good, and the functions are not working. We are getting this error still. We're gonna fix that. Okay, so let's come here. Still we have that, so let's come back to the code, and let's stop the application, and let's restart the application one more time. Click on this, and click on this. We are still getting this error. Okay, let's bring the terminal down, and here we have the problem. So I was stuck for half an hour, and I was wondering that what went wrong in my code and why this function is not working because of this silly mistake. So instead of passing this ID number, I'm passing the functions, and that's why we are not getting it. Simply comment, and this is the exact code we have to write. ID number we have to pass, and on that ID number we have to add 1, not the function. Okay, and that's the same thing we have to do here. Simply comment this, Actually remove this code, we don't need this one. Remove this one and remove this one, and now that function will work. Simply come down and now reload the browser and just wait, and here everything is good. Now you can see, click on this, you can see we can change the data dynamically from our slider data. Okay, data is changing, everything's changing. Okay, image is also changing. So this looks really good. So our data is working fine. We can easily able to render the data, the logic we have built. Okay, so let's come to the style, and here we have to do one more changes, and I have found that bottom padding bottom, it should be not there. Okay, so we have to simply remove this, and we have to assign padding block instead of padding bottom. So make sure you do this change as well. Okay, padding block. And one more change we have to do is, the reason why we're getting the image up and the container down, because of this grid row. We have to, there should be no space between minus. Okay, let's remove the space, and now we can easily able to have the perfect container. So save it, and now you can see it's working fine. So make sure these changes you have to do. I wasted half an hour for figuring out that what's went wrong, and we have seen because of this slight one distance space in the minus sign, we were not able to have the styling, and now you can see it's working fine. We can easily able to display the image side by side and the detail, and it's 100% responsive for all the devices. Okay, we can click, we can change the text, we can change the data. Okay, this function is working. Okay, we have one more problem here, not a big deal, we're gonna fix that. So our demo data is working fine. Let's come back to the JSX, and here we have the image. Actually, I don't have the NFT image number 4. I have only 3 image, and that's why we're having this problem. So what I will do, I'm going to change this to image, let's say 1. Okay, because I have only 3 images for the NFTs. So right now we don't have any problem. Now we can easily able to switch between the images and the data as well. And to make it more realistic, let's change other data as well, the days, the price. Let's change these things as well. Okay, so let's have a look finally. Okay, collections, name, creator, everything is changing. Let's change this quickly. 20, and let's remove the pricing as well. Let's change a little bit in the pricing. Change the number 11, this one is 21, and this one is 05. Change the pricing as well, and here we have to do the changes. Change this one. Okay, change the price as well. So here we have changed the data, and you can see here we are getting the error because we have used the 0. Okay, this is what we have to fix in the minutes. So let's reload the page. Still we have the problem, and here we have to remove the 0, and now it's working. So we have to remove the 0. We have to remove 0 from this 5. Okay, now let's reload the page. Now we don't have any errors, and our component is working fine, and now we can do the test. Click on this, and you can see all the timers, all the data is working fine. We can easily able to switch. It's looking perfect on a desktop, box shadow, everything's working fine. And let's check on a mobile device responsiveness. Okay, we have problem on a mobile device. We're gonna fix that. Okay, so here we have to fix 2 things, actually a lot of things. We have to, first thing, we have to manage the space, then we have to provide the space between the creators, and we have to increase the height of the container as well. Okay, these are the fix we have to do. So let's come back here and make sure here you have to do the changes. Instead of height 83 VH, we have to take 120 VH, because I did a testing and I found that this value suits the element. Okay, so remove this one and simply uncomment this and save it. You can see right now it's looking perfect. We have the space, and all the space is gone, and everything is looking perfect. Now we have to fix that container, and to fix that, here we have to do the changes in the creator section. So here instead of 1.3 FR, we have to say 1.FFR. Okay, 1.8. So simply remove this and simply uncomment this one, save it, and here we have, it's looking perfect. Okay, and here we have to provide a line height to 1. Save it. Here we have some space, and now it's looking perfect. 100% responsive for the mobile device. Let's take a final test. Okay, it's looking perfect. Looking perfect. Okay, the data is changing, the state is changing, and we can easily able to switch. So make sure you did all these changes which we have done. Okay, so we are done with that component. Now let's close this one, make it big, and now let's make it big and let's do a final test. Okay, so this is the navigation, no breaking changes have done, everything is working fine and beautiful. This is the profile and button, this is the hero section, this is the services section, and this is the biggest slider. Okay, and the completed one. Okay, you can switch the images, all the data. And on the base of this click event, we're going to make an API call and fetch the data from there. Okay, so it's looking perfect. And this is the footer, which is actually looking beautiful. So that's looking incredible. And okay, that's looking beautiful. Let's do the testing. Let's do the inspect element one more time. We have the images perfectly aligned. This one is also looking good. Slider looking good. We have the buttons. Everything is functional and working fine. Now simply open. So in this video, we're going to create this email subscription form. Okay, you can see that we have divided this section in two parts, one for the information and second one is for the image. And then we're going to build this category. Okay, so this is the category section we have. Okay, so let's come back to, so in this we're going to create that email subscription form. So let's have a look what we have done so far. So inside the component, we have all these section we have created, all this component we have created, hero section, Navbar. In that we have all these small component for the Navbar. And close this one. In this is the services one. This is the component index. So in this file we are importing all the component. Okay, close this one, close this one. And this is the image in which we have all the images, pages. This is the index page. We are importing the component and rendering on our home page. Okay, so let's close on this one and let's do one thing. So let's start working on our email subscription form. So let's create a folder for that. So we'll create a folder and we'll call it, let's say, subscribe. Okay, simply copy, create a file called subscribe.js and create one more file called subscribe. Click on that, subscribe.module.css. Okay, so this is going to be our subscribe component. Type RAFCE and import the CSS file. Let's type style and the file is coming from the same folder. Okay, so this is our subscribe component. Now let's come to the component index and in this we're going to import that. So let's import the subscribe component and simply export it, default export, copy and simply paste here and make it default export. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to render the component. Okay, and now let's go to this pages and here we have to import it, the subscriber component, and now we have to simply pass here so we can easily able to display on our home page. So simply save it and come back to the browser and here you can see our component is displaying on our page. So subscribe, it's working fine. Simply come back to the code editor and simply close this one and now we can start working on our actual subscription form. Okay, so now let's import couple of icons. So import, and we want to import the RI send, let's call it plain fill, and that's coming from react icon /ri. Okay, let's import image and that's coming from Next.js. So that's the external import. Now let's do the internal import. So we're going to import the images and that's we have dot dot slash dot dot inside this image folder. Okay, so that's the external and internal import. Now what we can do, let's simply remove this and let's start working on our JSX part. So we'll take a div, it will have a class and we'll say, let's say subscribe. Okay, small. In that div we'll take another div, it will call style subscribe dash box, and we'll take another div, it will have a style dot subscribe bot left, and in that we're going to render this h2 tag and we'll call it never miss a drop. And here we're going to take a paragraph and simply come here, come back. As you can see, it's working fine. Now go to the actual application, the complete one, and simply copy the text, copy and come back and paste here. Okay, so this is our paragraph. Now let's take a div, it will have a class called style. We'll say subscribe box left box. In that we'll take a span and we say h1, sorry 01, and here we have to take a small tag. In that we're going to display the message get more. Okay, so that's the one component and we'll call it discover. Okay, simply copy that and simply change this to, and you can change the message to, let's say, premium discount, or you can call it something like a magazine. So that's for the data part. Now let's come down and here we're going to take another div, it will have a style, we'll call it, let's say, subscribe box left input. Okay, and in that we're going to take that, let's say, import. It will have a type to, let's say, email, and it will have a placeholder, and we'll say enter your email. We'll come out of that and we'll take the icon. Okay, let's save it, and it will have a class also, dot subscribe left input icon. Now we'll come down, and here we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot subscribe box, and we'll call it right, and in that we're going to display the image. Okay, we'll take the image tag. Source is going to be the image dot, and the image we have is this update alt. It will say, let's say, get update. It will have a width, height, let's assign 600, and width is going to be the 800. Okay, so that's the all the JSX part we have written for this. Okay, so let's come back to the application, and here you can see it's working fine. We have the title, we have the paragraph, we have the short info, we have the input, and we have the image. So everything's working fine, no error we have so far. So let's come back to the code, and now we can simply start styling this. Okay, so let's make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on. So let's come down, and here this is how it will look on a mobile device. Now let's zoom a bit and let's start working on it. So we're going to copy this subscribe, and we're going to start with that. So subscribe width is going to be, let's say, 100%, and subscribe box is going to be, let's say, with 80%. We'll come down margin 0 auto. We'll call them padding 8 RAM and 0. Display is going to be grid template column 1.fr and 2fr. Align item center, so this is how it will look. Subscribe box left h2. We'll make it font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. So min device width is going to be 320 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 768 pixels. So we're going to target the subscription box. Width is going to be 90%, and grid template column is going to be 1fr, and gap is going to be 4 RAM. So save it, and that's the media query. Okay, simply replicate that and change the here. Simply change this to 768, and this will become 1024. So that's the second media query. Why it's not working? And here we have to change this to repeat to 1fr. Okay, so that's the second media query. And as you can see, it's working fine. Our media query is working fine on a mobile device, looking perfect. Now let's come here up, and let's make it 300, little bigger, and line height is going to be 0. Let's come down. We're going to target the subscription box P, and it will have a font size to 1.2 RAM. We'll take this subscription box left box, and it will have a display flex. Align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 1 RAM, and margin top is going to be 2 RAM. So this is how it will look. Let's come down. We'll take the subscribe box left box small, and font size is going to be 1 RAM. Font width is going to be 700. Pretty cool. We'll target the box left span, and this becomes the background color is going to be our icon color. Okay, pretty cool. And we're going to assign a color itself. It's gonna be our main color. Okay, BG color. Padding is going to be, let's say, 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM from left and right, and border radius is going to be 2 RAM, and width is going to be 4 RAM. Text align is going to be center. Okay, save it. Let's come down, target the box left input. Margin top is going to be, let's say, 3 RAM, so we'll have some space. Padding is going to be 2 RAM and 2 RAM. Let's remove it too. And width is going to be, let's say, 80%. Border radius is going to be 4 rem. So this is how it will look. Now let's assign a background color to going be our main icon color, and we'll have a color itself is going to be main. This is how it will look. Nice background color we have. Now let's say display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, and let's come down. We're going to target the box, subscription box left input and input itself. So background color is going to be, let's say, transparent. We have the border 0, outline is going to be none, width is going to be, let's say, 90%, and that's pretty cool. And let's come down. We're going to target that left input and input placeholder. So placeholder, and we want to change the color. So we'll tap this main BG color, and font size is going to be 1.2 rem. So that's pretty big and beautiful. Let's come down and we'll target that subscription box left input icon. Okay, we need to increase the size, so font size is going to be 2 rem. Oh, little big, beautiful. So that's looking pretty cool. So we are done with the CSS part. Let's scroll all the way up and let's have a look one more time. So let's come in the media query, in the first media query, and here we're going to write the media query. So first we're going to target that, let's say, left input. Okay, and we'll say width is going to be 100% on a mobile device. That's pretty cool. And padding is going to be 1 rem. Okay, that's looking awesome. And let's come down. We're going to target that subscription box left h2, and we'll say font size is going to be 2 rem. That's look good. Okay, that's looking good. Let's come down the second media query. Let's target that box left input, and this time we're going to make this to same 100% width, and this will become padding is going to be 1 rem, and box left h2 is going to be same, font size 2 rem. If you want, you can even break this component into a separate component and use it. Okay, but I will go in this way. So that's the media query and looking perfect on mobile device. Let's make it a little big. It's 100% responsive, you can see. Let's make it on a big screen and on a desktop, and this is how it will look on a desktop. Okay, so it's looking beautiful. So we have this section, we have this image section, descriptions and all, everything's working fine. So that's cool. So we have come back to the code and make it full screen. Close this one, come here, close that, open the terminal. In this video we're going to build a reusable title component, because in this application, in this NFT marketplace, we have a lot of title which is repeating in the sections. So that's what we're going to build. So let's come here. So this is what we have built in the last video, and in this we're going to focus on this title section. Okay, we're going to design this particular one title as a component, and we're going to use it in a multiple places as a reusable component and changing the data dynamically. Okay, so that's what I'm going to focus in this, that how you can build a reusable component and change the data dynamically. Okay, so you don't need to write the same code over and over again. So here we are in the code editor. Let's come up here and create a folder. We'll call it title. Simply copy, and we're going to create a file called title.jsx. In that we're going to create another file called title module.css file. Okay, so this is our title file we have. Simply come here, go to this, type RAFCE, close this one, and type RAFCE, React Functional Based Component, and we want to import the CSS file. Nothing is new, you guys already know what we are doing. Okay, if you are following the entire project from the beginning. Okay, if you're watching straight away from this video, then things becomes little complicated for you. Okay, so make sure you follow other videos to have a complete grasp that what we are exactly building and what we are exactly working on and what pattern we are following. So the CSS file will come from the same folder. So that's our component, and here we're going to receive the props. So the first prop is going to be the heading, and the second prop is going to be the paragraph. Okay, so let's come here and let's come to this component index, and we're going to import the component here. So we'll say title coming from the same folder, and simply copy and paste. We have to export this as well, default export. Okay, so that's what we are doing here. We have to import that in a index.js, and now we can easily able to use it in our page. So simply call the component. Okay, so that's that. Simply close this one and close this one, come here, and now we can start writing the JSX. Simply remove this, take a dynamic instant return and take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it, let's say, title. And in that we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style title box, and in that we'll take this h2. It will have our dynamic data heading, and we'll have a paragraph. It will have our dynamic data paragraphs. So that's our reusable dynamic component. Okay, so we are done with this. Now what we can do, let's come here, go to this component section, and here we have to send the props. We are in the index.js, and now we have to send the props. So we'll call it, so let's come here, simply copy that and paste, and here we have to pass the text we want to render. Okay, so let's come here, go to the original applications, and from there we're going to copy the text. Simply copy that, browse by category, and simply pass it here. Okay, now format this properly, and now we're going to take the, come here and copy that paragraph and simply pass the data. So simply copy this and pass it here. So this is how we are sending the props in our title component. So it's looking good. Now let's come here, go to this application. Right now we don't have anything, you can see. Let's come here. So what's the matter, why it's not rendering? So here we have the subscriber. Okay, simply copy that, it's working fine. Okay, my fault, we have to restart the application. So type npm run dev and click on this 3000, close all the tabs, and let's scroll down, and here you can see that our dynamic content is working. So we have the title and we have the paragraph. Okay, now bring the terminal down, and now we're going to style that component. So simply come here and go to this style file, title style file, and now we start styling this one. So first thing we're going to do is target the title, and width is going to be 100%, and title box width will have its 80%, and margin 0 auto. Then come down, let's target the title box h2, and font size is going to be 3 ram, a little bigger, and line height is going to be 0. So this is how it will look. Now let's come down, let's write the media query. So and it will say min device width is going to be 320 pixels, and the second one is going to be, let's say, max device width, it's going to be around 425 pixels. We're going to target the title box width is going to be 90%. Then again we're going to target the title box h2, and we're going to make the font size to 1.8 ram. So let's save it, and we're going to say line height is going to be 0. So it's looking perfect, you can see it's looking perfect. The thing we have in the design is look like the same. Okay, make it big and it will look good, responsive, and that's how it will look on a bigger. Let's make it big, close this file. Okay, let's close this one, open this index.js, simply cut this and paste above this, and now simply save it. And now in this video we're going to build the category section. Okay, so I have already opened the project in my Visual Code Studio, and let's do one thing. Let's start working. Click on this component and create kind of folder, call it category. Okay, simply copy and create a page called category.js. Inside that we're going to create a css file, module.css. Okay, simply come to category and type rafce, and we have to import the css file, internal import, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, that's the internal import we have. Simply close this one, and now let's come to the component.js, and I believe that you guys are getting familiar with this. Okay, so we're going to import the component here. We'll say import, we'll call the category, and that's coming from the same directory, and here we have to export that. Simply save it, close this one, and go to the pages index.js, and here we have to import that. Okay, category, simply copy here and pass it here, close this one. Okay, So that's going to be our category section. And now we can start working exactly on our category component. Okay, so here we have to restart the application to check everything's working fine. Click on this 3000, and here we are in the browser. Let's close all the tab and reload the browser and scroll down, and here you can see we have that category title component, and here we have the category component. So everything's working fine and we can render that. Let's come back to the code editor and bring the terminal down, and now we can start working on our JSX. Okay, we're going to import a couple of things. First thing is going to be the image coming from Next.js, and now we have to import the icon. So first one is going to be the circle fill, and that's coming from React icon bootstrap. Okay, BS. Now we have to import images, and that's coming from .image file folder, sorry. And we have to demo data, we'll call it category array, and 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so the reason why I have taken this category array, because the data we'll get from our API from the backend, it will come in the form of array, and we're going to display that category here in this component as a dynamic component. Okay, so that's the data we have. Now we're going to return it, and we're going to give a class, we'll call it, let's say, category small. Inside that we'll have on our dynamic data, we'll call it category array. We're going to map over it element I instant return. We'll take a div, and it will have a class, we'll call it style dot category box. In that we're going to, let's take a key, let's provide a key, otherwise React will give you an array. Okay, we have a key. Now let's come down, we're going to take the image and we're going to provide the source of the image, and we have the image inside the images, and we can pick the, let's say, category background, and let's assign a class, we'll call it style dot category box image. Okay, now we write the alt, it will say background image. We have to assign the width is going to be, let's say, 350, and height is going to be, let's say, 150, and it will have a object fit to cover. Okay, that's the image. Now simply come down, we're going to take the div, it will have a class style dot category box title. In that we're going to take a span, and it will have our icon. Okay, let's come down, and here we're going to take another div, it will have a class called style dot category box title info. In that we're going to take this h4, and it will call entertainment, and now we'll take this hardcore value NF1995 NFT. So right now we are doing this hardcode value, we're going to take the dynamic data from the array and we're going to render over it. Okay, so this is the hardcode value. So that's the JSX part for this category. Okay, so we are importing internal, external, and we have this dynamic demo data, and here we have the JSX. Okay, let's open the terminal and come back to the browser, and here you can see we can able to render the image and all the data related to that. So everything's working fine and we don't have any error. So now come back to the CSS file, category CSS file, and let's start styling. Okay, so simply copy this category and let's target that category. It will have a padding 4 RAM and 0 RAM. Display is going to be, let's say, grid, and grid template column repeat, let's say 6 1FR. Now we'll have the gap to 2 RAM. So this is how it will look. Okay, it's looking really good. Let's come down, we're going to target the category box. It will have a line height to 0 and transition all 0.3 second easy in. We'll target the border radius 1 RAM, overflow hidden, cursor pointer, and padding bottom is going to be 1 RAM. So it's look good. Let's come down and let's add a media query. So it's going to be a min device width is going to be 320 pixels and max device width is going to be, let's say, 425 pixels. So we're going to target the category. It will have a grid template column 1FR. So you can see this is how it will look on a mobile device, and simply replicate this, and let's add a one more breakpoint. So we're going to change this to, let's say, 427, and this will become 770 pixels, second breakpoint, and this will have a 2 repeat 2 1FR. Okay, so that's the second breakpoint for our media query. Now simply copy and let's add the third breakpoint, and this time we're going to change this to, let's say, 772 pixels, and this will become around 1024 pixels, 25 pixels. Okay, and let's make it 3. Okay, so that looks pretty good. That's the 3 breakpoint. Now let's come here, and here we're going to take another div and simply put this entire code inside it, copy and paste here. Okay, and that's how we'll look. Let's assign a class, and let's call it box category. Okay, now simply copy that, come back to the CS file, go on top, and let's target that, and let's say width is going to be 80%. So this, and margin 0 auto, so it will be in the center. Copy that and come back to the media query and do this targeted here. Okay, so width is going to be, let's say, 90%. Okay, look perfect. It's look perfect on a mobile device, you can see. Now let's have a look. So this is how it will look on a desktop. If we go to this single, this is how it will look on a tablet 2, and this is how it will look on a desktop, and on a complete desktop it will look like this. So right now we have 5, but I want to display 6. Okay, so what's the problem? Let's come back to the code. Let's come back to the JSX, and here we have taken 5 only, so we have to take one more. Okay, 6. So the total number of category arrays should be 6 to display 6 component, but I had only 5. Okay, so right now if I come here, you can see we have 6 component. Okay, so now we have fixed that problem. So let's come down, let's start styling that. So we'll target the category box. On over effect, we're going to add a box shadow var, and we'll have our box shadow. Okay, we'll come down, we will target the category box image. It will have a border radius 1 rem. Let's target the bar title. Display is going to be flex, align item is going to be center, and padding is going to be 1 rem. Gap is going to be 1 rem. So that looks pretty good. Let's come down, we'll target the category box title span. Let's make it font size to 2 rem, 3 rem. Let's make it a little bigger, and margin top is going to be 1 rem. Okay, that's look good. Nice effect. As you can see, on click event we have this nice box shadow, so it's looking already much better. Let's come back on a full screen, and you can see it's looking really good on a large screen. On over effect we have getting this styling. Let's look good. So nice effect we are getting. Let's come back to the code, make it full screen, close this one, and now let's come back to this here. So make sure you do the changes in the category array. So earlier we had only 5 element, but right now we are displaying 6 element. Okay, so let's come here. So things are looking good and working fine. So it's looking good. We are working on this click event. We are changing the, let's do the inspect element, check the responsiveness. So it's 100% responsive. You can see all the breakpoints we have included, it's working fine. This one is also working fine. So this is pretty good. On a large screen we have this 3, and on a desktop mode we'll have complete 6 row. Okay, in this video we're going to build the filter, advanced filter for our marketplace, because this filter is going to be available in all the 16 pages. Okay, now let's click on this component and let's create a folder called filter. Inside the filter we're going to have this filter.js. We'll create a filter.module.css. Okay, So that's the folder and file structure we are following. Now we'll come to filter and type rafce. Now we have to import the CSS file, internal import, and we'll say import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so we have our folder. Now let's come back to the component.js, and here we're going to import that filter component. So let's import that very quickly. Import filter component, and now we have to export that. Okay, close this one and go to this index.js, and here we're going to call the component. So first thing we have to do is to import the component. So that's coming from the component index, and now we're going to call that component. So simply copy, and let's come here in the applications, and let's simply come here, copy that, and here we're going to call the component, filter component. Okay, and simply copy this title component, because in the filter section we have a title, then we have a filter, then we have all the NFT cards. Okay, so we'll simply copy the title and paste here, and here we're going to change the text. So simply come here. As you can see, it's working fine. Our component is displaying, our title is displaying. So let's come back to the original one, and let's simply come down, and here we have the title. Simply type, copy this filter NFT, and simply paste here in our props, format that, and copy this one and simply pass it here. So that's the props we are sending in the title component, and in this way we can easily able to see. As you can see, we have the feature NFT discover, and we have a filter. Let's come back to the component, and now we're going to close this one, and now let's start working on our filter.jsx. Okay, so we're going to import couple of things from. First is going to be the icons, and that's coming from react/fa font awesome, and we'll have one more icon, fa angle down, we'll have fa angle up, fa wallet, fa music, and fa verified, so video, and fa images, and we'll have fa users alt. So these are the icons we are using in this filter, so we are importing that from font awesome. Let's come down, let's import other. We'll have a icon fill close circle, that's coming from AI, and we'll have a one more which is a md verify, and that's coming from material. Now we have to import that ti tick from, and that's coming from react icon ti. Okay, I'm using different providers for icons because I couldn't find all the icons in a single provider. Okay, so I'm just importing the icons from different providers. If you want to know more about it, you can simply visit the React icons and you can check the documentations. So these are the icons we have. Let's come here, we have to import a couple of from React. So we need useState, and simply come here, and we're going to take that useState. So we'll say useState, it will call filter, and initially it will be true. So we want to display the filter menu when someone visits the application for the very first time. Okay, so that's why it's true, and we're going to use this useState. Image is going to be true, and we'll take another one. It will say video true, we'll say music true. So these are the states we are taking. Okay, let's come down. We'll remove this, and we're going to take this instant return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style dot filter, and that will have a div, it will have a class called style filter box, and that will have a div called style dot filter box left. Then we'll have a button, it will have a on click function. We'll call it, let's call it for the time being, let's call it empty function. Okay, we're going to create that function later, not now. So we'll create a function, and we're going to pass inside the button. So when someone click on this button, we're going to fetch all the NFTs. Okay, so this function will fetch all the NFTs, and we're going to simply replicate this button a couple of times, and we're going to change the text to art. This will become music, this will become sports, and this will become photography. Okay, so these are the buttons. We'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot filter box right. Inside that we'll have another div, it will call style filter box right box, and in that will, so it will have a on click function as well. And on the click event, we want to simply open the filter options. Okay, So right now you might be thinking that what I'm doing, just bear with me and code along with me. Everything will make a lot of sense when we'll bring the functionality. Okay, so let's write the function name, and inside that we're going to have our icon fa filter, and we'll have the span, and we'll have this filter text, and out of that we're going to have one more icon, and this icon would be dynamic. So filter, if filter is true, then we want to display this like down, and if filter is false, then we want to display this up. So that's the dynamic filter we have. Okay, let's come down here. We're going to take another dynamic block, and this is going to be the menu of our filter. Okay, so if filter is true, then we want to display. If filter is false, then we want to display, we want to hide it. Okay, so we'll come here, we'll take a div, and it will have a class called style dot filter box items. In that we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style, let's say filter box item box, and that will have a div. It will have a class called style dot filter box item items. Okay, it will have our icons wallet, and we have a span. Here we're going to display the amount to ether and the range 10 ether, and then we're going to display the icon, because initially this is what we're going to display. So it will have an icon, and in this we're going to take this close icon, because initially we're going to display all the NFTs in between these price range. Okay, so this would be the initial active state. Okay, so that's why we have to display this icon. Okay, so this is the first section we have. Now let's come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class called style fill box item box class style, and it will call filter box item item trans means transaction. Okay, it will have an on click function, and in that on click function we're going to call this function, let's say open image. Okay, and here we're going to add the data. Okay, fa image, and we'll have this text, and here we'll have a dynamic icon. So image, then we display the image close, then if it's not, then we have to display the stick icon. Okay, so if image is not selected, then we want to display this cross icon, but if image is selected, then we want to display the stick icon. Okay, so that's the logic. I hope nothing is new for all of you guys. So let's keep working. So that's the one we have. Let's come here and open the application, and here you can see we have all the things. We have all the buttons, we have this filter, we have this wallet, we have this image, and right now we haven't written the function. That's why we are getting the error. Reload the browser, and let's come down, and this is the thing, and you can see we don't have the function, but on the click event we are getting this error. That means our function is working. So now we have to create the function. So let's come back to the code, and let's keep working on the JSX. Okay, now let's bring down, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot filter item box, and that will have another div. It will have a style dot filter box item, and this will call transaction. Okay, it will have an on click function, and the function we want to call is this open video, and inside the div we're going to have a icon for video. It will have a span text, and we have to have a dynamic icon. So close icon, then we want to display this stick icon. Okay, so that's the thing. Let's come down. We going to take one more component. It will have a class called style dot fill box item box. Inside that we'll have another div. It will call fill box item transaction, and will have an on click function, and this function would be like open music. Inside the div we're going to have a file music text, and we're going to have our dynamic icon. Okay, so cross icon and tick icon, that's the one. Looking fine. Open music we have. Now let's take one more div, and we'll have a class called style fill box item box, and in that we're going to have another div. It will say filter box item, and in that we're going to take this user icon. It will say verified, and we have our verified icon. Okay, so we're going to display all the verified user and their NFT. So that's our dynamic components. Everything's working fine. So let's come up here and let's check. So these are the function we have to create. Okay, so that's the states we have. Let's come down, let's create the function. So we'll target this open filter first. So let's call it function section. We'll take a filter, open filter, and if filter, then we have to set the filter to true. So if the filter, initially the state of the filter is going to be the true, so we want to turn it to false, and if it's false, then we want to turn it to true. Okay, so that's what we are doing, general convention. Else we want to set to false. So that's the open filter. So let's come here, reload the browser, and you can see if we click, we can open, we can close, open, close, working fine. Let's come down, target the image, and we have to do the same check. If it's image false, then we want to set the image to true, else we want to make it false. Okay, simply replicate that, and this is the function we have to add. Open video, same thing we have to do. If video is false, then set the true, else set false. So that's open video. Let's come down, let's create one more, which is open music, and this will become if music false, then set to true, otherwise set it to false. So I hope you guys are getting sense that what we are doing. That's why I'm going a little faster. Okay, false. So these are the function for opening and closing. Everything is working fine. So let's save it, come back to the browser and reload the browser, and you can see, just have a look on the icons. Okay, click, change, tick, cross. Again, our icon is working fine, logic is working fine. Okay, everything is working fine. Let's come back to the code, and now simply come back to the filter CSS, and now let's start styling the filter. Okay, so let's make it side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. So let's target the filter, and padding is going to be 4 RAM and 0 RAM. Width is going to be 100%. Okay, filter box width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto. That's look pretty good. Let's display is going to be flex. Align item center. Justify content space between. Padding bottom is going to be 4 RAM. Let's target filter box left. Display is going to be flex. Gap is going to be 2 RAM. Filter box left button. Border is going to be none. Outline is going to be none. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 1.5 RAMs. I'm going a little faster because it's a CSS. We are not writing anything logic. Okay, we are writing the CSS, so that's why I'm going a little faster. So border radius 2 RAM, border 1 pixel solid, var, and our main color. That's how we'll look. Let's assign transition all 3 second easy in. Font size is going to 1.3 RAM. Cursor pointer. Okay, that's how it will look. Let's come down, let's add the media query. So min device width going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 375 pixels. First breakpoint, we're going to target the filter box, and display is going to be grid. Gap is going to be 4 RAM. This is how it will look. And let's copy that and filter box left, and simple display is going to be, let's say, grid, and grid template column 4 repeat 3 1FR, and that's how it will look. Simply come down, gap is going to be 2 RAM. Simply come here, target the filter box left button, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, a little bigger, and filter box left button. On over effect, we want to say background border is going to 1 pixel solid, and icon color we want to add the padding to 1 RAM and 2 RAM. Border radius is going to be 2 RAM. Color is going to be our main background color, and box shadow is going to be our box shadow, and cursor pointer. Okay, So that's working fine. Let's come up here, let's copy this, so this become right, not left. Okay, so we'll have the style, and we have to move it to box. Okay, as you can see, not over, sorry, box. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. Now let's come down, as we'll say display is going to be flex, and align item center, gap is 1 ram. Come down, filter box left button. On over effect, we want to add a border 1 pixel solid, var and icon color. We want to add the color itself to be the icon color, and box shadow is going to be our box shadow. So let's make a big, and let's see, this is how it will look. You can see on over effect we are getting this nice style, and that's our filter. Open close, you can see it's working fine. So it's working fine. This is how it will look on a mobile. We're going to fix this. Okay, it's not aligned perfectly, so let's come back and let's come here. We'll target the filter box items, and we'll say display is going to be filter flex, sorry, padding is going to be 2 ram, border top is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we have the icon colors. Okay, we have the icon color. Now let's come down. We're going to target the filter box items box. Okay, now we'll say padding is going to be 1 ram. You can see that's how it look. We can open, you can see it's flex, looking perfect, working fine. Now let's come down. We'll target the filter box item, and we'll say background color is going to be var icon color, and we'll have a padding 0.5 ram and 1 ram. Border is going, radius is going to be 2 ram. Color is going to be var our main color, and cursor is going to be pointer. So this is how it will look. And display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap have 1.5 ram. So that's looking really good. As you can see, it's looking perfect. Open close, everything's working fine. So this is how it will look on a mobile device. We're gonna make it responsive. Okay, so let's come down, target the filter box item transaction trans, and border going to 1 pixel solid, and it will have our icon color. Color itself is going to be icon color, and padding is going to be 0.5 ram and 1 ram. Let's add a border radius 2 ram and cursor pointer. Okay, let's add a display to flex, align item center, and gap 0.5 ram. So that's how it will look. So you can see all the filters are working fine. Nice effects we are getting. So looking good. Nicely, we can able to click on it. Okay, now let's come in the media query. We're going to target the filter box item, display grid template column repeat to 1fr. So that's how it will look on a mobile, but still we have a problem. So let's target the filter box right box, and it will have a display flex, align item center, justify content center, and gap is going to be 4 ram. Okay, that's look good. Let's assign a padding as well. Padding, it's gonna be padding in line is going to be 2 ram. Now come down, we'll target the filter box item, justify content space between, and let's come down, we'll target the for item transaction, justify content space between, and let's come here. You can see it's look perfect, but still we have a little bit problem in the width. Okay, we're gonna fix that again. So this is how it will look on a desktop. Let's make it full desktop. So this is how it will look. We can open, we can close, and this is how it will look on a mobile device. Let's come here, simply copy and paste this one, and now we have to add a multiple breakpoints. The first breakpoint we have done. Now let's add the second breakpoint. This is going to be a 377, and this one is going to be, let's say, 425. This will be same. We have to remove this gap from here. Okay, now just make it 1, and that would be same. Close this one, simply copy and replicate one more time, and this time the breakpoint is 427 pixels to 786 pixels, and we have to simply, this would be same. Okay, let's come here and go to this filter component, filter code, and here we have this filter box items. Simply copy that. Okay, that's what we have here. Let's come back to the CSS. Let's go up, close this one, and simply come up here. Okay, we have to add the width is going to be, let's say, 80%. So make sure you add this width, filter box item 80%, and margin 0 auto. So right now you can see we have this style. Okay, now we have to remove this padding, so that's look perfect, and let's make it 0. Okay, don't remove it, make it 0. Everything's working fine. So padding would be there, 2 RAM from top and bottom, but left and right is going to be 0. Okay, let's come back to the filter J6, and that's what we have here. Here we have that filter box, right box. Simply come back to the CSS, and where it is, that's what we have. Simply comment out this, and let's see what's happening here. Nothing. Let's bring it back, and here we have to do the changes. Simply select this and type icon color. Okay, this working fine, this working fine. Now let's add a background color. Is going to be a var main color. You can see right turn, we don't have that awkward color. Okay, so it's working fine. So that's looking good. And in the media query, in the first breakpoint, make sure you do these changes. Gap, simply remove this gap. Okay, and make it to 0.5 RAM. Instead of 2 RAM, provide 1.5 RAM. Okay, so that's the first change we have to do. And here in the second media query, we have to add the width. So width is going to be 90. So as you can see, this is how it will look. And now we have to fix this one. So let's come here, copy this, and come back to the media query, and width is going to be 90%. So right now it's look good. We have the width. Okay, and let's add a gap 0.5 RAM. So remove it, don't add it. And here we have this. Let's scroll down, and this is how it will look. Let's make it on a bigger screen. Okay, let's remove this extra text. So what we can do, let's come back to the JSS, go to the button, sorry, here in the price section, and remove this price, make it short. Let's make it 10 ether only. Okay, so let's remove this all, 10 ether. Now it's look perfect, and you can see everything's looking perfect, everything is aligned beautifully. And still we have some problem in the button, but we're gonna fix that. Okay, let's come back to the filter CSS, and here we have this width. Okay, here we have this width in the media query. Come back to the second media query, and we have to add the width to 90%. Okay, and here we have to add the width as well to 90%. Close this one, go to the second media query, the third media query, and add a width to 90%, and scroll down, and here in the filter box item, add a width to 90%. And now it's look little better. You can see, make sure you do all these changes. So now it's looking perfect. This is how it will look on tab, and this is how it will look on a desktop. Okay, it's look good. This is how it will look on a mobile device, and you can see everything is 100% responsive. You can tap it, close, open, close, open. Things are looking really beautiful. Make it down, and this is how it will look on a desktop. You can see we have this feature component, we have the menus and NFT, arts, music, sports, paragraph, and the filter options. So this is the title component, this is the button we have, this is the filter component, open close, and we can simply provide this. So this is going to be the component we're going to add in every single page, and we're going to add the display the NFT on the base of this component. Okay, so that's looking really good. It's beautiful. So let's come back to the code, and with this we are done with the entire code. Okay, so let's have a look one more time. Let's close this one and close this one as well. Come back here, and this is all the folder we have worked so far. Okay, in this video we're going to build the NFT card section. So let's click on this component, and we have to create a folder by the name NFT card, create a file, JSX file, NFT card.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. So NFT card module.css. So these are the two files we have created. Come back to the NFT card and type RAFCE, and here we're going to do a couple of internal imports. So let me do this command internal import, and we're going to import our CSS file which is in the same directory. Okay, so that's the internal import. Now let's click here and go to this component index sections, and here we're going to import that component. So let's call it import, and we have to import the NFT card. Okay, and that's what we have to export here. Okay, so this is the pattern we are following, and if you're watching this video right from here, make sure you follow the complete playlist, which I will link in the I button on the description, so you can know that what exactly we are building. So that's the export. Now close this one, come back here, close this one, and go to this index page, because this is the component we're going to render in our index page. So here we are on index.home, and the very first thing we have to do is to import the component. So NFT card. Okay, just simply remove this simple NFT card, and that's coming from component index. Okay, so you can see now we'll scroll down, and here we're going to call the component. Okay, so that's the index.js, and now we can come here in the applications, and you can see here we have that NFT card component. So that's successfully rendering on our applications. Okay, so let's come here and let's close this one, and now we can start working on our NFT card.jsx. Okay, so let's zoom a bit and let's import couple of things. So first thing, we need the icons, filter, heart. Okay, we need one more, which is a outline, heart, and we have to import the image, and that's coming from Bootstrap. Then we have to import the Next.js image tag. Okay, so that's the external import we have. And let's do a couple of internal imports. So we have to import the images, that's here in this folder. So that's our internal import. So that's, we are done with the internal external import. Now let's start writing. So here we are taking an array, and we're going to loop over the array to render our card. Okay, so we'll take a demo data. We'll take 1 2 3 4 5 6 8 9. So I'm taking 9 array. Okay, because that's many element I'm going to display in the front end, in the home page. Okay, let's come down. We have to take a couple of use state. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, like. Initially it will be true. Now here we have to import use state. Okay, now let's come down and let's remove this, and now let's start working on the JSX. So it will have a div, and it will have a class style dot NFT card. Inside that we're going to take a dynamic block, and in that we're going to call the demo data, and we're going to loop over it, map lmi, and it's gonna be instant return. In that we will take a div, and it will, let's say, it will have a class called style dot NFT card dash box, and it will have a key. Okay, I+1. In that will have another div. It will have a class style dot NFT card image, and in this we're going to use the Next.js image tag, and here we're going to provide the source of the image, which is inside this image, and we'll call this NFT1, and it will have a alt tags NFT image width is going to be 600 and height is going to be 600 as well. So that's the image. Now we have to assign the class style NFT box image. Okay, so this is the pattern which I'm following throughout this entire project, and I believe that you guys are getting familiar. Okay, so that's why I'm going a little faster, because some of you guys have said that I have to go a little faster because my videos are getting very long, like it's 40 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours. So I'll try to go a little faster. So let's do one thing. Let's come back to the application and let's scroll down. You can see here we can easily able to render the images. So altogether we are rendering 9 images. So all the images we are displaying. Okay, that's working fine. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box update, and in that we will have another div. It will have a class called, let's say, NFT box update left, and in that we'll have another div. It will say style dot NFT box left dash like. In that, so let's add a on click function on this, and it will say like function. Okay, so this is the function we're going to create, because when someone will click on the like, we want to add the like. Okay, update the like data, and we have to show that like icon. Okay, so that's the function we will create. Now let's come down and we'll take a dynamic block. If the like is true, then we want to display this. Okay, this icon AI fill heart, and if it's not true, then we have to display this normal one. So okay, this will become let's say outfit. So in the first icon we have to display the only outline, the border, and the second, if it's true, it's false, then we have to display the pool icon. Okay, and it will also have a class called style NFT box left like icon. Okay, so that's the class we have to assign. Let's come down and we'll take this ant. Let's add normal space, and we'll give the demo data to 22. Okay, these all data is going to be dynamic. When we fetch the data from our API, we're going to render data dynamically. Okay, but right now for the design purpose, we are giving this hardcode value. Okay, so this is the data we have. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style, and we'll target the NFT box update right section, and in that we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style NFT box update right, and this time we'll call it info, and in this we're going to display the information about the NFT. Okay, so we'll bring it down. We'll take a small tag, and the first will say that remaining time. So every NFT will have a time schedule. Okay, so when the NFT was updated, is there any offers going on and that particular NFT, so those are the time we'll assign to the NFT the moment the NFT will create. Okay, so that's what we have here, and we'll take a p tag, and here we'll display the time for the offer. Okay, remaining time, and we'll come down and we'll take a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it nav box update and details. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called style and NFT card update details dash price, and that will have a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box update details price, and this will call a box. In that we'll render the h4, and here we're going to give this name of the NFT. So let's call this random text. Okay, which is there in the design. Now let's take a div, and we have to call the style, and we're going to target that price box dash box. Okay, in that we'll take a div. It will have a class called NFT box update price box, and this will call bid. Okay, price box bid. Okay, and in that we're going to take the small tag, and we'll cite current bid, and downward we'll take a p tag. It will have the price of the NFT. Okay, 1 ether. Let's come down. Let's take another div. It will have a class style dot let's call it NFT details price box stock. Okay, in that we'll take a small, and here we'll say that 61 in stock. So that's the stock of the NFT. Now let's come down and we'll take a div. It will have a class, and let's call it style dot NFT update details category. Inside that we'll take our icon, our image icon, because if this is an image, so in this marketplace we are trying to sell three different type of NFT: audio, video, and images. Okay, so according to that NFT we're going to display in different icons. Okay, so right now it's a hardcore value image, so that's why I'm giving this image sign, but this data becomes dynamic. Okay, so let's work on the JSX part. So here we are on the website, and you can see everything's working fine. We have that like, we have the name, we have the price, bidding, and stock, and the icon. So everything's displaying perfectly. All the things are working fine. So let's come back to the code. And okay, so here you can see we have to create this like NFT function. So simply copy that and come here, and let's create that function. So we'll call it const like NFT, and it's gonna be an arrow function. So if like is false, then we have to turn it to true, else we have to turn it to false. So that's a very pretty simple function. So let's come back to the application, and now you can click on this, and you can see like, unlike, unlike, unlike. So this is working fine. That's working absolutely incredible. So let's come back here, and so everything's working perfectly. So here we have that. In here we have the functions, and this is the demo array, and this is the complete JSX. So let's come back to the CSS, and now let's start working on the CSS file. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see what we are actually working on. So we're going to target the NFT card. Display is going to be grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1FR. I'll go a little faster, okay, because this is the styling and you guys are already familiar with the type of styling we are following. So I'll go a little faster here. Okay, gap is going to be 3 RAM. So this is how it will look. Let's come down. Let's add a media query. So it's gonna be a min device. Width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and the max device width is going to be, let's say, 425 pixels. And in that we're going to say grid template column 1FR for the mobile device. You can see everything's working fine. Now let's come down, and we have to target the NFT card box, and background color is going to be our, let's assign a back shadow light color. We have to get the padding 1 RAM, border radius 1 RAM, display grid template column repeat 4 1FR, grid template row repeat 4 1FR. That's how it will look. Let's come down. Let's take a cursor pointer. Box shadow, our box shadow custom color, and that's how it will look. Let's come down. We have to target the NFT box. On over effect we want to target the image and images. Okay, transform scale is going to be 1.0.4, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box update. It will have a grid column 1/1. Same thing for the row 1/1 2. Okay, Z index is going to be something big number. You can give any number. Display is going to be flex, align item center, flex start, and justify. Content is going to be space between. Line height is going to be 0, overflow hidden. So that's how it will look on over effect. You can see the box shadow and the text are also aligned perfectly. Mainly our icon or like component. Okay, so let's come here, target the NFT box update, and it's gonna be a left section. Background is going to be our icon color. Padding is going to be 1.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Color is going to be itself main color, and border radius is going to be 2 RAM. Margin 1 RAM, and let's provide the E. So lightness looking good. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box update, left, like, and display is going to be flex, align item center, font size 1.2 RAM, target the NFT card box, and gap is going to be 5 RAM. Now target the NFT card box left like icon, and color is going to be red. That's look good. NFT box update right, and it will have background color to our shadow light, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 5 RAM. Text align is going to be a center. Transform is QX 45 degree, and border bottom is border bottom left radius is going to be 1 RAM. Margin right is going to be -2 RAM. Okay, you can see the styling. Let's come down. We're going to target NFT update right info, and transform is Q -45 degree. Okay, background color is going to be our shadow light color. NFT box update right info P would be font size 1.2 RAM, font width 800, NFT box image grid column 1/1, and grid row is 1/end, overflow hidden, and border radius 1 RAM. You can see it's looking perfect. We have the image, everything's working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box image, and it's will have a border radius 1 RAM, transition all 0.4 second easy in. NFT box update details. So let's come up here. Okay, grid column 1 and grid row, same thing, we have to do this. Line height is going to be a 0, z index something big number, and a line item is going to be flex end. Display is going to be grid, and grid template column 1.fr and 1fr, overflow is going to be hidden. So that looks incredible. Okay, now let's come here. We're going to target the NFT box update details, and price will say bar background color, our shadow light, margin left -3 RAM, and padding is going to be 0, 0.5 and 0. That's how it will look. Transform is Q -45 degree. Let's plus. Okay, border top right radius is going to be 1 RAM. NFT box update details, price, box, and transform is QY -45 degree to make it straight, and let's assign a padding to left is going to be 3 RAM. Let's come down. NFT box update details, price, box, H4, font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. NFT box update details, price, box, and display is going to be flex. Justify content space between a line item, flex end. Okay, that's look good. Let's come down. We're going to target that NFT box update details, price, box, and bid. Okay, bidding section, and we'll say border 1 pixel solid where our icon color, and padding is going to be 0.2 RAM, 0.5 RAM, align item center, border radius 0.3 RAM. So nice border color we are getting. And let's come down. We're going to target NFT box update detail, price, box, width, and this will be a small. Background color is going to be our icon color. Color itself is going to be a main color, and border radius 0.2 RAM. Padding is going to be 0.2 RAM. So that's look really good. So it's working fine. Now let's come here, target NFT card, NFT box update details, price, box, bid, and we have targeted the P tag, and padding is going to be, let's say 0.5 RAM 000, and that's how it will look. Font size is going to be, font width is going to 600, and NFT box update details, category, It will have a color to this icon color, text align end, and margin 1.5 RAM, and font size is going to be 1.5 RAM. So you can see our icon is also looking good. So this card is also looking beautiful. Okay, so let's come here, make it on a full screen. This is how it will look on a 322 pixels. And if I come here, you can see it's already looking much better on a, if you come here, this is how it will look on a big screen desktop mode. We're gonna fix it. Okay, so this is how it will look, perfectly aligned, and it's also looking good on a mobile device. Now let's work on the media query, and we're going to target NFT box update, right? And padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 2 RAM. Let's NFT box update right info by P. Font size is going to be 1 RAM. You can see right now we have a small text in our mobile, and now our remaining time is working fine. So it's looking good. Now let's close this one, simply copy and replicate this one, and we have to change this media query to 427, and this become 768. Okay, in this we're going to define a width to, let's say, 90%. And what else we have to do? And here in the grid template we have to do the changes. So repeat to 1FR. So we want to display 2 cards in this media query range on our tablets. Okay, simply close this one, copy and simply paste, delete this part, and here we have to do the changes, 770, and this become 1024, and width is going to be normal, and in this we'll have a 2. Okay, so let's come back. It's looking perfect on a tablet. If we click here, we have, you can see here we have 2, and that's how it will look on a bigger screen, 3. All the functions are working fine. Okay, some problem we have on our click function, not a problem, we're going to fix that. Okay, but I just want to assure you that it's working. We can click and we can change the state of our like. Okay, so that's working, so it's working fine. Let's scroll down. So it's lovely, working fine. Come here, and here we have to assign the width. Okay, the width is going to be 100%, and in the box we have to say width is going to be 80%, and margin 0 and auto, so that will hold the entire div inside the container. Let's come back to the application, and you can see it's looking really big. Okay, let's come here, let's simply remove this, and that's how it will look on our desktop. Now let's remove this one, 80%, and this will become margin 0 and auto. If we save, now you can see it's look perfect. Okay, so this card is looking absolutely incredible. You can open the filter and close, that's also working fine. And we're going to display the data dynamically. Okay, so we have this tab on the base of the click event on the tab, we have to change the data. Okay, so right now you can see the hard code card, because we are not passing any data in that, but this card is reusable, we can use anywhere in our application because we have designed in that way. So it's look perfect. You can see we have this nice over effect, and that's look good. Let's come here, that's also working fine. Let's come back to the code, and what we can do, let's come here, let's close this one, and I don't want to have the box shadow to this card, so that's what I did. I removed that card box shadow, and now it's looking much better. Okay, so simply do one thing, remove. Let's come down on over effect, we want to add that box shadow. Okay, so let's target that NFT, add a transitions, because we want to have that all 0.3 second easy in. We'll come down and we'll target the NFT card box. On over effect, we want to change the box shadow to this one. Simply uncomment this and save it. Let's come back. As you can see, reload the browser, and on over effect you can see in Raya nice background shadow we are getting, so it's looking good. Okay, that's looking absolutely incredible. And if we do the inspect element, if we go on a mobile device, as you can see, This is how the card will look on a mobile device. Okay, so we have some problem in the mobile device as well, so we have to fix the width. So simply copy this part and scroll all the way in the media query, open this one, and here we already have this. So we can say width is going to be 80% and margin 0 auto. If we save it, and now it's look perfect. Okay, it's taking 90% width. Let's come to the second media query, and here we already have that, and we have to pass only in the mobile device. Okay, so that's look pretty good. Now let's make it full. This is how it will look on a mobile device and perfectly aligned. And on click event, on over event, we are getting this nice styling. Let's make it big, and this is how it will look. It's responsive. Right now we have display 2, and that's looking incredible. Okay, it's looking really great. Let's make on a big screen, and this is how it will look on a bigger screen, where the filter is taken full and card is also taken full. You can close and you can simply open. Let's make on a desktop, and that's how it will look. Nice over effect, we are getting this style, and that's look good. Let's come back to the code. Let's make it to normal box shadow. Okay, now this one is look, let's make it to that one. That was better. Okay, now working fine. Let's come back to the code, and here we can provide margin, let's say from the bottom, let's say 4 RAM. Okay, let's remove the S, and we'll have some space. Increase this to, let's say, 10, and now we have some space from the bottom, and this other component is also working fine. So that's looking great. Okay, this is the ID, this is the timing, event. This one is also working fine. We have this search bar, discover menu, help center, notification. We have button, profile menu, button, this section, dynamic data, dynamic slider, working fine. Again, this is the filter component. We have nice over effect we are getting, and this is the advanced fish, so we can turn it off, on. And this is our NFT card component. This is the category component. You can see this look incredible, nice over effect we are getting. And this is the subscription section, and that's the footer. We have this nice over effect on the icons. Okay, let's do the inspect element and have a look on the mobile device. So it's look good. If we scroll down, make it big. Okay, that's look good. That's how the card would look like. We can change the data, open, close, NFT card component. If we overrun it, we are getting this nice style. So it's 100% responsive for all the devices. You can see that. Okay, so we are going on a good path. Everything is working absolutely incredible. So let's close that, and now we can come back to the code and simply make it full screen, and now we can start. So let's close this one, go back, delete. In this video we're going to complete the collection section. Okay, and now what we can do, we're going to create a folder and we'll call it collection. Inside that we're going to create a file, collection.csx, and in the same file we're going to create the css file, collection.modules.css. okay, these are the two files we need. Now let's simply type rafc, and we have to import the css file into. So let me give this command, style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so that's the import we have. Now we have to create one more folder in the same collection folder, and we'll call it day component. Okay, because this collection component is divided in 3 different components. Okay, we will have a tab and we can switch into the different tabs, and each of the tab will contain different data. Okay, so I'll create a component by the name day component. Okay, so let's create a file for that. So day.jsx, and we have to create the file in the same folder, module.css. Okay, simply type rafce, and we have to do the internal import our CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, that's the day component. Close this one, and that's close this one, and now we can start working on our collection component. Okay, so this is what we're going to build. Okay, top list creator. So if we click on this, we can switch to the data. You can see all the data is changing, and this is what we are about to build in this video. So let's come back to the code, and let's come here, go to this component index.js, because we have to import it first. So that's coming from the same collection, and now we have to export that from here. We'll close that, and we'll go to the simple pages index, and in that we have to import, and now we can use it. So where we want to use here. Okay, let's close, provide that collection component. So that's the way we can able to render the component in our home page. And here we're going to simply copy the titles and paste it above the filter, and we're going to paste the same thing in the collection as well. Okay, because collection will also have a title, and we'll say that filter by collection. Okay, so let's scroll down, and we have to start the application. So npm run dev, click on this 3000, and here we are on the application. Let's scroll down, and here you can see filter by collections, and our filter is also having the title. So that's the data, dynamic data, and that's our collection component. No changes, no breaking changes. So make sure you should always check your code. Okay, so let's come here, bring the terminal down, and let's remove this part. Let's type new. That's okay, that's look perfect. Let's close this one. Now we can start working on our collection.jsx. So we'll have to import a couple of things. So use state, we need use effect. We want to import the, let's say, icon, bs fill, alarm fill. We have to take the fill, calendar date fill. Now we have to take the calendar 3, and that's coming from React icon bootstrap. Okay, so now these are the icon we are using. Now we have to do the import. So we have to import the day component, and we have inside the same directory, but inside this day component file. Okay, now we can start working on our JSX. So let's take a use state, and we'll say it popular. Okay, initially it will be true. So when someone will visit to this page, the home page, we want to render the popular collection. So we are setting that true, and the next use state is going to be following, and this will call false. And third one is going to be, let's say, newses. It will become false. So these are the three use state we have. Now let's bring down. We'll take a const card array. We have to take a demo data, and we want to render close to, let's say, 8 component card array, and we have to change this to following array, and we want to display close to 4, and we have a news array, and this will have a, let's say, 6. And the reason why I have taken this different array numbers, because I want to show you the different. When we will switch from one to the other, you will find the difference that the tab is working. Okay, so right now we are going with this demo data, but once we have the data from the API, we're going to render from there. Okay, so these are the 3 arrays we have. Let's come down. Now what we can do, now let's start working on the JSX. So we're going to take the instance return, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot collection, and that will have another div. It will say collection dash title, and that will take h2, and we'll say top list creators, and that will have a div. It will have a style called collections. Okay, collections. So first collection without s, second collection is with s. Okay, and that will take a div. It will say have a class called collections btn, and we'll take the button tag, not on click functions, and in this we have to attach this open popular, and it's not gonna be a self closing button. Okay, so remove that and take a normal button, and in that we're going to type the text. So that's the button. We say, let's say, we're going to take the icon. So we'll target the our alarm bell icon, and we want to display the text, so last 24 hours. So that's how it will look. You can see working fine. Now simply we have to replicate the button. We have to change this to news. This one is become days. Replicate this, and let's change this to open follower, and this become 30 days. Okay, now we have to change the icon as well. So calendar 3, and the next icon we have is date fill. So here you can see the buttons are working fine, the text is also working fine, and titles is working fine. So we are done with this button component. Okay, so let's come down. We're going to take a dynamic block, and the reason we have taken this, and the reason why we are taking this dynamic block, because this component is going to be dynamic, and this component will display on the base of the click event on any one of these buttons. Okay, so I hope you guys are getting. So in this we're going to say if popular is true, then we want to display the popular component. So inside that we'll take a div, it will have a class, a style, and we'll say collection box. In that we have to take the demo data and we have to loop over it. So it will say lmi, we have to instantly return, and we have to call the component, okay, day component, and it will have a key i+1. Okay, so that's the component we want to display. Save it. Right now you can see it's displaying fine, and we can able to have that click event function, but nothing's working because we don't have the function. Okay, reload the browser, working fine now. So make it, let's come here, we'll say if following, then we want to display this component. So we'll take a div, it will have the class, same class we want to assign to this as well. So the class we want to assign is the collection box. Inside that we're going to take the following array, and the same component we're going to render. Simply change this following array. Now simply replicate this, and we have to change this to, let's say, news, and this become news array, and the rest should be same. You can see it's working fine. Let's come here, this is also working fine, this is also working fine. Let's come up here. Now copy the following array, and that's what we have to pass here, following array. Now it's perfect. Now let's start creating the functions. So the first function we have to create is this popular, open popular, and it's gonna be array function. If popular is false, then turn it to true, else, and set the other component to false. Okay, so following news, simply copy and replicate that, and do the same thing for other as well. So this become false, true, copy, paste, and copy here, and simply say false, and this become true. Okay, so I believe you guys getting what we are doing here. Okay, we are opening one component at a time and setting rest to false. So let's come here and click on this, nothing is happening. Okay, nothing is happening. Why? Reload the browser and click here, nothing is happening. So let's come back to the code, and can you find the code? What is the problem we are having? Just pause the video and try to look at the code and check what's happening. So the problem we had is here. Okay, we have to change this checking. Okay, so we have the popular, and we have to check for a following when we are looking for the following component. So it's gonna be a following, and this become news. So copy and simply pass the news. Save it, come here and click on this. Okay, this one is working, but 7, okay, something problem we have. You can see it's working, but we have some problem. Let's come back to the code, and here is the problem we have. So let's do one thing, simply change this, copy this one and change this to popular, and this become following. Okay, I don't know how they switched, maybe I did it, who else can do that? So now we are good to go with this. Now we can come here and check. You can see this, everything's looking fine, everything's working fine, our tabs. So with this we are done with this entire collection component. Okay, everything's looking good. Now let's come back to the CSS and make this side by side. So we're going to target the collection. Width is going to be 100%, padding is going to be 3 RAM and 0, collection title gonna be, width is going to be 35 em, and margin 0 auto, padding 006 ram, and 0 text align center. That's how it will look. We'll target the collection title h2, and font size is going to be 3 ram, margin bottom is going to be 4 ram, collections button, background color is going to be our main bg color, padding is going to be 0.5 ram and 1 ram, border radius is going to be 4 ram, display flex justify content space around and 1 ram, and align them center, and font size is going to be 1.2 ram, box shadow var, and we'll have our box shadow custom color. So save it. This is how it will look. Okay, everything's working fine. Let's come down, add collection buttons, and we have our icon color. We'll have a color to the main, padding is going to be 1 ram, border none, border radius 4 ram, cursor pointer, and border 1 pixel solid var, and we have the icon color. Then we have transition all 0.3 second easy in. That's how it will look. Okay, looking perfect. Now we'll target the collection button on over effect. We want to change the background color to transparent, and color we want to make it icon color. You can see on click event we are getting this nice transparent color, and it's looking perfect. So that's working fine. Now let's come down. We have to target the collection box itself. Width is going to be 80%, and margin 0 auto, display grid, and grid template column repeat 3 1fr, gap is going to be 2 ram. Okay, it's looking perfect. We have to take this media query, and on min device, which is 320 pixels, and max width is going to be let's say 425 pixels. We want to target the collection title, and width is going to be 90%. We'll take the collection box, and width is going to be 90%, this one, and grid template column is going to be 1fr, and gap is going to be 4 ram. So now it's looking good. You can see we are displaying perfectly. Let's come down. We'll target the collection btn buttons, and we'll make it font size to 0.7 ram, little smaller. Okay, so let's come here, simply remove this last from all the button. Now it's look perfect. You can see. So here I'm removing the last. If you want, you can keep it or you can remove it. It's totally up to you. If you want to display only on the desktop, then you can take a spam and make it hide on a mobile device and make it visible on the desktop. Okay, but I'm just removing completely. So that's looking perfect. Now let's take another media query, and this time min device width is going to be start from 427 pixels and all the way to goes to 124 pixels. So collection title width is going to be 90%, and collection box width is going to be 90%, but grid template column is going to be repeat to 1fr, and gap is going to be 4 ram. Okay, so if we come here, and now it's looking perfect, but as you can see, the moment we are going above 400 and in between 1000, we are displaying 2 in a row. So that's looking perfect, looking good. And this is how it will look actually on the desktop. Okay, that looks absolutely perfect, and we can switch to different component. So our component is also working fine. Let's do the inspect element final more time, and that's look great. Let's close this one, and now we can start working on the other component, which is the day component. So that's we have inside this, where it is inside this collection, and we have to open this, and now let's start working on this. So we're going to import a couple of things. We need image, we need the icons, so md verified, and that's coming from material icons, material UI md. Okay, let's do the internal import. So we need to import the images folder, so images, that's the internal external import. Now let's start working on the JSX. Simply remove this one. We'll take a div, it will have a class called style dot days component, small d, and remove the s. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called days component with box. Will have a div. It will have a class called style day component box dash image, and that will take the image. It will have a source images dot, we have the creator background one, and it will have an all class as well, so we'll call it style today day component dash box image, and all tag is going to be, let's say, profile background, width is going to be 500 and height is going to be 300. That's the image, and object fit is going to be cover. So that's the image property, and look pretty good. Let's come down. We'll target the div. It will have a class called style day component box profile. In that we'll take an image, and it will have a source image dot collection image2. All tag will say profile, and width is going to be 200 and height is going to be 200. It will have a call class as well, so we'll take this days component box image 1. Okay, altogether we have 3 images. One, so altogether we'll have 4 images. 1 the main image, and 3 we have the lower images. Object fit is going to be, let's say, cover. So this is the first image. Let's simply select this one and replicate this, okay, 3 times. Now we have to change the classes for the image, so it will be 2 and this become 3. Okay, that's looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style day component box title. In that we'll take this h2 and we'll give this amazing collection name of the, and here we'll take another div. It will have a class called day component box title dash info. In that we'll take a div. It will have a class called style day component title info profile. In that we'll take the image, and we have to display the profile image, so image dot user 1, and it will have a alt, we'll say profile, width is going to be 30 and height is going to be 30, and object fit is going to be cover. So that's look good, and it will have a class as well, so day component box dash title info p profile image. It will have a p, we'll say creator, and in that we'll take a span, and here we're going to do the name, so Shweb Bhai, and we'll take a small tag, and here we have to display the verified icon. Okay, so that's how it will look, looking fine. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style dot day component box dash title info profile. In that we'll take this small and we'll type the ether. Okay, so that's look pretty good. So with this we are done with the JSX part of this day component. So this is the external internal import, and here we have the images, all the images we have. So let's come back to the application, and here you can see we are getting an error. Okay, so it's saved by, so simply remove this. Okay, I don't know why it's come here. Simply remove this one by, remove this one and this one, and here I can say remove this Shweb Bhai, save it. Now let's come to the application, scroll, and here you can see we can displaying the images, main images, collection name, profile, creator name, and the ether. So everything's looking fine. You can see this is how it will look on a desktop, already looking much better. This is how it will look on a mobile device. Let's make it side by side so you guys can see. Okay, let's close this and let's come to the CSS file and let's start working on this. So that's look perfect. So we're going to target the day component. We'll say width is going to be 100%, border radius 1 rem, transition all 0.3 second easy in, cursor pointer, day component. On over effect we want to add a box shadow to var box shadow. So you can see, let's come down, day component dash box image. It will have a border radius 1 rem, day component dash box profile display grid template column repeat 1 FR, and gap is going to be 0.5 rem. So that's how it will look. You can see it's already looking much better. We'll target the day component box profile image 1 border bottom left radius 1 rem. Replicate that and change this to 3, and this will become right radius. Save it. Let's come down, target the day component box title padding 1 rem and 2 rem. So that's how it will look. We'll target the left line height is going to be 0. Well, day component box title info, well, display is going to be flex. Justify content space between a line item center component box title info profile image border radius 50%. Simply replicate that, and this will become span, and change this to font width is going to be 600, and padding inline is going to be 0.5 rem. Day component box title price info price small, become the font width is going to be 600, border 3 pixels solid var, and icon color we have. This is what we have here. Simply replicate that, and let's assign a padding 0.5 rem and border radius 0.5 rem. So let's come here, go to this, and simply type this price. It's not profile, it's price. Okay, so you can see right now we have that border around the price. So let's come back. Let's write a media query. So min device width is going to be 320 pixels, and the highest is going to be, let's say, max device width is going to be, let's say, 768 pixels. Take compound box will have a profile, say grid template column repeat 1 FR. Day component box title info flex direction column gap 2 rem, align item flex start, and padding is going to be 1 rem. So that's how it will look. Perfect. Now let's take this, come out of that media query, normal day component box title, and this will have a padding 1 rem. So look almost really good. Everything's working fine. Let's come here. That's how it's looking on a mode. Let's make a media query responsive, and that's perfect. On click event we are getting this. Let's come here, let's scroll up, and here you can see we have the images, day component box image 2 simply, and this is the image, and here we have made the mistake, so remove this profile and now simply type this. Okay, and if you save it, now we have this border radius. You can see it's working fine. So this is our collection component. So we are done with this entire CSS. So let's make a full screen and let's have a look. You can see this is how it will look, our top list creator. So if you over on it, nice over effect we are getting, nice style, and it's fully responsive for mobile device as well. Let's scroll down all the way, and on over it we have this. So we have the problem in the image. You can see the image and the text is not in equally aligned, so we have to fix that. Okay, but the rest is working fine. So let's come back to the code, and let's come here in the JSX, and here we have this day box title info profile, and let's come here. That's what we have. Select and remove it and save it. Okay, no, bring it back. Let's take this, another day component box title info profile, and let's say display is going to be a flex. Okay, save it, and this is how we look. It's working fine. And now we have to say align item center, and let's assign a gap to 2 RAM. So let's make it 1 RAM. Now it's look perfect. You can see equally aligned, looking great. If we click on this, we can display dynamic data. You can see data is changing. That's looking perfect. Nice over effect we are getting. So let's close this one, and here we are in the collection. So everything's looking good. Let's come here in collections, and we have to say padding bottom 4 RAM. Save it. We'll have some space. No, let's increase this to 10 RAM. Now we have good amount of space from the bottom. We can switch to different pages, different components, working fine. Does look absolutely incredible. Open, close, all the buttons are working fine. In this video, we're going to build this follower component. So this is the component we're going to design. We will have this tab, and we can easily able to switch between different component. So the very first thing we have to do is to create a folder for this particular component. Okay, so let's click on this component section and create a new folder. Let's call it follower tab. Okay, this is the folder. Copy and simply create a JSX file. This will call follower.jsx, and in that we have to create the CSS file for that. So follower module.css. So this is the file in which we're going to design our tabs. So let's create the React's functional based components. Our type RFCE. Let's do the internal import. We need to import our CSS file. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, let's close this one. Close. Let's come down here in the component index, and here we have to import this file. So import, we have to follower tabs, and that's coming from the component, and simply copy that and pass it here, export it. So let's close it, and now let's come to the pages, go to this index.js, and here we need to import the component, and here we going to, let's come up here right above the collections, and here we're going to call the component, so follower tab. Okay, so that's the tab for the follower. Okay, if we come to the application, and here you can see we have our new collections, and here we have the follower tab. Here we have the follower tab, so it's working fine. So let's come back, and we should give a title. Simply copy this one, and it's already there. Let's remove that one. We don't need to have it because we already have this top list creator, so we don't need to have extra titles for the creators. Okay, so that's why I removed it. Okay, so that's okay, that's look good. Now let's close this one, and now we can start working on our follower tab. So before we start writing code for this follower tab, I noticed that many of you guys are in hurry for building this entire application, but trust me, once we completely build this entire home page, and that's why I have divided this entire project into a multiple component, because once we complete the entire home page, you will find that these components which we are building and giving so much time for designing and making reusable, that component we can use into the collection page, author page, search page. In those pages we can simply plug this component and the entire template would be ready. Okay, so once we're done with this entire home page, you will find that when we build the other page, it's become very fast. Okay, so just be with me, have patience. I want you to learn something, how to create a reusable component and how you can build any kind of application and design it like that. Okay, so just try to go in a slower pace, because in that way you will learn. Otherwise I can put some background music and I can simply type all this code, or I can provide the entire code, but in that way you will learn nothing. Okay, so with that said, now let's start working on it. So let's come here. Let's import couple of things from React. So first thing, we need use state and we need use effect. Okay, let's come down. We need to import the, let's say, icon. So ri use follower fill, and that's coming from React icon ri. Let's import one more icon, user unfollow fill, and one more is going to be a word line. So these are the icons we are importing. Now let's simply remove this. I don't know why it's copied twice. Okay, now we need to take this demo data card array, and let's take close to 8 element. Okay, we're going to loop over this card to create the dynamic data. Okay, so we'll take another date. This will call following array, and we'll call news array. So these are the demo data we have. Now let's remove that. Let's take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it, let's say, followers tabs. Inside that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style follower dash box title. In that we'll take the h2, and it will have a top creator list. In that we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot follower tabs. In that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style follower tabs button. In that we're going to have the button, so we'll take this button tab, and we'll have on click functions. And for the time beings, let's call the function is open popular. So this function will allow us to open the follower component. Okay, so I'm just giving this name, and in that we can call it, let's take the icon. Okay, so the icon we're going to use is ri user follow fill. Okay, and here we're going to take the text popular. So that's the one button we have. Simply replicate this 3 times. Okay, and now simply change the text to following, and this will become news. And we have to change the follower name as well. Let's change the icon first. So this will become, let's say, user fill follow, and this one becomes ri award line. And let's change the function name to this followers, and this one's becomes the news. Okay, remove this r. So these are the button we have here. Okay, simply come down. We'll come down and we'll take a dynamic block. Okay, so here what we have to do is we have to take a couple of use states. So first we'll take popular, and initially it will be true because this is the component we're going to display when someone visit to this page for the very first time. Okay, let's take the another use state, and this will become to following and in false. And the third one is going to be the, let's say, news, and it's false. So these are the 3 use states we have. Now let's come here, and let's say if popular is true, then we want to random this component. So inside that we'll take a div. It will have a class, and we'll call it, let's say, style follower tabs box. In that we're going to take the data card array, and we're going to loop over it, and in this we're going to render the component tab. Okay, so this is the component we're going to create, follower tab card component, and we're going to loop over it. So, and in that we have to pass the key, so it should be unique, otherwise React will give you an error. And in that we have to pass a couple of props. One is I, and the second one is the element. So these are the props we are passing in that follower tab card component. Okay, so this is our dynamic component. Now let's come here, go to this follower tab, and in that we're going to create a folder. We'll call it follower tab card. In that we have to create this JSX, and we have to give this RFCE, and in that we have to create the CSS file as well, module.css. Nothing new, we are following the old is gold. Okay, now let's do the internal import. So internal import, we have to import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. So that's the internal import, sorry. Now let's come here, import the components, and that's coming from the follower tab card and follower tab card. So right now it's working fine. Let's do one thing. Let's simply copy this and replicate this. This time we're going to call this one, let's say, let's come up here, and we're going to copy this following, and we have to change that one as well, and we have to change the data to following array and following array. Okay, simply copy that again, and simply copy again and replicate that, and this time we're going to call the news. Okay, news, we have to change this data to news array. So that's our 3 dynamic component. and only one component would be open at a single time, and that would be triggered on the base of the button click event. Okay, so that's the logic we have. So that's pretty much we need to do here in this follower tab. Okay, so let's expand that one and let's have a look. Aren't we missing anything? No. Let's close all these tabs and let's come down here. We're going to take another div, and in that we're going to have a class called style, and we'll call it follower tab member. In that we're going to have a class and we'll call it follower tab member box. In that we're going to take this anchor, and in that we'll say show me more. Okay, and this will become an author. Okay, so this is what we have in the design. Okay, so that's the JSX part. Now let's create the function. So let's come up here and let's create the function. So we'll call it const open popular. It's gonna be an arrow function. We'll say if popular is false, then we want to set it to true, and we have to set other component to false as well. Okay, so set following news following, simply replicate that and do this false true, simply copy and simply paste here, and we have to change the name to, let's say, open news, and this become true and the rest would be false. Okay, so that's, we are done with this open close tabs, and here we are getting some error. Title is undefined. Okay, just reload the browser. So we have this problem. Okay, let's come back to the code and let's have a look. Okay, that's the problem. We have to remove this dot to dash. Okay, if we reload the browser right now, we have no more error, and if I scroll here, you can able to find that we have the title, we have the 3 button with the icons, and the card is also displaying, and the anchor buttons are also displaying perfectly. Let's click on this. Okay, that function is not working. Why it's so? Let's click on this. Not working. So let's come here and let's bring the terminal down, and here I have noticed one thing, that I have to change the check. Okay, so I have to say following, and this will become the news, and now we have to save it, and now let's come, now we can easily able to open close. It's working fine. Okay, so that's component is working fine. Now let's come here and let's go to this follower tab card, and let's start working on this component. So we need to import couple of things. So first thing is going to be use state, that's coming from React. Okay, use state. Now we need to import the, let's say, image, that's coming from Next.js, and we have to import the icons, verified icons, and that's coming from React icons MD. Okay, now we have to import the TI tick, and that's coming from the React /TI. So these are the external import. Now let's come down. We have to import the images, which is inside that /images folder. So that's pretty much. Now let's come here. We have to take this use state, and in that we'll call it following, and it would be initially false. We'll remove this. Let's come remove this, and we'll instantly return. We'll take a div that will have a class called style dot follower tab card, and that will have another div. It will have a class called style follower tab card dash rank. In that we'll have a p, and we'll say hash, and we'll add the dynamic data. Okay, I plus 1. And you might be thinking from where we are getting this I. We are sending as a prop in the follower tab card component. Okay, and then we'll take a span. So let's come here and type this. I need to take a emoji. Simply copy this emoji, and that's what I want to display. Okay, so that's the middle, and here I need to receive the props which I'm sending in the follower tab component. Okay, so simply give this, and we need to receive the I and the element itself. So come here and let's close this one, and let's come up here, and here you can see here we are sending. So let's come down and we'll take a div. It will have a class called style and tab follow tab card dash box, and that will have a div. It will have a class called style dot follower tab card dash box dash image, and that will take the image. So we'll say image, it will have a source images dot background one, and we have to assign the alt tag is, let's say, profile background. Okay, profile background we have, and we need to assign the width 500 and height. We need to assign the class, so style dot forward box image. So let's come down. We'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot forward tab box profile, and that will have a image tag, and we have to give the source. First we'll assign the class called style, and we'll say follower tab card box profile image. It will have the alt tag, let's call it profile picture, and it will have a width to 50 and height to 50, not outside, inside. Okay, so that's pretty much. So let's have a object fit to cover, and let's come here. Let's add the source of the image. So it's gonna be images dash user. Okay, that's looking perfect. Let's come down. We're going to take the div. It will have a class called style dot follower tab card box info, and that will have another div. It will have a class called style follower tab card dash box info name. In that we're going to have this h4. We'll call it Geda Manan. I don't know, this name is there in the design, so I'm putting this, and let's give this space, and in that space we're going to take this span. Inside the span we're going to render the verified icon. Okay, so that's what we have there, looking absolutely perfect. Let's come down. We're going to have a p tag, and inside that we're going to render the price. So let's give a random price. Let's come out of the div. It will have another div. We'll have a class called, let's say, follower tab box dash image dash info dash following. Okay, in that will have this dynamic. Okay, if following is true, then we want to render this button. Okay, so it will have a on click function, and on that on click function we need to call this function follow me. Okay, we have to call it to follow me, and in this we going to type the text. Okay, follow, and we'll have a span. Inside that we're going to give this tick mark. Okay, that means the user is following. We'll take the another anchor tag, and in this we need to do the same thing. Okay, well, it will have a on click function on this, and when someone click on that we need to call this follow me function, and inside that we need to type our text following. We'll give this space, so we're going to render this following message. So that's the JSX part we have written. It's working absolutely fine. So let's come here, and now we have to create this function follow me. It's gonna be an arrow function. We'll say if following me is true, then we have to set this set following to true, else we need to call it set following to false. So that's our follow me function. So it's working absolutely fine. Let's have a look. Let's come back to the application and let's try. You can see everything is working fine. We can easily able to render the title, button, images, and here is the middle, and with the 1 2 3. Okay, so working fine. So this look good. If we click on this, we can easily able to switch to different tabs. You can't see that, but it's happening. So let's come here and come to the follower tab, and let's get start styling this. Okay, so let's make this side by side so you guys can see what we are working on exactly. Okay, so let me do the proper side by side inspect element, and here you can able to see what we are working on. So let's zoom it a bit, and let's come here. let's come here, target the follow tab, and width is going to be, let's say, 100%. Padding is going to be padding block 6 RAM, border 1 pixels, position relative, padding bottom 13 RAM. Let's come down. We'll take the follower tab title. Width is going to be 30%, 13 RAM, margin 0 auto, and padding is going to be 0 0 6 RAM and 0. That's how it will look. Let's come down. We have to make it text align center, and let's come out of that. We'll take a target the follower title h2, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, a little bigger on a desktop, and margin bottom is going to be 4 RAM. Let's come out of that. We'll target the follower tab dash tabs buttons, and background is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Border radius 4 RAM. Display flex. Justify content space around. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. Align item center. Font size 1.2 RAM. And box shadow is gonna be our box shadow color. Okay, this is how it will look. Perfect. Let's come down. We'll target the follow tabs button, and we can say background where icon color. Color is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Border none. Border radius 4 RAM. Cursor pointer. Border 1 pixel solid. Where icon color. That looks pretty good. Let's come down. We have to get this transitions all 0.3 second easy in. We'll target that follower tabs button itself. On over effect, we want to add some styling. So background color is going to be transparent, and let's say color is going to be our icon color. So as you can see, it's working perfect and beautiful. Now let's target the follower tab box, and width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid, and grid template column is going to be repeat for 1FR. Let's gap is going to be 2 RAM. This is how it will look, and you can see we can easily able to switch between different component. Let's come down. We'll target the follower tab box anchor A, and let's target the first child. This will become, let's say, background color is going to be a transparent color where it's become icon color, and transition all 0.3 second easy in. So we are targeting our button, first button, and let's add the follow button box, and let's come up here. Okay, let's come here. We'll target the follower tab member box, and it will say margin 0 auto. Okay, we got an error, and padding is going to be 7 RAM and 000. Align item center. So our button will be in the middle. Now simply copy this portions and simply remove this width. Okay, we'll target the, let's say, member box on over effect. We need to have a background color to where icon color, and color is going to be our main BG color. Let's come down. We'll target the member box A, and background color is going to be, let's say, icon color, and margin inline is going to be 1.5 RAM. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM. Color itself is going to be our var main color, and border radius is going to be 2 RAM, and border 1 pixel solid var our icon color, and box shadow is going to be, let's say, box shadow. Font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, so it's look pretty good. Let's come up here and let's try to have a look. So it's working fine. You can see our button looks absolutely perfect on a large device. Okay, we're going to make it responsive. Okay, this is how it will look on a smaller screen, but this is how it will look on a larger screen. So it's working 100%. Our on over effect is also working fine. So let's come down. Let's add a media query. So admin device width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and max device width is going to be at least, make it to 425 pixels, and that we're going to target the follower tab, and padding block is going to be, let's say, 6 RAM. Let's come down. We're going to target the follower tab box, and width is going to be, let's say, 90%. That's how it look. Let's come down, and we'll say follower tab title width is going to be 90% for the title. And let's come down. We're gonna target the follower tab title h2, and we need to remove, make it 22 RAM size. Let's come down. Follower tab member box and gap is going to be 0. Let's come down. Follower tab dash member box a, and font size is going to be 0.8 RAM, padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. So that looks perfect. You can see the button is looking great. Let's come down. We'll target the tabs button, and button itself will say font size is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look. Okay, that's looking great. Let's come here in this, and let's say grid template column 1FR. So that's look absolutely perfect. Now everything is perfectly aligned. So that's look great. Let's scroll down, and that's the first media. Go simply copy that and simply paste here, and we need to change the, let's come here, let's have a look. Okay, that's what we want to achieve, and here we need to change this to, let's say, 428, and this will become 769, and that we're going to target the follower tab, and we'll say grid template column repeat 2FR. Okay, let's align that properly. We'll target that follower tab title, and we'll make it width to 90%. Let's close it down, and follower tab title h2 is gonna be, the font size is going to be 3 RAM. Let's come down. We'll target the follower tab member box a. It's going to be font size 1 RAM, and padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. So let's close that one. Simply copy this and simply paste, and now we have to say follower tab width is going to be 90%. Follower tab will say title 2, font size is going to be 3 RAM, and this will become title. Let's come down. We need to simply say follower tab box width is going to be 90%, and grid template column repeat to 1FR. So if I come here, open in the large scale, you can see everything is working fine. Right now we have in 2 columns. If we go in a larger screen, we have this in 2 columns. So things are looking good. So let's come back here and let's have a look. You can see this is how it will look on small device, big device, and let's make it 60. Let's make it 90. Okay, and that's look perfect. We can easily able to switch. Okay, everything's working fine. So let's close that one. Let's come here, go to this card component, follower card component, and let's start styling that portion. So before we do that, let's come here. So this is what we have to target. Okay, so let's come here and let's follow a tab card, and display is going to be great template column repeat for FR, and let's say border background color is going to be our main color, main BG color, border radius 2 RAM, transition all 0.2 second easy in, cursor pointer position relative. So that's how it will look. Okay, we are missing something, so let's come down. But before we come down, we have to check. So what we are targeting, we are targeting this, but we need to target this portion, box. So change this to box, and now it's looking good. Okay, let's come down. We have to target that box. On over effect, we need to add a, let's say, box shadow. So we'll say box shadow, and let's come down. We'll add this rank, and this will become our position absolute, z index 111, background color var icon color. Okay, color itself is going to be our main color. Line height is going to be 0, margin 1 ram, font size is going to be 0.8 ram, padding 1.1 ram and 0.5 ram. Okay, border radius 2 ram, border 1 pixel solid, var dash icon, transition all 0.3 second easy in, follow tab card, rank. On over effect, we need to change the background color to main color, and color itself going to be our icon color. Okay, we'll target the follower card box image and column 1/1. So this is how it will look. You can see it's look perfect. Card box image, and border radius is going to be 2 ram. We'll come down, we'll take it the box profile, and it's going to be grid column /-1, and text align is going to be center. Margin top is going to be -2 ram. Position is going to be relative, so it should be in the middle. We'll say box profile dash image, border radius is going to be 50%, padding 1 ram, z index something big number. Okay, follow tab box profile. Before we're going to create this position absolute, content is going to be empty, width is going to be, let's say, 5 ram, and height is going to be 5 ram. Background color is going to be our main color, and border radius is going to be 50%, top is going to be -20%, and left is going to be, let's say 30%. Okay, so if we save it, you can see we have a circle there. Let's change this number to something 20. Okay, no, 40. It's become, let's say, 35. Let's make it 38. Okay, this one is looking good. 38. Okay, this looks perfect. Now let's come down. We have to target the box info, grid column /-1, and display is going to be flex, align item center. Line height is going to be 0, justify content space between, margin top -1 ram, padding inline 1 ram, and padding bottom is going to be 1 ram. So that's how it will look. It's look perfect. Let's come down. We're going to take this follower tab card box info. H4 is going to be font size 1 ram, line height is going to be 0. Okay, that's look good. We'll come down, follower tab card box info, following anchor. We need to say color is going to be our shadow light, shadow dark color. Padding is going to be 0.7 ram and 1.5 ram. Background border radius is going to be 2 ram. Border 1 pixel solid, our shadow dark light color, and transition all 0.3 second easy in. You can see we have this nice background shadow. It's working fine. Let's come down, target the follower tab card info, following anchor. On over effect, we want to change the background color to transparent, so let's remove this one, transparent. Okay, simply change this to slash and this one is to this. So you can see right now we have that color. Okay, so make sure you do these changes to see the stylings applied. So working fine, we can easily able to change that. And let's come down here, let's add a media query. So min device width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels. Follow a tab card box profile. Before, we would say left is going to be 38% and info is going to be padding inline to ran. Follow tab card box image, it's gonna be 200 height. And let's take a media query, third media query, and it will have a min device width is going to be, let's say, 322 pixels, and the max width is going to be, let's say, it will go all the way to 375 pixels. And in that we'll target the tab card box profile, and we'll target the before, and it will have a left to 39.5%. and these numbers are not magical, okay? I tried and tested and I found that these numbers are suited best. Okay, so here we have that. Now let's replicate that, and here we need to simply, so this is what we have. Let's close this one, and now we have to change this 377 and this becomes, let's say, 425 pixels. And in this range we want our left should be 41%. Now simply replicate that and change this media query to, let's say, 427 pixels, and this becomes, let's say, 768 pixels. Okay, and this time we'll call it, let's say, 39.5%. so we need to add one more time. So let's come here, this will become 770 pixels, and this will become 1024 pixels, and this becomes 42%. So this is the media query we have written for our before element. Okay, so let's come here, and you can see everything is working fine, looks absolutely perfect on the mobile device. We can easily able to turn it down and turn it off, but somehow the function is not working. The function we have created to tick or untick, we're gonna check that what's the matter. Okay, and this one is also looking good, but you can see we have this nice over effect. This one is also working fine. And let's come up here, this function is not working, we're not able to turn the following. Okay, so those functions are not working, but our over effect is working, and our tab is also working. We can easily able to tab and open different component. Okay, so things are looking good. Let's come back to the code, and let's go to close this one, go to the JSX, and let's have a look what's the matter. So if we come here we have the functions follow me and unfollowing and follow. So this looks good, we don't have an issue here, everything is good. Let's come to the functions, and here is the problem we have. So this is the following, and we need to call that following, not follow me. Simply change this to following, and now it's working. So let's come here, and you can see we have this follow, and we can follow, and if we click one more time we can simply unfollow that. So it's working fine. Let's come here and let's have a look. So everything's working fine, so these components are looking good. We can easily able to switch between tabs, and let's have a responsive mode. So this is how it will look on a mobile device, no issues in this. Okay, we can turn it off, turn it on, switch back and forth. Okay, that's look good, and that's pretty good. So things are looking good, no issues in this so far, but we need to fix the button. Okay, so let's come to this. We have button here, so this is the button we have in a follower tab. Simply copy that, and let's come here and go to the CSS file, and here we need to set that here. So here we have that. Let's say width is going to be let's say 80%, and margin 0 auto, so this will come in the middle, but I want to have the button in the center. Okay, so let's come down and let's say, okay, simply copy this one, come back here. Okay, come, so this is what we have button here. So let's come here and let's say text align center. So in this way we'll have the button in the center. So make sure you do these changes. Okay, so this is how it will look on a desktop, and this is how it will look the button in the mobile device. So here what we can do, simply remove this width, and now it's looking fine. Okay, so that's looking good. Let's remove that one. Now things are looking good, so look perfect. Let's have a look one more time. So we have this nice styling, all the component we have designed so far, that's working absolutely fine. Open, close, this is the card component. And let's come back to the code and simply close all this tab, and all the things are working fine. Let's have a look. Let's come back to the, let's come here and come back to the CSS file and simply change this color. Okay, let's add our icon color, and if we click on this, okay, not this one, we need to add the, simply remove this one. Okay, this is the right one. We need to add this, our main color. If you click on this, okay, now it's looking good. So make sure if you want, you can change this, it's an optional, but I would go with the brand color. Okay, let's come here and have a look one more time. So things are working fine. Okay, let's have a large screen, so tabs are working fine. Let's have a final test. So in this we're going to build the audio component. Okay, so you know the drill. Inside this you will find all the component. This is the big slider, we have button, we have category, collections, filter. In that connection we have this component, filter, we have footer, video section, Navbar, and that we have all these files, card, NFT, subscribe, title. So all these components we have already built. Let's click on this component, and now we're going to create our audio component. Okay, so let's create a folder for that, and let's call it audio live. Okay, and we'll create a JSX file, so audio live.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. Okay, in the same folder, module.css. So let's close this one and let's do this. Okay, so let's type RAFCE, and we have to type this text, audio live. Okay, so let's import the CSS file, internal import. So, and the CSS file we have, so before we import that, let's come here in the component index, and we have to import the file, and we have to import it from here. So let's audio live and simply copy, and we have to make it default export. Okay, close this one, and let's close this one and come here and go to the pages index, and let's come here. So we're going to call the audio component right here. Okay, right below. So first we have to import it, and then we're going to call it here below the big NFT slider. Okay, so let's call it audio live. So in this way we can easily able to have the audio, and simply copy the title and copy and paste here. Okay, so this is the title for the audio live, and we can simply change the message to latest audio and collection, you can call it. Okay, so let's save it. Let's come back to our audio live.jsx, and let's come to the application. Let's have a look, and here you can see that here we have the title and we have that audio live component. So everything's working fine. Now let's import the CSS file, and that's coming from the same directory. Now let's remove this one, and let's instantly return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style audio live, and that will have another div. It will have a class called audio live dash box. Inside that will have another div. It will have a class called style dot audio box left, and that will say left, and we'll simply replicate this. We'll take a div. It will have a style audio box right, and in that we'll call it right. Okay, so this is the component we have. Let's come back, and here you can see right in the bottom, left and right. So working fine. So let's come here and click on this, close this one, and inside that let's create two more folder, one for the big audio card component and one is for the small audio card component. Okay, so let's create the folder. So let's create the folder and let's call it audio card copy, and we have to create the JSX file as well. So audio card.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. So modules.css. So that's what we have. Simply type RAFCE and close this one, close this one, close this folder. Now let's create one more folder, and this will call audio. We'll call audio card small. Simply copy that, and we have to create the JSX file audio card small.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. So audio card small modules.css. So this is the two folders we have, two components, and we'll type simply RFCE. So that's what we have. Simply close all this tab, close this one, and everything's looking good. Okay, so let's come back to the audio live.jsx, and now we have to import that. So we need to import the audio card, and that's coming from the same directory folder, and we need to call the audio card small, and that's also coming from the same directory. Okay, so these are the two components we have import, and now we're going to simply call this component here. So we're going to call this audio card, and we're going to render two cards. Okay, so let's simply do it twice, and inside this, and in the right section we're going to call the audio small, and in the right section we're going to call the audio card small component, and altogether we need to have three cards. Okay, so that's the setup we have to do in our audio live.jsx. Okay, so we are done with that. Now let's internal external port. This is the card component and this is the actual component. Let's close this one and let's go to the component, open this audio card and click on this audio card, and in this we're going to start designing. Okay, so let's import a couple of things from React. So use state and use effect. We need to import the images, and we need to import the icon. So fi fill heart and fi outline heart, and that's coming from React icons AI. And we need to import the, let's say, tb players. Okay, play and tb player pause, and that's coming from the same React icon tb. Okay, so these are the icons we have. Let's do the internal import. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Let's import the images. So we have inside this dash folder, and that's the internal import we have. So that's the internal import. Let's come back to the JSS and let's start working on the JSX part of this audio card. Okay, so we'll simply remove that. We'll do instant return, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot audio card or small, and inside this we're going to take this use state and we'll call it like. Initially it would be false. Okay, we'll take another use state and we'll call it play set to false. Okay, these are the two use state we are taking. Now let's come back to the div and we'll take a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called style audio card dash box. In that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style audio card box dash like time. Okay, and that we'll have another div. It will have a class called style audio box likes, and it will have an on click function. So in this we're going to call this like NFT function, which we're going to create. Okay, and in that we're going to take this dynamic block and we'll say if like is true, then we have to render this component. So we're going to render this icon AI fill heart, and it will have a class called style audio box like icon. Okay, if it's false, then we want to make this icon, so audio outline, and it will also have a class called style card box like icon and unlike. Okay, so these are the icons we have, dynamic icon. Okay, so we can like and unlike the NFT. So let's come down and we'll take a span and we'll call it 24. We'll give this hardcore data, and let's come out of the div and we'll have another div. It will have a class called style dash audio box like, and in that we'll have another div. It will have a class called audio box time remaining, and that will have this small time, and we'll have our text remaining time. In that we'll have a h5. We'll call it 3 hours 15 minutes 20 seconds. Let's come out of the div here. Okay, leave the 3 div and come down, take a div. It will have a class called style. Audio box, we'll call it music player, and it will have a on click function, so we'll call it let's say, for the time being, let's give this empty function. Okay, empty functions. Okay, so let's come down, we'll take this dynamic block and we'll say play. If it's true, then we want to render this div, so it will have a class style dot audio box music player dash icon. In that we have to display the icon tb player pause, else we want to display this icon, so it will have a div. So simply copy and simply paste this one, and we'll change this to tb player play. Okay, so this is our dynamic play button. That's working. Now let's come down, we'll take a div. It will have a class called style dot audio box details, and that will have another div. It will have a class called audio card box details dash info, and that will have this h4, and we'll say nft music, and we'll give this id. Okay, we'll take another div. It will have a class called audio card box details info price, and that will take this small tag and we'll say price. Paragraph is going to be this price. Okay, some random number. Let's come out of the div. We'll take another div. It will have a class style dot audio box detail info, let's say stock. Okay, we'll take a small and we'll say 24 in stock. Okay, so that's the stock component we have. So I think we are done, or let's have a look in the design. So let's come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class called style audio box details, we'll call it image. Okay, not details, and inside that we're going to have the image. So we have the images. Inside that we're going to pick the image number 10, and it will have a alt text. We'll call it background. Width is going to be, let's say, 500, and height is going to be 500. So that's the image we have. Okay, so we are done with this entire JSX part. So let's zoom a bit, and music player we have. So let's come here, and we need to take a div, and it will have a class, let's call it audio box player. Okay, and we're going to wrap this entire music player inside this. So simply cut this and paste here. Okay, and we need to simply paste here. So make sure you do these changes. Okay, otherwise it will not work and you will get an error. Okay, so this is the audio card we have, audio cards, and that's the components working fine. So make sure you do these changes. Okay, wrap the entire music player into a player div. Okay, so that's what we have here. Let's come down, we'll have an image. Okay, so let's come here, we'll take an image, we'll say image, and we have the image, this music wave, and we'll have a alt text to music. Width is going to be, let's say, 200, and we don't need to assign a height. Okay, so simply close all this component. So we have this 3, we have this one. Now let's close this one. So these are the 4 components we have, like, player, details, image. So make sure you have the same one. Okay, whatever changes I have done, make sure you do that. So that's pretty much. Now let's come here, now let's create the function. Okay, so this is the function we have to create, and let's open and let's have a look one more time. So let's copy the function and let's come down here, we'll take this like NFT, it's gonna be an arrow function, and we'll say if like is false, then we have to turn it to true, and if it's true, then we have to make it false. Okay, that's the like function. Simply take another player music. Okay, it's gonna be an arrow function. We'll say, let's come down, where is that? So we have that function. So here we have to call the function. Okay, simply copy and call the function here. Okay, let's come here and we have to write the function. If music player is false, then we have to make it true, otherwise we have to keep it false. Okay, so that's the music player functions. Everything's working fine. Let's come back to the application. So here we are, you can see everything is working fine. We have the title, we have all the data with the images. Okay, so if you click on this, you can see we can easily able to turn the icon to like, and here we have all the data. Okay, so everything's working fine. Price, stocks, so all the images are displaying perfectly. we can easily able to like and unlike. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and this is the internal, external. Let's close this one, and let's come here and click on this and go to this, okay, audio card, and let's start styling this part. Okay, we're going to do the styling later. Let's write the JSX first. So we're going to do the internal import. So we need to import the CSS file that's coming from the same directory, and we need to import a couple of things from React use state, and we need to import the images. We need to import the, let's say, let's come back here, go to this audio card, and here we have this icon. So simply copy this icon and come back and paste here. Okay, so these are the play and pause icon we need. Let's come down and we need to import the images, so which we have inside this ./.image folder. Okay, so these are the internal import and these are the external import. Let's come down, and what we can do, we have to take a use state and we'll call it, let's say, play, and it initially would be false, and we're going to start writing the JSX. So we'll do instant return, and in that we're going to have this div. It will have a class called style audio player, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot audio player dash box. Inside that we're going to have this image, and it will have a source called. Inside the images we have the image background number 1, and we'll have alt tag. So we'll call it music. Width is going to be, let's say, 100, and height is going to be 100, and we'll assign a class called style dot audio box images. Okay, so that's the image component we have. Let's come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style. We'll call it audio player and info. In that we're going to take this h4, and it will have the title NFT music, and in that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called style audio player box info box. In that, inside that component, so in that div we're going to take this like profile component, which we don't have right now. We're going to create it. Okay, so that's what we have. So let's come down, we're going to take another div. It will have a class called style dot audio box info box price, and that we're going to take this small, and we'll have a price, and we're going to take this paragraph, and we're going to actually put the price. Let them come down, and we're going to have a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called style audio box, and this will call play button. And it will have an on click function, and the function we're going to call it play music. Okay, this is the function we're going to create. So let's come down, we'll have this dynamic block. Will say play is true, then we have to render this icon, otherwise we want to render this icon. Okay, so that's the play icon. So things are looking good. Let's have a look one more time. For the time being, let's comment out this like profile. Okay, we're going to uncomment this letter. Okay, so let's come down here, and here you can see that here we have all the details, and here we have the 3 small component images, NFT prices, and you can see we don't have created the function music player. That's why we are getting this error. Okay, so everything's working fine. Let's reload the browser, and let's come back here, and now we can create the function. Okay, so let's come here, and we'll call it const music play music, and it's gonna be an arrow function. If, let's say, play is false, then we have to set it to, otherwise set it to false. Okay, so that's the function we have created. Let's come here and let's click on it. You can see we can play and pause. That's working fine. Let's come back to the code, and that's working fine, absolutely. So let's close this one, come here and close this one, and let's come back to the audio live CSS file. Okay, and here we're going to write the styling. So let's do like this, so you guys can see. So we're going to target the audio live, and width is going to be 100%. Audio live box, let's say width is going to be 80% on a desktop, and margin 0 auto. Padding is going to be, padding block is going to be, let's say, 2 RAM and 8 RAM. That's how it will look. Let's come down. Display is going to be grid, and grid template column is going to be repeat to 1FR. Grid gap is going to be 2 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's come down. We're going to target that audio live box right section, and we'll say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 000. Display is going to be grid gap is going to be 2 RAM. That's how it will look. Let's add a media query. Okay, so min device width is going to be, let's say, 320 pixels, and the max device width is going to be around, let's say, 375 pixels. we're going to target that audio box, and we'll say width is going to be 90% and grid column, template column is going to be 1FR on the mobile device. So that's how it will look. You can see it's look perfect. So that's looking good. Let's come down. We'll target this audio box right section, and we'll say gap is going to be 2 RAM. We'll target the audio box left, and we'll say it's going to be 1FR. Okay. Now gap would be 3.5 RAM. So that's how it will look. Okay, perfectly on a mobile device. So things are looking good. Let's come here, and we're going to target the box left, and it's going to be display grid template column repeat to 1FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, so make sure you do all this CSS styling. Everything is looking good. Let's have a look. So this is the box left section, and this is the media query. Let's close this one, and let's come down, copy and paste simply, and here we need to change this to, let's say, 377 pixels, and this will become 425 pixels, and we have to make the changes. I think we need to keep it like this. We don't need to make any changes, and this will become, let's assign a pixels, and let's make it this to 427 pixels, and this will become 768 pixels. So that's also look good. Everything's working fine. And let's come here, go to this audio card, and click on this CSS file, audio card CSS file, and let's start styling the bigger card component. Okay, we'll target the audio card box, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column 5 1FR, grid template row repeat 6 4 RAM, gap is going to be 1 RAM, border radius 2 RAM, box shadow are going to be our custom box shadow. Okay, that looks perfect. You can see it's looking really good. We'll target the audio box like sections time, and we'll say grid column 1/-1, and grid row is going to be 1/2. Display is going to be flex and justify content space between align item 0, and z index is going to be 1 to 3, something big. Okay, let's add the like, and background color is going to be our icon color, and we'll target the color. This becomes shadow dark color. We'll target the display flex, and we'll say align item center, looking really good. We'll have a gap 0.7 RAM. We'll have padding 1.3 RAM. We'll have border radius 2 RAM. We'll have cursor pointer and margin 1 RAM. Overflow is hidden, so that's look perfect, and click function is also working. Let's come down. We'll target the audio car box like icons, and color is going to be red. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Okay, that's look big. Simply replicate this, and this will become, let's say, dash unlike. Okay, so that now it's working fine. You can see. Let's come down. We have to target the audio box time, and we'll say background color is going to be our main BG color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM, 4.5 RAM. Margin right is going to be -0.4 RAM. Transform SQ 35 degree. So, and border bottom left radius is going to be 1 RAM. So that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the audio box time and remaining. This will call transform SQ -35 degree. Text align center and E. Okay, come here and go to this JSX, and let's scroll down, and here we have that audio box likes item, and simply try to select, and let's come back here and copy and simply paste here. Okay, so make sure you do these changes. It's audio box like item remaining. Okay, so right now we have this styling. Let's come down. We'll target the audio box like time remaining small, and font width is going to be 500. We'll target the audio box like time remaining H5, and this will have font size 1.5 RAM. Margin top is going to be 1.6 RAM. We'll come down. Audio card box player grid column is going to be 1/-1, and grid row is going to be 4/5. Display is going to be flex. Padding Inline is going to be less 3 RAM, and gap is going to be 4 RAM. Z index something high, align item center. Okay, that's how it will look. Target the audio box music player icon, and we'll make the padding 1.3 RAM. Display is going to be flex, and align item center. Border radius 50%. Background color is going to be our main color. Let's come down. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. Cursor pointer, so you can see that's look good. Let's come down. We'll see the audio card box image. Grid column is going to be 1/-1, and grid template row is going to be 1/1, and you can see it's look perfect. Okay, now the image is perfectly aligned. Let's come down. We'll target the audio box details. Grid column 1/-1. Grid row is going to be 5/1, and Z index something big, and display is going to be flex. So let's come here and simply copy the details. Okay, it has S, and here we are missing the S, so let's replace this one. And now you can see the stylings are taking place. Let's come down. Align item is going to be center. Justify content space between, and background color is going to be our main color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM and 0. Width is going to be 90%, and border top is going to be, let's say, radius 2 RAM, and padding is going to be 2 RAM. Line height is going to be 1.1 RAM. So that's look pretty good. Let's come down. We're going to target the audio box details info, and H4 we'll say font size is going to be 1.1 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. We'll target the audio box details info price. This will become border 1 pixel solid var, and this will have our icon color. We're going to target the padding 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM, and height is going to be, let's say, 3 RAM. Cursor is going to be a pointer. So that's look pretty good. You can see. Let's come here, target the box detail info price small, and let's say background gonna be the icon color. We'll have the color itself to our main color, and we'll have a padding to 0.4 RAM and 0.5 RAM. We'll have the border radius 0.5 RAM, so that looks great. Let's come here, target the box detail info price paragraph, and line height is going to be, let's say, 1.2. Fonts width is going to be 700, and let's come down. We'll target the audio box details stock, and text align is going to be end. Display is going to be grid. Okay, and let's come here, and what we have, so audio box complete copy and paste here, so it's right. Okay, no problem in that. Let's come down, target the detail stock small, and margin top is going to be 2 RAM, so that's how it will look. Come down, we'll target the item media query, so we'll have a max width is going to be 35 EM, and we'll target the audio box time. Padding inline is going to be 2.5 RAM. Audio box, let's say audio box like time remaining, and H5 we're going to say font size is going to be 1 RAM. You can see it looks pretty good. Let's come down, we'll target the audio box detail, padding 1 RAM, so that's look much better. Let's come down, let's take a second media query, and min device width is going to be, let's say, 27 pixels, and the max is going to be all the way up to 768 pixels. We'll target the audio box likes item remaining H5, and font size is going to be 1 RAM. So that's the second media query. Simply copy and paste, and here we have to do the changes. So this will become 7770, and this will become 1024 pixels. Okay, and we need to remove that, and in that we're going to call this audio box time, and padding is going to be 1 RAM and 2 RAM, and in that we're going to target the audio card box like time remaining H5, and this will become font size to 1 RAM. We'll target the audio box details info H4, and this will become font size to 1 RAM. Okay, that looks pretty good. So this is how it will look on a, let's make it on a large screen. So it's looking absolutely perfect. We have a problem on the remaining. Okay, so this is how it will look, and this is how it will look on a small screen. This is how it will look on a desktop. You can see we need to fix couple of things. So we have some issue in this, it's overflowing, and we need to fix that. So let's come here. So let's come here in the audio card box, and let's say overflow is going to be hidden. And here you can see right now we don't have that overflow, so that's working. Let's come here, go to this audio live, okay, and in this we have to do the changes in the like repeat icon. So here we're going to do the changes. We'll say 2.5 FR, and the other one is going to be 1 FR, okay. So right now you can see it's look really good, okay. This card is looking really good. So we have this function is not working, okay. This is the one problem we have, it's not working. So we can click, we can turn it off. This one is working. So everything's looking good. Let's do the inspect element and have a look on a mobile device. And that's how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking absolutely perfect and 100% responsive. You can see that. So it's looking good. This is the title. We need to fix that. And this is our small component. Let's make it side by side and let's start working. So let's close this one and close this one and go to this small card, okay, audio card small CSS file, and let's start styling that, okay. So we'll target the audio player and box, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column repeat 2 FR and 5 FR and 1 FR. Align item is going to be center, gap is going to be 1.3 RAM, and line height is going to be 0. Background color is going to be our icon color, let's say main color, okay, main BG color. And let's say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM and 1 RAM. Border radius 1 RAM. Height is going to be 8 RAM. And transition all 0.3 second easy in. So that's how it will look. You can see perfect. And we can easily able to turn and turn it off. Okay. So let's come down. We'll target the audio player box. On over effect, we want to add the, let's say, box shadow to our custom box shadow color. Okay. So you can see we have this box shadow looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll take this audio player box image, and border radius is going to be 0.5 RAM. Audio player box info box price will have a, let's say, border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and it will have our icon color. Font size is going to be 0.8 RAM. Width is going to be, let's say, 40%. Font width is going to be 600, and border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. Audio player box info box price, and it will have a small, and we'll say, let's say background color is going to be our icon color. Color itself is going to be our main color, and padding is going to be 1.1 RAM and 0.3 RAM. Border radius is going to be 0.2 RAM. So that's how it will look, looking great. Let's come down. We'll target the audio player box info price P, and it will have margin top 1 RAM. We'll target the audio box play button, and font size is going to be 2 RAM. Background color is going to be our main color, and border radius is going to be 50%. That looks pretty good, impressive. So let's make it full screen, and here you can see this is how it will look. You can see rise over effect we have on this. Let's come back here, go to this, and here we can say cursor is going to be a pointer. So right now we are here, you can click. So we have some, this one is working, but we have a problem in the button. So this one is okay, fine, but this one is not working. This one is working. So let's close this one, come here and go to this audio card bigger one, okay, card component, and let's have a look at the JSX. So here we have the play music function. That's the music function, copy, and simply here we have that. Okay, that's look good. This is the like NFT function, which is working absolutely fine. And okay, here is the problem. Instead of set like, we have to call set player. Okay, so simply change this to, copy this one and simply paste here. Okay, save it, and now it will work. Let's come back here, and you can see this one is working fine, this one is working fine. If we click, we can easily able to change the color. Okay, that looks pretty good. It's working fine, 100%. And this is what we have, and here we have this images. Now let's start working on it. Okay, and that's what we're going to add here. So we come here and let's click on this, and here we need to create So let's come back to the CSS file, and so here we have this shadow dark color. Copy that color and come back to our card component, and here we're going to do the changes in the color. So instead of main color, we're going to add this color. Okay, save it and come here. Okay, this one is really too strong, so it's too strong. We need to make it little light. Come back here, so we can go to that global CSS file and we can simply replicate it and we can call it to BG. Okay, and let's make it opacity to little downward, and now we can copy that, come here and replace this, and here you can see we have this. We have to make it a little more light, bring it down, and now this one is look perfect. This one is look perfect. Okay, it's looking absolutely great. Everything's working fine. We can easily able to click and unclick. So let's close this one, and what we can do, let's come here, go to the component section, and we need to create a component that is like profile. Okay, so we'll call it like profile, and we'll call this like profile.jsx. We need to create the CSS file as well. Okay, module.css. We'll type rafce to create the React's functional based component, and in that we need to import the CSS file. So internal import and import style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, so that's the CSS file we have. So the reason why we are creating this component, because when we display our NFT, every NFT will have a section where it will show that how many users have liked that NFT. Okay, and that's the component we are creating, and I'm creating this component as a global component because we're going to use this component in multiple places. We're going to use in our audio clip, in our NFT section, in our collection sections. So it's a reusable component. Okay, so here what we have to do is we have to import the image, and let's come here. We have to import the images, all the images we have here, and that's coming from the images. So remove that image folder. So here we have the image folder, and here we're going to take a demo data because altogether we want to display four users who have liked the profile. Okay, and this data becomes dynamic when we'll fetch the data from the API. So we'll call it, let's say, image array, and we'll have 1, 2, 3 and 4. So these are the 4 people, so we'll like that. Now let's start working on the JSX. Let's make it instant return. We'll have a, let's take a div. It will have a class called style dot like, and that will have this image array map lmi, and we're going to return instantly. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot like box, and it will have a key i+1. Inside that we're going to have this image tag, and we have to provide the images. So all the images we have inside this images and dot user 1. Okay, if we go like this, no, it will not work. So i+1, save it, and we have to assign the width. So width is going to be, let's say, 115, and height is going to be, let's say, 15, small, not big. Okay, that's looking perfect, and that looks great. So we have the key, we have the images. Okay, everything's working fine. So that's the image. Simply remove this, and let's simply call the normal image 1. So that's working fine. So this is our dynamic component. Let's come here, let's do the styling. So we'll simply, what we can do, we'll simply target that like, and we'll say display is going to be flex, align item center, the flex start, and like is box is going to be, let's say, border is going to be 3 pixels solid, var, and we're going to call this icon color, and we're going to take this border radius 50%. We'll call the image, and it will have a border radius 50%. So that's the CSS part for this. So right now we're going with this hardcode value. Okay, we're going to receive as a prop, and we're going to loop over it. Okay, so this is our like profile, and now what we can come here, we can simply come and import that like profile in this component index. So we will import like profile, and that's coming from /component /components. So this is our like profile. Okay, simply copy, and we have to export that, simply paste here. So that's our export. Let's close this one. Come here, go to this audio, and go to this audio card. Inside that, click on this audio card, and Here we need to first import that component, so let's import it. We'll call it import like profile, and that's coming from dot slash like profile. So this is the component we have. Now let's simply come up here, and we need to simply import that file. So like profile, that's coming from the same place, dots, we'll say like profile, that like profile. So that's the component we have. Simply copy that, and here we have uncomment that like profile. Simply comment out this, uncomment this. Okay, so this is how what we have here. Let's come back here, and here you can see that our like profile component is working fine. We can easily able to see the images, okay, the user images. So that's working fine. It's looking beautiful. So that's 100% responsive and looking really great. Okay, let's come back to the code, and here close this one and close this one, and go back to this simple audio card, and here we need to call that like tab. Okay, so where should we call it? We should call right here. Okay, so we'll call like profile and save it. Let's come here, and here you can see we have the images working fine, the user who liked that audio or NFT. Okay, that's working also fine. Let's come back here, and let's come back here, go to this like profile. Here we have, let's assign class, so let's call it like box image. Okay, simply copy this. I have to add this styles, copy that, and you can see right now, let's come here. So we don't have that border radius. Simply come here, go to the CS file, and here we're going to simply change this like box image, save it, and here you can see we have that border radius. It's round, so it's looking absolutely perfect. Okay, let's do the inspect element, and let's have a look. Let's check the responsiveness. So it's looking good on a mobile device. You can see this is how it will look. You can come up, and these are also working fine. We don't have any problem in that. This is the audio card. You can simply play and off, like, unlike. These are the card components we have. So it's look pretty good. And this is the top list. Let's make it on a big screen. So this is how it will look. And make on a full screen, this is how it will look. In a big screen, this is how it will look. So let's come here, come back to the code, and here we're going to call padding is going to be 1 rem, and cursor is going to be a pointer. So you can see right now it's looking perfect. Okay, let's do the inspect element and go on a mobile device. That's how it looks on a mobile, and that's okay. That looks perfect. Let's come here, unlike. So things are looking good. Let's come back to the code, and let's make on a full screen. So close this one and go to this audio card and index, and let's change this to audio collection only. Okay, audio collections. So that looks pretty good. That looks really good. So things looks good. Let's have a look that everything's okay, or we have any problem in this code. So let's come back to the code, and let's simply do one thing. Go to this audio, not audio, go to this like, and here let's we have 4. So instead of that, we need to display the random image. So we're going to call the image user1. We're going to change the image user2, image user3, and image user4. Okay, so when we receive the data from the API, the data will come in the form of object. Okay, so we're going to render from there. So here we have the 4 different images, and we are looping over it, and here we're going to replace this to EL. Okay, save it, come back to the application, and here you can see we have different images. Okay, different user images, and that looks absolutely perfect. That looks really great. Okay, Let's close all these tabs and let's come back to the audio card and let's come to the CSS. And here, let's go to this audio card CSS and let's comment out the box shadow. It's looking good without box shadow, and on overlay effect we're going to add the box shadow. So simply copy this and paste here and remove this one. So let's, you can see it looks better. Let's add the transition, so all 3-second easy in. So let's save it. Now we have this nice transition effect, and this one is looking really good. Okay, we can like, unlike. Okay, let's scroll down and let's remove this. Okay, we need to change the color as well, so we're going to call the icon color, and we're going to change this one as well. We're going to change this to our icon color. So let's come here and okay, we have some problems. So what we can do, we can change the icon color to our main color. Okay, main BG color. So that's how it will look. You can see now it's looking good and matching with the brand color. So it's look perfect, like, unlike. And let's do the changes with this. Okay, so this one is looking good. Let's come back to the code, and where else we have that. So we need to change that player and change this color. So we're going to have the background color to our, let's say, icon color, and here we can come and we can add a color to var, and we're going to call the main BG color. Okay, so that's how it looks. So we have that consistency. That's looking good. Now simply close this one, go to this small cart, and here we have to do the changes, same thing. So we'll remove this color and we're going to call the icon color, and we need to take the color itself. So this will become the main BG background color. Okay, so that's what we have, and that looks beautiful. So it's looking absolutely great. It's matching with the design, exact design what we have. So that looks good. Let's scroll down. Things are looking really great. Okay, let's come back to the code. Let's close this one and close this tab and go to this audio live CSS file, and in this we're going to add some margin. Okay, so margin top is going to be 3 RAM, so we'll have some space. Let's make it to 4. Okay, so we'll have some space from the title, and things are looking good. Everything's looking fine. This is the slider we're going to design in this video. You can see we have this nice slider with this bounce effect. It's working fine. Let's come back to the code. So you know the drill. Let's come back to the component and let's create a folder for that. So let's call it slider. Copy, and we have to create the CSS file, JSX file, slider.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file for that as well. So module.css. Okay, let's come here, type rafce, and we have to do the internal import. So let's type internal import, and we have to import the CSS file, okay, style, and that's coming from the same directory, same folder. So that's what we have here. Now let's come back to the component.index, and here we need to import that slider component. Import slider, and that's coming from slider. Okay, simply copy and export this. Normal drill, close this one, and we need to come back to the pages index.js, and here we're going to call the component. So first thing we have to do is to let's call it. So we need to call the component right below the follower tab. Okay, so let's call that slider, save it, and simply copy the title and paste above it. And in this title, let's come back to the application, and you can see here we have the title. Copy this title from the original and replicate it from here, and that's the title. Save it and copy the text and simply change this the paragraph as well. Okay, make sure you do these changes. Okay, let's bring it up. I got some extra space, not a big deal. So that's what we have here. Now let's come back to the original one. So this is what we have built in the last video, and let's come up here. So to see that, I need to start the application. I forgot to start. So let's open the terminal, type npm run dev, and let's start the application. Simply click on this 3000, and here you can open the application. You can see the slider we have some issue here. So slider is not defined. We have to import the slider. So we have to import it here. So let's call it slider, and let's remove this one. So this is our slider component. So let's reload the browser, and right now we have this error. Okay, we still have some problem. I think we have a double import. Okay, here it is. So we need to remove this extra import. Okay, we are doing 2 import, that's why we are getting this error. Remove this one, and right now we'll have no error, maybe. So let's reload the browser, and everything's working fine. Let's scroll all the way down to have a look. So this is the audio component we had built, and this is the component we have already built. Let's come down. You can see we have this explore NFT video component, and here we have the slider component. So it's working fine. So let's close this one, and let's close this one, and now we can start working on our slider itself. Okay, so let's import couple of things from React. So use state and use effect, and we need to use this use ref. Okay, so in this we're going to use a library called motion frame. Okay, that will allow us to add that bouncing effect in our slider. We can create our own slider, but we're going to use this library which allow us to add fancy animations. So let's install that npm package. So let's open up your terminal, and let's bring it up, make it side by side, and we need to install that motion frame npm package. Let's clear the terminal and type npm I. So let's come up and let me show you what is motion frame exactly. So let's type motion frame, click on this very first link, and this is the library which allow you to add fancy animations. So you can come, and I already made a complete tutorial on this which I will link in the I button in the description, so you can watch that how you can utilize this motion library and how it's worked. Okay, so you can come up here, you can scroll all the way down. You can see, you can play with these values and have some amazing styling. You can read the documentations. They have pretty simple documentation which is very easy to read, and you can easily able to create beautiful animations. So everything is explained beautifully. You will have a couple of examples which you can check from your end. So let's come back to the core editor, and this is the command we have to run: npm I firmer motion. Okay, not motion frame, firmer motion. Hit enter and install the package. Just wait, this process will take a little bit time, and the installation started, and here we have completed the installation. Clear the terminal and simply bring down the terminal, and now we need to import that. Okay, so here if we come in the package.json file, here you can able to find that firmer motion. Okay, so we have installed that. Now we have to simply import that package. So we'll call it motion, and it's coming from firmer motion. Okay, we need to import the icon itself. So we need the arrow icon, arrow left tick, and that's coming from React icon ti. We need to import one more icon, and then this is one is going to be for the right. Okay, arrow, let's say right tick. These are the 2 icons we have. Now let's come here, let's take a demo data slider array, and we need to take this close to 6. Okay, we'll take this use state and we'll call it width, and initially it will be 0. Let's come down, we'll take this const and we'll call it drag slider. So this data will be updated, because when we'll drag the slider we need to get that data, that what is the width of the slider. Okay, that's why we are taking this variable. This hook will give us the data about the width, okay, about the slider. So here we have that dragger slider, and let's come down, let's remove this, and let's start writing the JSX. We'll take a div, it will have a class called, it'll have a class style, and we'll call it slider, and that will have another div, it will have a class called slide dash box, and that will have this h2, it will call explore NFT video. Down below we'll take another div, it will have a class called style dot slider box button, and that will have a p tag, and we'll call it click on play icon, and we'll say enjoy NFT. Just write whatever you want. Okay, so this is the paragraph and we'll say video. Okay, we'll come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style slider box button dash, we can call it, let's say, button. In that we're going to have this ti arrow left, and it will have a on click functions, and here we need to call the function name handle, let's say handle scroll. Okay, so when we'll click on this left icon, it will scroll the slider to the left. So that's why we need to create this function. Okay, so we'll pass the props left. Okay, so left. Now we can, let's do one thing here, take a div. It will have a class called style box button icon, and we need to simply copy and paste here. Okay, and we need to have a two button. So what we can do, simply replicate this one. Let's change the button name, so it's gonna be a right one, but the function name is going to be this one is right. Okay, so that's the button function. Let's come down, we'll come here. Here we're going to call the motions package we have installed. So now we have to use this package we have installed for our slider and for that bouncy effect. So this is how we can write the syntax. So we have to take this motion and then we have to call this div. Okay, it will have a class called style and slider box, we'll call it items, and we have to pass this ref, and in that we're going to call this drag slider. Okay, in that we'll call this motion.dev, and it will have the ref, and in that we need to call this drag slider. This will give the data that where we are actually currently. Okay, and it will have a class called style dot slider dash box item. Okay, so that's the second motion div, and it will have some properties. So it will have drag because we want to drag on x-axis, and we have to drag constraint, and here we need to specify the property. So right is going to be the 0, and the left side is going to be a little bit tricky. Okay, so left is going to be actually width minus width. Okay, so simply come here. Why we are getting this error, remove this one, and let's come here, and we are getting an error. So let's come down and let's take a dynamic data. We'll see what is the problem we have. Okay, we'll take the slider array and we're going to map over it element I, and we're going to return instantly, and in that we need to take this slider, and actually we don't have this component. We need to create this component. Let's have a key I+1, and we need to send the prop, so element, and we need to send the I as well in this slider component. Okay, we are getting an error. What's the matter? Everything's look good. Okay, here we need to provide the bracket. So right now we don't have the error and everything's looking good. So things are looking good. Now let's come here. So just wait. So I noticed that we have some error. So let's come back to the terminal, and we have a lot of error. Let's restart the application. So we'll say run dev, and let's click on this and just wait. Still we have this error, call stack. Okay, let's come back and let's come here. Let's comment this and reload the browser. So okay, everything's working fine. So we have the problem in that motion. Okay, here we have the problem, and okay, and let's come here and let's create a use effect. Okay, so it's gonna be an arrow, and in that we're going to call this set width. We'll call this drag dot current, because the reason why we are getting this error, because we don't have this minus width value we have assigned. Okay, so we need to assign a width. Okay, so drag current scroll width and minus drag slider dot current offset. So whatever value we'll get from here, that will assign to the width. Okay, and you have seen that we have used the useRef, which will give the reference of the slider. Okay, if you don't understand anything, just write the code along with me. It will make sense when you will see that how it's working. Okay, so this is our use effect. Now we have to call this handle click function, and that we need to pass this props, let's say direction, you can call it whatever you want. And here we have to check, so here we're going to say current is going to be a draggable slider, and scroll amount, so how far we want to scroll it. So here we have to take this window dot inner width, it should be greater than 1800, then do this, otherwise this one. Okay, that's the simple logic we are building. And then we have to call this check direction equal to left, then we want to scroll it to the left hand side, scroll left minus scroll amount, and else we want to do the same thing for this right hand side. Okay, that's our function. Let's come here and make sure you do this change, it's not right, it's left. Okay, so change this to left and save it. Come back to the application, reload the browser, and just a moment, and still we are getting this error. Okay, right now we are getting some different error, still we are getting the same error. So let's come here, and okay, we have this slider. Actually we don't have this slider component, and I'm calling the same component inside the component, that's why we are getting this error. Okay, my bad. Okay, my bad. So we need to change this, we need to create that. Let's come here and let's go to the slider one, and we need to create another folder. We'll call it slider card. Copy and say slider card.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file in the same folder. Okay, because this is going to be our dynamic component. We type rfce. Now let's come here, we have to do the internal import our CSS file. So import style, and that's coming from the same directory. So that's the component we have. Let's come here, close this one, and let's come back to the slider. And here what we can do, we need to import that component. So we'll say import slider card, and that's coming from the same folder. Okay, slider card. Okay, so simply copy and simply paste here and save it. If we come back to the application, you can see reload the browser, and I guess we don't have any error this time. Everything's working fine, we don't have any error anymore. Okay, so let's scroll down, and here you can see we can easily able to render the 7 component. So everything's working fine, so it's look good. So this one is looking great. Now what we can do here, let's come back to the applications and close this one, and let's start working on the slider card. So we need to import couple of things from React. So use state, use ref, and use ref. Okay, we need to import the motions, that's coming from former motions. We need to import the images from Next.js, and we need to import the images, all the images which is inside the image folder. We need to import the, let's say, like profile. Okay, and that's coming from the where we have inside this like profile. So these are the external and internal import. Let's remove this and let's call the JSX. So we'll take this motion dev. Okay, motion dev, and it will have a class called style slider card with small, and we'll take another dev. It will have a class called style slider card dash box. Inside that we'll have this motion dev. It will have a class called style dash slider card box image. Inside that we have to take this image tag. We need to provide the source images dot, and we have the image background one. All tag is going to be, let's say, slider profile. We need to provide the width is going to be, let's say, 500, and we provide height is going to be 300. Let's assign object fit to cover, and that's look good. Let's come down, we'll take another div. It will have a class called slider card dash box title. In that we need to take this paragraph. It will have a class called style slider card box title like. Inside that, we're going to have this like profile, and we'll come down, we'll take a small tag, and here we're going to say 1 out of 100, 1 of 100. Okay, so that's the like profile we have. Now what else we can add it? So let's convert that into a div, not p tag. Okay, let's take a p tag above, and let's say NFT video, and let's give this number to the video. Okay, so that's working fine. Now let's come down, take another div. It will have a class called style slider card box price, and here we'll take another div. It will have a class style card box price dash box. In that, we'll take this small, we'll call it current bid, and we'll take a paragraph. It will say have the price of the ether. Okay, it will come out of the div, and we'll have another div. It will have a style called slider card dash box price time. In that, we'll have the small tag, and we'll say remaining time. And that will take this p tag, and we have to assign the time 3 hours 15 minutes 20 seconds. So that's the complete JSX part for this slider card component. So things are looking good. Let's have a look that are we missing anything else? No, actually we don't be using anything like this, so simply remove that one. Okay, so remove this one. External and internal import, we have the JSX, and if we come back to the application, this is how it will look. You can see everything's rendering perfectly, so things are looking good. Okay, let's come back, close this one, and go to the CSS file, and let's start working on the slider first. Okay, so let's come here and simply remove this one. Okay, actually keep it and come back, come here and go to this index.js, and what we can do, we can simply remove this title. Okay, so remove this title, and let's come back to the slider and let's start working on it. Okay, so we'll target the slider. Width is going to be 100%. Slider box is going to be width 80%. Margin 0 auto. Padding is going to be 0, -1 RAM, and 8 RAM and 0. So this is how it will look. Let's come down. We'll tag the slider box h2. Font size is going to be 3 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Slider box button will have a display is going to be flex, justify content, space between, align item center. Slider box button display is going to be flex, align item center. Gap is going to be 2 RAM. Font size is going to be 2 RAM. That's how it will look. Slider box button btn icon. So we'll target the border 1 pixel solid var, and it's going to be an icon color. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Display is going to be flex, align item center. Border radius is going to be 50%, and transition all 0.3 second easy in, and cursor is going to be a pointer. That looks good. Let's tag that button icon on over effect. We need to change the color of the background, so it will have a, let's say, icon color, and we'll have a, let's say, color is going to be main color. Okay, box shadow is going to be the custom box shadow color. So you can see it's working fine. We'll target the slider box items. Width is going to be 100%. Overflow is going to be hidden. Slider box item, so this will become display is going to be flex. Let's say grid template column repeat 6, 20.4 RAM. Repeat 6, 20.4 RAM. Padding is going to be 4 RAM and 2 RAM. Cursor grab. Okay, that's look good. Slider box item will have a display none. Simply let's add the WebKit. Okay, WebKit scroll bar. Okay, so we have this one looking fine. Let's come down, let's add a media query. So, and max width is going to be, let's say 35 EM. We'll target the slider box h2, font size is going to be 2 RAM, slider box item overflow auto, and grid template column repeat 6 95%. Padding is going to be 4 RAM and 0, so that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the slider box width is going to be 90%. Slider box button icon would be padding 0.5 RAM, so you can see that's look pretty good and responsive. So that's the part. Now let's come here and go to the card component, and we can target the card itself. So target the slider card. Padding is going to be 1 RAM. Slider card box transition all 0.3 second easy in. Border radius 2 RAM. Padding bottom is going to be 1 RAM. Slider card box on over effect, we want to add this box shadow to our custom box shadow. You can see it's look perfect. Let's target the slider card box image. It's 2 RAM. And I think why it's not taking place. Simply come here and go back to the JSX and let's have a look. Okay, we don't have the class, so let's assign a class. Simply copy this and paste here. Is gonna be image. So if we save it, it will come to the application. You can see we have this border radius. It's working fine. So let's come down. We'll target the slider card box title. Display is gonna be a flex. Align item center. Padding inline is going to be 2 RAM. Justify content space between. Gap is going to be 1 RAM, so that's how it will look. And let's say slider box title P. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0.5, and font width 800. Let's come back here and let's comment out this like profile. Okay, we'll see whether we want to display or not. Okay, so for time being, let's comment out and let's start working on the CSS. Let's come here. We'll target the slider card box title like, and we'll say display is going to be flex. Align item center. Gap is going to be 0.5 RAM. Let's come here. Slider card box price. Display is going to be flex. Justify content space between. Padding inline is going to be 2 RAM. Line height 0. Margin top 1 RAM. Text align end. And that's how it will look. Let's come down. Price box border 1 pixel solid var icon color. Padding 0.2 RAM 1 RAM. Border radius 0.2 RAM. Slider box price box small, and background color is going to be our icon color. Padding 0.2 RAM 0.5 RAM. Border radius 0.2 RAM. Color is gonna be our main color. Okay, that's how it will look. Let's come down. We have to target the box price box P, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM. Width is going to be 700, and margin top is going to be 2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Let's come down. Target the slider card box price time, and align item is going to be flex end. Font display is going to be grid. Let's come down and let's target the price item P. We'll say font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, and font width is going to be 700. Okay, let's add a media query. So we'll say min device width is going to be 300 pixels, and max device width is going to be, let's say, 375 pixels. We'll target the slider card and we'll say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. That's how it will look. We'll target the slider box title, and P is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 1 RAM. We'll say slider box price box, and it will have a padding 0.2 RAM. Let's come down. We'll target the slider box price time P. We'll say font size is going to be 1 RAM. That's how it will look. Responsive. Okay, things are looking really good. Okay, this is not working. So let's come here and let's go on a full screen, and this is how it will look. You can see, okay, we have some problem. One div is coming down. Let's scroll down. You can see our scroll is working. Okay, but why we have extra div? We need 6 but we have 7. But here you can see, we can scroll down, we have like this something. So let's, things are working fine. Okay, let's come back to our code and let's have a look what's the matter. Let's come to the slider card and let's come here, go to the slider, and let's have a look at the array, the dynamic array. So here we have taken 6, 7, we need to remove 1. Okay, so remove 1 and take 6 only. Okay, now let's remove that, and here you can see it's working fine. We don't have any extra, and now we can easily able to slide it. Okay, that's working fine. 100% responsive. You can see it's working fine. We have this bouncing effect, so that's looking good. So let's click on this, it's working fine. Okay, so that's also looking good. Let's come here, and if we go to this slider card, and here we have the image. So let's change the background image to 1 from 10. Okay, so we can display the exact image as we have in the demo, and as you can see the image is changed. Now we have the similar image and we can slide it down and it's looking absolutely perfect. But something is wrong here. Okay, so the function is not working properly on the button. Okay, if we are clicking on the icon then it's working, but it's not working on the entire button. Okay, so let's fix that. So let's come back here, and where we having the function, so we are calling this function only on the arrow, but instead of calling that function in the arrow we have to call it on the div. Okay, so let's do one thing, simply cut and call the function on the div. Do the same thing from this one also, and now it will work. You can see now wherever you can click on the entire button, the function will execute. So it's working fine. We can easily able to slide it down, responsive and looking perfect. This is how it will look on a mobile device. You can see 100% responsive. On a bigger screen this is how it will look, and on large screen this is how it will look. So that's look perfect. Let's close all the tab and let's, and in this video we're going to build this brand section. Okay, so let's come back to the code, and you know the drill. What we have to do, simply create the folder. So we'll call it brand, copy, and we have to create the JSX file .jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well, module.css. So let's close this one and come back to the brand.jsx, and we have to create this RAFCE, React Functional Based Component, and now we have to import the CSS file. So internal import, and this will call style, and that's coming from the same directory. Okay, that's the brand import. Let's come back to this component index file, and here we're going to import that component. So we'll call it import brand, and that's coming from the brand. Okay, brand, copy this one, and simply we have to export this one. So that's the import and export. Now go to this index.js file, and here we need to import that component, and that's what we have to do here. We have to call that component. So in this way we can easily able to display the component in our home page. Okay, so simply close this one and save it. Let's come back to the application, go back here, and here you can see we have this brand. So things are working fine, we don't have any errors. Let's come down, and now we can start working on the brand.jsx. So we're going to import couple of things. So first thing is going to be the image. We'll come down, we'll import the images that's coming from the image folder. Okay, we'll come down, we're going to import the button, and that's coming from that component slash component index. We have to wrap this inside this bracket. Okay, so this is the button component we have, and now we can start working on the JSX. Okay, so we're going to instantly return, we'll have a div, it will have a class called style brand, and that we're going to have another div, it will have a class called style brand dash box, and that will have this div, it will have a class called style brand box left, and we'll replicate that. This will call right. Okay, and this we're going to call take a image, and we have to provide the source. We have inside this image folder logo, and we'll call it all tag is going to be a brand logo. Width is going to be, let's say, 100%, 100, and width is going, height is going to be 100. Okay, so that's the image we have. Now let's come down. We'll take this h1 and let's come back to the original one and simply copy this text and paste here. Simply come here, we're going to take this paragraph and come here and simply copy and paste here. Okay, so that's what we have here. Now let's come down, we will take a div, it will have a class called style, and we'll say brand box left button. In that we're going to take this button, our dynamic component, and button name is going to be, let's say, the props we have to send create, and it will have a function called handle click, and for the time being we'll have empty, and this will become the, let's say, discover. So this is the button component we have. Let's come down, and here you can see we have the title, button, and descriptions. Everything is working fine. So now what we can do it, let's come on the right hand side, and we have to take the image. We have to assign the source which is inside the image folder and dot earn. Okay, so background earn. So let's come here, go to this image folder, and inside the image folder you will find that we have this image er.png, but we haven't imported that. We have to first import this file earn from png, and now we have to export it. Okay, so let's do here. So in that way we can easily able to receive here, and we can call it. Let's assign the all tag is will become the, let's say, brand logo, and we can call it width is going to be let's add a width to 800, and height is going to be, let's say, 600. So that's the image we have. Let's save it. Let's come back to the application, and here you can see we have the image and we have the buttons and titles and logo. So let's come back here, go to the css file, and let's start working on the css. So we're going to target that first. We're going to target the brand, and width is going to be 100%. Margin top is going to be 10 RAM. Margin bottom is going to be 7 RAM. Brand box width is going to be 80%. Margin 0 auto, and display is going to be grid template column repeat, let's say 1.5 fr, and let's do fr. Okay, we'll have a gap to 5 RAM, and a line item is going to be centered. That's how it will look. Let's come down, we'll take the brand box left and h. We'll target the font size is going to be 5 RAM, and line height is going to be 1. Font width is going to be bolder. That's how it will look. Let's come down, we're going to target the brand box left paragraph, and font size is going to be 1.3 RAM, and margin top is going to be -2 RAM. So that's how it will look, pretty good. Let's come down, we're going to target the brand box left btn, and display is going to be flex. A line item is going to be center, and gap is going to be 3 RAM, and margin top is going to be 3 RAM. So that's pretty good. Let's come down, take a media query, and max width is going to be, let's say, 35 EM. We're going to target the box, brand box, and we'll say grid template column 1 FR on the mobile device. And we'll target the brand box left h1, and we'll say font size is going to be 2.5 RAM. Brand box left paragraph will say margin top is going to be -0.5 RAM. So that's how it will look, pretty good. Okay, looking great. So, and it's responsive as well. Make it on a full screen. This is how it will look. We have the logo, we have the heading, we have the titles, we have the buttons. So things are looking good. So let's come here, and here you can see we have the difference here because we are using different font. We're definitely going to change the font of this application. Right now we are using Pop-in, but we're going to use Latin. Okay, so the font I'm not going to change right now, we do it later. Okay, so let's come here, and we're going to make it 4, and now you can see this is how it will look. So this is how it will look. Let's come back and let's make it to 1. Let's make it 1.5. So we have too much. Let's make it to 3, and let's make it 5. Okay, so this is how it look. We're going to change the font because we're going to use different font. Right now we are using font poppings, but we're going to use Latin. Okay, so just follow along with me whatever I'm doing. Okay, so here we are done with this. Okay, and let's come here, looking good. So this is the right section, this is the left sections. Let's close this one, close this one. So finally, so in this video we're going to build this video card component. Okay, so this is the component we're going to design. So, and you know the drill. What we have to do, simply create a folder, we'll call it video, and we have to create the JSX file. We have to create the CSS file, module.css, and type RAFCE, and we have to import the CSS file. So internal import style, and that's coming from the same directory. So we have the CSS file. Now let's come back to the component index, and here we need to import that file. So we'll say import video from /video, and we have to export this one. Come here and export this file, close this one, and go to this index page, and here we need to import that file. And let's come here we have to import. So we have the video component as well, close that one, and let's come here, let's import a couple of things from React. So we need the images. Let's come down, we have to import the images, all the images which is inside this images folder. Now remove this one and let's make it instant return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style video, and that will have another div, it will have a class called style video box. Give this space. Inside that we're going to have this h1, we'll call it span. Let's come back here, copy this icon and simply paste here, and let's come here and call the video. Okay, let's come down, come back here, copy this text and paste here, and that's what we have. Now let's come down, we'll take a div, it will have a class called, let's say, style dot video box frame, and in that we're going to have another div, it will call style dot video frame left, and that will have the image. Okay, and you might be noticed that this is a video component, but why we are using image? Because we're going to build the entire layout. Okay, we are not going to design the video component itself, because that will take a lot of time. That's a huge component, because there we have to do a lot of things. We have to design all the functionality, play and pause, and we have to upload the video from the server. Okay, so when we get the data from the API, on that time we're going to design this component. So right now we are just building the layout. Once we have the data, we can easily able to remove this image and we can add a video frame. Okay, so I'm just taking this image and building the layout in this video. Okay, so let's add a source image, and we have the image inside this. So this is the image, drag and drop here, and simply come here and simply import the image first. So let's call it NFT video, and that's we have video png, and that's what we have to export here. So that's, we will get the image and let's call the image. Let's assign the all tag, so we'll call it video image, and we have to assign the width. So width is going to be, let's say, like 190/20, and let's say this one is going to be object fit cover. So this is the setup we are doing. Okay, this is the exact video frame when we get the video. Okay, so we are just building the frame. So let's come down, we'll have another div, it will have a class called style video box frame left, we'll call it right, and this will have a simple, let's type hi. Okay, so that's what we have here. So let's save it, come back to the CSS file, and let's restart the application. So type npm run dev and click on this, open the application on the browser, and you can see here everything's looking good. So we have the title, we have the paragraph, and we have the image, and we have the hi. Okay, so now let's get styling this. So we'll target the video, we'll say 100% width, we'll say margin top is going to be 14 RAM and margin bottom is going to be 5 RAM. So we'll have a good amount of space. Let's come down, we're going to add a video box, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, and let's come down, target the line height is going to be, let's say, 1, and video box paragraph is going to be font size 1.3 RAM, and width is going to be 40%. Line height is going to be 1.2 RAM, so a little smaller. That's look good. Let's come down. We'll target the video box frame, and we'll say display is going to be grid template column, repeat 8 1FR, and we'll say gap is going to be 1 RAM, padding is going to be 5 RAM, margin top is going to be 6 RAM. So that's look good. We'll come here, we'll target the video box frame, and we'll say left grid column 1/8, and grid row is going to be 1/-1 to the end. So here we have the images. Now let's come down. We target the frame left image, and border radius is going to be 1 RAM. So it's gonna be copy and simply come back here. We don't have the class. Let's assign the class. So we'll have that frame left image. Save it. We are getting the styling. So let's come down. We'll target the video box frame, and it's gonna be a right section. We need to assign the grid, so 3 and -1 to the end, and it will have a background color to our, let's say, icon color. So icon color we have to assign the border radius to be 1 RAM, and grid row is going to be, let's say, 1 and all the way to end. Okay, save it. Padding is going to be 3 RAM and 0 RAM, and margin top is going to be -5 RAM. Okay, and we'll say box shadow is going to be var box shadow. Okay, so let's save it. This is how it will look. You can see our frame is looking good. And let's add a media query. So we'll say max width is going to be 35 EM. We'll say width is going to be 90%, and we'll target the box frame. Padding is going to be 0, so that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the video box frame right, and we'll say margin top is going to be -2 RAM, and box P, we'll target the width is going to be 100% on a mobile device. So that looks good. Okay, let's come here, target the box H1, and let's say font size is going to be 2 RAM, so it's small, looking better. Let's come up here, and what we can do here, we can make the change here. Okay, let's type H1. So that's for the big device. And now let's target box width, and width is going to be 80%, and margin 0 and auto. So this will hold the entire div into the center. Okay, so it's look perfect. Let's make on a full screen, and that's looking absolutely great, 100% responsive. So right now we have just designed the frame of our video. Okay, so in this image section we're going to display the video, and we're going to include all the functionality. Okay, once we have the data from the API. Okay, so that's looking great. We have the frame is ready, and things are looking pretty good, impressive. So this is the discovery section, help sections, notifications, and no breaking changes have done. Now this is our big slider. We can slide it. This is the card sections, looking absolutely. Let's click on the tab, working absolutely fine. This is our slider. We can easily be able to slide both the sides, and on the click event as well. So working fine. This is the tab we have. This is the filter component. We have open, close, and we can like it, unlike it. So that's look good. Here is the second. So let's do the inspect element, and let's have a look on a mobile device. So with this, finally we have completed the entire home page of our NFT marketplace. Okay, so let's have a quick overview that what we have built so far and what are the components we have built, because trust me, if you have coded along with me in this entire home page, you will find that when we build the other pages, the entire development of other pages becomes very fast, because these are the components we're going to use over and over again, and we have to write very less code there. Okay, so let's have a look. So let's click on this. This is how it looks. This is the hero section, service section, and this is the slider. This is our audio card, working absolutely fine, looking great. This is a small audio card, looking great. We have the tabs. We have like, unlike, working fine. This is the slider we have. Click on this. We can easily able to slide the, you can see it's beautiful slider. We can click, we can slide both side. This is the collection section we have, looking really good. So that's what we have. This is the filter section we have. We can simply open, close, open, close. And this is the card icons we have. Okay, that's looking good. This is the card icon, looking absolutely perfect. That's look good. So everything's looking perfect. This is the footer section. So in the last video, we had completed our entire home page. In this video, we're going to make a little bit changes in our home page to make it fully responsive. So what we have noticed in the last video, that our navigation is not fully responsive. Okay, so we're going to make that 100% responsive, and we're going to change the data. So we have data in the cart, we have the data in the category. So all those images, all the user images, we're going to change in this video. Okay, so it's going to be the refactoring, okay, what we have done so far in the last 15 video. Okay, let's come up here, and here you can see, here we have the problem in the notification. It's going out of the recommended mobile phone. Okay, so it's overflowing, so that's the one we have to fix. Same case goes with the profile section. You can see the navigation looks good, we don't have any issues in that. And let's make like this. If we have the problem, we need to fix this one. Working fine, but we need to do a little bit adjustment. So let's bring this way, and let's make it on a mobile device. So let's click on this component, and let's try to fix that. Let's go into the notifications, and let's start with that first. Okay, so we'll come in the media query, and here we have to adjust the media query. So let's make it 10 RAM width. Oh, it's very small. So it's totally try. Okay, you have to try that which width is suitable for that element. Okay, so just test with a random value. So let's make it to, okay, this one is looks actually quite good. Okay, so this 21 is really fine. You can see now it's looking perfect. This notification bar on a mobile device, you can see if we expand, and it's absolutely perfect. Okay, it's not overflowing. And now if we are done with this notification, so that's the change we have to do. Let's come here, and now we have to fix that profile one. So let's come here and go to the profile CSS file, and here we are in the profile module of CSS, and now we have to fix that as well. So here you can see this is the profile, and we have to write the media query for this. So max width is going to 35 EM. We'll target the profile, and this is the profile we are targeting. And here you can see we have assigned left to -70 RAM. That's what we're going to target. So in this we'll say 10 RAM. It's too much. 12. Let's make it 15. No. Okay. No. Okay, yeah, this, let's make it 5. This looks absolutely perfect. You can see right now it's looking good on a mobile device, both user profile and notification. So it's not overflowing anymore, and this looks absolutely incredible. You can see it's look great in all the devices. Okay, this navigation is also perfect, so it's look good. Now let's check the other element, and let's come here, and now we're going to do the changes. So right now you can see we have the similar image in the background, we have the similar in the user. So that's the change we're going to do in the images. Okay, these are the image, everything's working fine, no issues we have. So let's come here and go to this, where it is, go to this follower tab, and inside this follower tab we have this follower tab card where we are rendering that. So here we have hard coded the value, this image one. Okay, that's we're going to make it dynamic. So let's come up here, and here we are receiving the props. You can see we are receiving this I and element. Actually we have the data. Okay, simply copy that. Let's come here and let me show you. So here we are passing the props. So here you can see we are passing the element, and we are passing the index. So we actually have the image, and here we have taken this random data. You can see card array, we have taken 1 2 3 4 and falling array. So we're going to take the image, and we're going to take the user image as well. So we'll import the image folder, and that's coming from the images folder. Okay, so we have the images. Now we're going to simply replace this, and in that we're going to take this image user 1, image user 2, image user 3, image user, let's say 3, image user 4, and image user, let's say 5, image user 6, and image user 7. So altogether we have close to 8 component we want to display. That's why I have taken this 8 array, 8 images. Now we can come here in the card component, and here we are receiving this. Okay, so that's all we are getting the data. Now let's simply do the same thing for others, and let's do a little bit adjustments. So we're going to shift the placement because I don't want to display the same image, so you guys can not able to find the differences. Okay, so let me do the reshuffling. Okay, and let's remove this pressed here. Okay, so that's what we have done. Remove it and let's paste down below. So that's the array we are getting from the images. Okay, now let's come here and let's simply go to this here where we're displaying the images of the profile. So it's right here. Simply remove and type hello. If you save it, and here you can see here the images got changed. So right now we have a dynamic data, and the same type of data we'll get from our API. Okay, so we'll get the all the details about this followers, like the background image, the user profile name, ether price, and whether the user who's logged into the application are following them or not. Okay, so all the information will come in the API, and that's what we're going to render. Okay, so it's displaying absolutely perfect. Okay, it's working fine. Now let's switch the tab, and you can see tabs is also working fine. Okay, that's looking cool. Let's come back to the code, and here we have the hard code value for the background. Let's change that as well. So for that, what we can do, let's close all this array and let's open the first one. Inside that, we're going to take an object. One will have a for our background, and one we have a for user. Okay, so we'll call it, let's say, background, and we'll call the background image. So inside this creator background, and we're going to take the user. In user one, simply copy and remove this one and replicate it couple of more times. So this will come 2, this become 2, replicate it 3, 3, 4, 4. So the possibilities are endless. You can bring the data in many ways, or you can create a separate JSON file. From there you can retrieve the data, which I'm going to do once we build the entire template. So we're going to build a internal server. What do I mean by internal server? We're going to create a JSON file which contain all the information about the NFT, user, authentications, followers, like. So all the data we're going to create in our directory in a data JSON file, and from there we're going to fetch the data and display the entire in the application. So I'll show you how you can do that in an internal server in your computer, and then we're going to deploy the same data into our database, and we'll build an API around that. We'll use MongoDB's powerful query operators to make it our API powerful. Okay, so we'll do a lot of things. So I'll just give you a simple example of how you can play with the data, because data, so if you are good with data, you can plan that how data you can retrieve and display in the application. You can really improve the performance of the application. So planning a data for delivering in the application is one of the high paying skills. So always try to keep that thing in mind, because anybody can write. That's the thing you have to keep in mind. Okay, so let's do that. So change 5, 5, simply replicate it. This becomes 6, 6, this becomes 7, 7, and this becomes 8, 8. Okay, we have got this data. Now simply select all this and copy and do the same thing for others. So simply what I will do, I will replace the same data with this and do the same for this news array as well. So let's change the data. So right now here I have all the data, and what I can do, I want to do a little bit of reshuffling. So let's close this array. So let's come up here and let's try to close this one. So let's remove this couple of array from here. Okay, cut this and paste on top, so we'll have some difference, and let's open that, and everything's working fine. Now let's come back to follower tab card, and here we're going to do the changes. So here we'll remove this, we'll type elim, and inside that we'll have the background. Okay, so what's the name I've given? Let's copy the spelling. I don't want to make any typo. Okay, so this is the background, and let's scroll down, and now we have to display the user. So here we are displaying the background. Okay, and let's come down where the user, and here we have that elim. In that we're going to type the user. Now simply save it, and let's come back to the application, and here you can see that the background is changed and the user is changed. Now it's looking really good. Okay, so we have a dynamic data, and you can easily be able to switch between different tabs and it will change. It's looking really perfect. Okay, it's looking beautiful. So I believe that's you guys are enjoying this refactoring. Okay, so that looks really good. Now let's move to this one. We're going to change the images of this as well. So let's come back to the code, and what we can do, let's copy this one, simply remove that one because we don't need in that. Okay, so let's come up here and simply close this one, and simply copy this array because the same type of structure, data structure we have to follow in the video card component. So simply copy this and let's come here, go to this where we have the slider. Inside the slider we have to go inside the slider, and here we have passing the data. Okay, so let's come up here, and here we have the demo data slider array. We're going to simply remove that and we're going to paste that data. Okay, so right now we have the data. Let's import the images, and that's coming from the image from dot dot slash dot dot and image folder. So here we have the images. Now simply copy that. Let's scroll down, and here we have to pass, instead of slider array we have to pass this following array. Okay, so right now we'll passing that as a props. We are passing the props, you can notice. Now let's come here and go to the slider card component, and here we have to receive the prop. Okay, so let's come here, and that we're going to receive the props el and I. So that's the prop we are receiving. Let's come down, and here we have the hard-coded value. We're going to remove that with the background. Okay, no, not falling array. Simply come here and remove the background. Okay, so here we have the background. Let's come down, and here you can see that the images are changed. It's looking perfect. It's looking really great. So things are looking pretty good and impressive. Okay, we are done with this. We have no issues in the slider. We can click and we can move on. Now let's move to this collection section, and let's change the images and the profile images as well. Let's come back to the code, and what we can do here, simply close this one and close this one. Come here, go to this collection, and inside the collection we have this collection, and here we are passing the data in the data component. Okay, so first thing we have to do is to replace this data with the data. So let's come here, and we need the same data. So we have the data inside the follow tab. Simply copy the 3 one because altogether we are displaying 3 components there. Okay, so let's copy and simply paste here. What we can do now here, and now we have to simply import the images dot dot slash image folder. So here we have the images. Now we're going to simply replace this one. Okay, so we have this card array. What we can do is we no longer need this one. Simply remove that, and so everything is looking good here. Come back here, go to this day component, and here we are receiving the props. So let's come up here. Here we need to receive the props, which is lm and I. We have the data in this, copy that, and here we need to pass it. Simply replace this with to lm dot background. Okay, for the background image. Now okay, so we have this error message. Okay, not undefined. So let's come here, and here everything's look good. Here we are still have the problem. Okay, let's have a look. Let's come here. We have all these data. We are passing in that, and close this one, close this one. Okay, my bad. Simply copy this and change this to news, and simply copy this and change this to following array. Okay, simply remove that, and now it will work. Simply save it, and you can see still we have this problem. Okay, we have this problem, not a big deal. We're gonna fix it, and you will come across this problem when you will do the refactoring. Okay, so don't get frustrated. It's a part of building any application or any product. So it's working fine. Now let's have a look where we are making this mistakes. Let's scroll down, and here we have that data that's coming from here. So let's come here, and you can know I have noticed one thing, that I'm not sending the props. Okay, so let's send that props let's make it inside the bracket, and here we need to send the element. Okay, the data itself. In this, simply copy this part and do the same thing in this following array as well. So let's face it here as well. So here we have to pass the data, and now we can come here and we can have a look, and you can see that the data is changed. Here we have the different images at the background. Okay, here we have the different. Let's come down, let's scroll down, and here we have three images. I'm changing only one because when we get the data from the API, we'll make an object sub image category in which we're going to add this additional image. Okay, if I'm not adding in right now because it will take a little bit of time. Okay, we'll do it in more robust way when we'll get the data from the API or our internal API. So now what we can do, I want to change the user profile as well. So the data we have for the user is this. Simply remove that element, and inside that we'll have this user. Okay, if I save, you can see we have this dynamic user data, and you can simply switch backward and forward and you can have a look. The data is keep changing and it's absolutely looking great. So that's looking perfect. We have no issues in that. Now we have to change the images of this. You can see we are displaying the same image. We're going to make it change that. Simply close this one, and come here and go to this NFT card, click on this, and here we have the card. So let's come up here, and here we are taking this feature array. We need to remove that, and we need to simply come in the collection. We need the data, so let's come here and simply copy the same data. Okay, copy the data, come back here and simply come here and replace this one. So here we have the data with, okay, simply copy that one and simply scroll down and move it to this one. Okay, card array, and from here we have to add the, let's say, so let's come here, remove this data. We don't have that. In that we have this background. Simply copy the background and simply I'll select all this and remove that one because we want to display only NFT. We don't want to display the user. Okay, so we'll remove that and we'll take a simple image. Okay, we'll have the NFT1, nf image dot nft2 and image nft3. Altogether I have 3 images in my NFT, but we'll have more. Okay, so let's try with this 3 only. Okay, so we have this 3. Now what we can do, simply copy and replicate 3 times. Okay, 3 times. Right here we get the 3 different images. So things are looking good. Let's have a look. So here we have that, and now we can do it, simply remove this with the element, the data itself, and here you can see we have that dynamic images. Now it's looking like a real application. You can see now it's, you guys are getting excited. Earlier we were putting the same data that was not getting excited in you. Many of you guys have asked me that how to render different images, so that's why I made this special video, and that we are changing this, playing with this data. Okay, so everything's looking good, images are changed, everything's working fine. Now let's change this category. Okay, so it's quite going to be similar. Let's have a look final more time. Things are looking awesome. Let's come close this one, come to the category sections, and we have to follow the same drill. Simply remove this one, and then we're going to take this image dot, so we're going to take this background 1, this will become 10, this will become 11, this will become 2, this will become, let's say, 4, and this will become, let's say, 5. So altogether here we have the data. Simply come here, remove that with the data, and let's scroll down, and here you can see it's taking a little bit time because the images are heavy. So when we deploy this images, when we'll deploy our application, we're going to compress this image because we have to improve the user experience. If it will take too much time, no one's going to stay in your application. So that's the thing you have to keep in mind. So here the image is fully loaded and everything's looking fine. You can see everything is looking great right now. We can scroll up and do the final test. So this is the hero section we have. Okay, let's scroll down and things are looking good. And let's come back to the code. Let's make a full screen. Let's make this one, and So finally we have done with this entire refactoring, and I made this extra video on this because many of you guys have asked me that how you can display your own images. So that's the only purpose I had to make this video. Hope you guys have got the insight that how you can do that. We're going to do in a more reversed way. Okay, don't need to worry, just follow in a normal pace where I can find that you will learn the best. If I build the entire thing in one go, you're not able to retain a lot of things. Okay, so that's why I'm going a little slower here, but from the next video we're going to build one page in one video. Okay, so we have done all. Let's come here and go to this pages, and inside the pages we have to create the collection page. So click on that, come here and create a collection page, collection.js. Okay, type RAFCE. Okay, here let's come down and we have to create a CSS file for this. So let's create a CSS file. We'll type collection.module.css. so we'll have the CSS file. Let's come here, and here we're going to simply import that CSS file. So let's give me the command internal import style, and that's coming from /styles/ collection module CSS. So that's we have here. Okay, now let's come here, we have to import the images, all the images, and that's coming from image. Okay, so here we have the images. Now let's come here, simply remove this, and before we do that, let's come here and create a new folder, because every page will have its own component folder. Okay, in that we're going to keep all the components which is related to that specific page. And this is the architecture which you have to follow whenever you build a large application like this, because definitely you're going to work in a group with other fellow developers. So when they will refer your code, they will know that which component content information about the which page. Okay, so this is the architecture I personally follow, and I would suggest you to do that because it's very easy to read. Okay, so let's create a folder, another folder, and we'll call it, this time I'll call it collection page. Okay, inside that we're going to keep all the folders for the connections. So inside that I'm going to create another folder. This will become a banner because we have to display the banner. So in that we have to create this banner.jsx, type RAFCE, and we have to create the CSS file for the banner as well. Here we have the banner. So let's create one more folder and we'll call it collection profile. In that we have to create this collection.jsx, and we have to create the CSS file as well. Okay, these are the two folders we have created, one for banner and one for collection profile inside the collection page. Okay, and let's come here and we have to create this index. Okay, because we're going to import it, we're going to follow the same structure what we have followed in the component. Okay, so we'll create this collection index.js, and in this we're going to import, let's rename that. Okay, import the, let's say we need to import the, let's say collection profile, and that's coming from the same directory, collection profile. Now we have to import the banner, and that's coming from the same banner profile, and now we have to export that collection profile and banner. So here is everything is working fine. Now let's come back to the collection.js page, and here we're going to import that. So we'll do import banner, that's coming from that /. component page and component index, and in that we're going to call this collection profile as well. So we have this two component, so that's working fine. Let's import the slider banner, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so you guys have seen that how easy it's become to use this component in other pages. So here we have that. Okay, now let's import the filter, and that filter is inside the filter component. Inside the component we have filter. In that filter we have to compile the filter. So we have the filter, and the reason why I have import the filter individually, because I don't want to import the titles or the buttons. Okay, because the filter component has two layers, we are importing the second layer, not the first layer. Okay, so just follow the way I'm doing. Okay, so here we have the internal import, and let's come here, we will take a div. It will have a class called style collection, and that will have this banner component, and in that we're going to pass this props, because this banner component is a reusable component in other pages. So we're going to use as a reusable component. In that we're going to pass a prop. So I want to pass the image. So this is the collection background one image I will pass. So that's the banner component we are using. Okay, let's save it and let's click on this collection page. You can see our redirection is also working fine, and here we have that collection banner. Okay, that's working fine. Let's come back to the banner component and let's click on this, and here we need to receive that prop. So this is called banner image. In this we're going to import the Next.js image tag, and that's what we have. Let's do the internal import, the CSS file. So that's coming from the same directory, banner module CSS. Now we have to remove this. It will be a string return. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style, and we'll call it banner. In that will have a div, it will have a style dot banner dash image. In that we're going to display the image component. Okay, so we'll have the image, and we're going to take this banner image, the props we have sent, and we need to provide the object fig to cover. We need to assign the alt tag to background, and width is going to be, let's say, 16, because and height is going to be, let's say, 300. Okay, 1600 width, and height is going to be 300 because I don't want to, I want a little bit. Okay, not too much. If I save it, and so that's the import we have. Let's come down, we'll have another div, and it will have a class called style banner image on mobile. So we have a two div, one because this div we want to display, so this image we want to display only on the mobile device. On a desktop device we're going to hide it, and the other one will be only display on the desktop device. Okay, so inside that, well, again we have to follow the same rule. We'll have an image, and we have to provide the source banner image. It will have the same properties. Let's come out, copy the entire one, and remove this one. And here we're going to have this height to 900. Okay, so that's the one, and here you can see on the application we have this two. So this is the large one for the mobile device, and this is the small one for the desktop device. So it's working fine. Let's come back here and let's go to the banner CSS file, and here we need to do something, and let's have a look. Yes, we have to do, let's target the banner image mobile and set to display to none because we want to hide it on a desktop. Okay, so that's it, how it will look on a desktop. And let's come down, let's add a media query, and we're going to target max width is going to be, let's say, close to 35. This is the standard media query we are following, so that's it. And we're going to target that image mobile, and that's going to be display is going to be blocked on the mobile device. Save it, and the desktop one is going to be hidden, so display none. So this is how it will look big. It looks really good, so it's working already fine. So that's the media query. We are done with this banner. Now let's come to this collection profile collection, and before we do that, we have to come in the collection page itself, and here we need to import that. So collection profile, in this we're not going to send any props. Okay, we do, but not now. When we'll have the data from the API, we're going to send the props and receive the data. So we have that collection profile here. Let's close that one, and let's come back to the collection profile, and let's start working on it. Okay, so we're going to import the image, and we do a couple of internal imports. So we have to import the style file, and we have the style file. Now we have to import the, let's say, icon. So we need a, let's come here and let's go to this component. Inside this Navbar we have that, we have the slider, and that we have the social media icon. Simply copy that, come back here, and we need all the social media icon. Okay, so we have the social media icons. Now let's come here and let's do the internal import for the images. So here we have the images, we got the images. Now let's come here and take a card array, and in that we're going to have some demo data. So let's have this 4 arrays. Now we have that 4 array demo data, and now we can start working on the GSS. Remove that, and let's have a div. It will have a class called style. We'll have a collection profile, and that we're going to have another div. It will say style dot collection profile dash box. In that will have a, let's say, another div. It will have a class called collection dash box dash left. In that we'll have the image, so we'll have images. Inside that we'll have this NFT one. Okay, and it will have the alt tag is going to be NFT image, width is going to be, let's say, 800, height is going to be, let's say, 800, and it will have a class called style collection box left dash image. Okay, so that's the image we have. Now let's come down and we have to take another div. It will have a class called collection box left, and it will have called social, and in that we're going to have the social media. Okay, so we'll take this anchor and we're going to call this Facebook. Simply replicate this 4 times. Okay, now we have to change this one to Instagram, this will become LinkedIn, and this will become Twitter. Okay, so these are the 4 social media icons we want to display. So that's working fine. Now let's leave that to dev and let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called style collection box dash middle. Okay, and that will take this h1 and we'll have this awesome NFT collections. Okay, here we'll come down, we'll target the p tag, and let's come back to the applications and copy the text from here. Okay, copy the text, come back here, and this is what we have. Let's come down, we'll have another div. It will have a class called style collection box dash middle box. In that we going to have a dynamic array. So we have taken the array and we're going to use that. So map lm.I, and we're going to instantly return. In that we're going to have a div, and it will have the class called style dot collection box middle box, and let's call it item, and it will also have a key I+1. Okay, otherwise React will give us the warning. And it will have the small, we'll display the price and we'll say I+1, and here we'll type this random value. Okay, we'll take a span. Inside that we'll going to use this plus icon, and we're going to use this value and give this percent, increase percent in the NFT price. Okay, so that's working fine. We are done with this. Remove that, those icons we are not using, so we are using only 4 icons. So things are looking pretty good so far, and everything is working fine. Let's come back to the application, and here you can see we have the image, we have the data, the name of that collections, the paragraph, and the percentage, the dynamic data we are rendering. Okay, everything is working fine. Let's come back, make it side by side so you guys can see when we work on the CSS file. Let's have a responsive mode. Okay, this looks pretty cool. So let's close this one, come back, copy this collection profile, and come back to the CSS, and let's start working to that. So we'll target that collection profile. Width is going to be 100%, margin 5 RAM, margin top 5 RAM, sorry, and we have some space. Let's come down, we'll target that box. Width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto. Let's come down, display is going to be grid template column 1FR and 3FR. So just wait, we'll have a gap from 3 rams, align item center, background color is going to be our main color, and box shadow is going to be our, let's say, custom box shadow, and it will have a border radius to 1 ram, and padding is going to be 1 ram and 2 ram from left and right. So it's looking pretty cool. You can see it's already taking shape. Let's come down, we'll target that collection profile left sections, and image border radius is going to be 1 ram. And okay, let's come down, we'll target the collection box. Let's have a media query so we can see what we are actually working on. Okay, so let's make a max width is going to be 35 em. We're going to target the collection box, and we'll say width is going to be 90%, and display grid template column is going to be 1FR, padding is going to be 1 ram and 0.5 ram, gap is going to be 1 ram. So this is how it will look on a mobile device. It's looking pretty cool. Now, so let's come down here, we'll target the collection profile left social icons, and we'll say display is going to be flex, gap is going to be 1 ram, font size 1.3 ram, align item center, justify content center, and margin top is going to be 0.5 ram. So if we save it, this is how it will look, perfectly aligned in the center. Let's come down, we'll target that collection box left socials anchor, and background color is going to be our, let's say, icon color. We have that, Let's target the border is going to be 1 pixel solid var, and we'll have the icon color. We'll have the border radius 50%, and cursor color itself is going to be our main color, and display is going to be grid. Padding is going to be 0.3 RAM, and transaction all 0.3 second easy in. So looking absolutely incredible. You can see how beautiful it looks. Let's come down. We'll target that collection box left social anchor, and on over effect we want to change the background to, let's say, our main color, and the color of the text is going to be the icon color, and it will have the box shadow. So the custom box shadow, you can see on over effect we are getting this nice box shadow, and the border radius, everything is working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the collection box middle section, and we'll say display is going to be grid, align items, align self, flex start, because we want to start from the, we don't want to start from the middle, we want to start from the top. Okay, so flex start, and let's save it. Let's come down. We'll target the collection box middle h1, and font size is going to be 3 RAM, line height is going to be 0. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Let's come down, target the box middle, and paragraph line height is going to be 1.3, and width is going to be 70% for the desktop, and target that middle box display is going to be grid template column repeat 4FR, and gap is going to be 2 RAM. Background color is going to be our main BG color. Okay, and margin top is going to be 1.5 RAM, so we'll have some space from the top. This is how it will look. You can see beautiful. Let's come down. We'll target the box middle box, and items, we'll say background color to be main color, and box shadow is going to be the box shadow, and padding is going to be 3 RAM and 2 RAM. Back border radius is going to be 2 RAM, and line height is going to be 0. Text align center. Save it, and you can see it's looking really good. Okay, let's come down. We'll target the collection box middle dash button item P, and it's going to be font size 2 RAM. Line height is going to be 0. Let's make it 0, and let's come down. We'll target that box middle box item small, and display is going to be block. A line height is going to be 3. Okay, as you can see it's looking pretty cool. We'll target the middle box item span, and we're going to change the color to the icon color, so that's how it will look. You can see it's already looking much better on a desktop. We have that. I think we are missing something. Okay, this is the banner, this is the card section. Okay, these are the information we have about the NFT. Let's come down here, and let's come to the collection page. Okay, collection profile JSX part, and here we going to do one thing. So here I forgot to take the title. Okay, so what we can do is let's remove this with the P tag. Okay, and let's come on top. We're going to take this small tag, and we'll take this floor price. Okay, so save it, and you can see here we have the P tag. Okay, here we have the small, and here we have the span. So save it, and let's make on a full screen, and you can see here we have that floor price, then we have the actual price and the increase of the price. So it's looking pretty good. Okay, that's look pretty good. Let's come down, and let's go to the CSS. Let's come up here, and where is the box shadow? So this is the box shadow. We're going to make it change, and we're going to take the second one, save it, and this one is look perfect, at exactly like a design we have. So this one is look pretty good. You can do the same thing to the main container, but this is what I like. I will go in this way. Okay, so that's all we have. So this is how it will look on a mobile device. So we need to work on the responsiveness. So let's come here in the media query. We're going to target the box middle, and we'll say padding is going to be 1 RAM. Box middle box, we're going to say grid template column 1FR. So that's how it will look. Gap is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, let's come down. We're going to target the color box middle h1, and it will have the font size to 1.8 RAM. Line height is going to be 1, and we'll have the box middle paragraph. Line height is going to be 1.3 ram, width is going to be 100%, margin top is going to be minus 0.5 ram, so that's look good. We'll target the box middle, box item, and line height is going to be 0, padding is going to be 2 ram and 1 ram from left and right. This looks perfect. You can see perfectly aligned. We have come down, target the box middle, box item, P, and font size is going to be 1 ram, so a little smaller, and that's look perfect for the mobile. Okay, let's come down, we'll add a media query. So min device width is going to be, let's say, 768 pixels, and max device width is going to be probably 1024 pixels. Okay, and that we're going to target this box width is going to be 90%, and that looks pretty cool. Okay, simply copy the entire one and replace it. Okay, the same media query we have to apply in this range as well, so simply copy the entire media query and paste inside that. Close this one, and things are looking good. This is how it will look on a desktop. This is how it will look on a mobile phone. You can see it's perfectly, everything is working fine. Price, everything's looking good. Okay, this is the banner section, this is the profile section. Now let's come back to the code, simply cut this one. So come here, so we are done with that. Okay, let's come here in the collections. So we are using that one. Take the filter and call the filter component. Okay, if we save the page here, you can see we have the filter. We have the filter, and this filter is a reusable component. Okay, all we have to do is to send the props in this, and we can use it. Okay, we'll definitely going to do at the end. Okay, so that's the filter we have. Let's come here, we're going to create one more file. We'll call NFT card 2. So the reason why I have called NFT card 2, because we have already one NFT card in our component folder, main component folder, which we are displaying in the home page. But this one is going to be very specific, and this component card 2 is going to be available in every other pages, not on the home page, but on every pages we're going to have this component. Okay, so that's why I call it card 2. Okay, so in this we have to create this JSX file, and we have to create the CSS file for this. Okay, simply type RAFCE, and we have to do the internal import. The same drill we have to follow, internal import style, and that's coming from the same directory. So here we have that. Let's come here, we have to import in that collection index, and import that file. Simply pass here and come back to the collection.js page, and here we need to first take this demo data, because we're going to loop over it. Okay, so we'll have this collection array, and in that we're going to take this, let's say, images. Okay, we'll have the NFT1, NFT2, NFT3, and we'll simply copy and replicate it 3 times. Okay, 8 times. Okay, so here we have that, and let's send the data in the collection profile. So we have the data, NFT data, so NFT data collection, and in that we are passing the data. Okay, so let's come here, and here we need to receive the props. So that's the props we have here, and here we're going to call the sliders. We'll call the banner component, which we have already. All we have to do is to call the component. So if we save it and come back to the application, you can see this is the profile, this is the tab, and this is the slider we have. It's already working beautiful. Okay, this is a reusable component, we're going to use it, and this is the branding section. So everything is looking fine. All we have to do is to build that card component. So let's close this one and come here, and let's start working on it. Okay, so let's come here, and let's come back here. Let's come to this one, and here we need to simply we have exported that, but we have to import it. Okay, so let's come here and import this here, and here we have to call that component. Okay, we have to call the component, and simply cut this. My bad, we don't need to pass that props inside this collection profile, because there we are not using, we're going to use different data there. We have to pass this array inside this NFT card too. Okay, so if you reload the page, you can see here we are displaying NFT card too, so it's working fine. Okay, now let's close this one, and here we have the data. Okay, and that's the data we are receiving here. So what we have to do is we have to receive a couple of things from React. So let's do that. Images, we have to import the BS image that's coming from React icons. We have to import the AI fill heart, and that's coming from React icon, and we have to get the outline heart as well. Outline heart. Okay, that's the icon we have. Let's import MD verified and MD timer. Let's do the internal import, and let's do the import of the style, and that's coming from the same directory. And we have to import the like profile component, and that's coming from component index. Okay, actually we have to pass this NFT data, not collection array. Okay, so this is the prop we have to pass, so make sure you do this change. And now we can come down, we can take this use state, and it will call like. Initially it will be false, we'll take the another use state, this will call like increase. So we want to increase the like number whenever someone click on the like. Okay, and initially value it will have 21. Okay, so that's what we have. Now let's come down, we're going to simply remove this, and let's start working on the JSX. We'll have a div, it will have a class called style dot NFT card 2, and that will have this dynamic block, and we'll receive the data on that. We're going to map over it. Okay, so LMI, and it's an instant return. In that we're going to have a div, it will have a class called style NFT card 2 dash box, and that will have a assign a key. Okay, it will have a key. In that we're going to have a div, it will have a call NFT card 2 box dash like, and in that we're going to take another div, it will have a class called style NFT card box like dash box, and that will have the div, it will have a class called NFT box light box dash box. That in that we're going to have the, let's say, the icon, and it will have the class called NFT box like box dash icon. Okay, and we want to render the p tag, it will have a on click functions, and we're going to call this function like NFT. Inside this we're going to display this like component. So like, we want to initially we want to display the outline like, and when someone click we want to display this heart. Okay, full heart. So that's the dynamic component we have, and the initial value we want to assign, so it will have a span, and in that we're going to call this like in +1. Okay, so that's the data we have here. So things are looking pretty good. That's the like component. Let's come down, we'll have a class called style NFT box dash image. In that will have the image, it will have a source, so lm alt, and we'll call it NFT. Width is going to be 500, height is going to be called 500, and object fit is going to be cover. So that's the image we have. And let's come down, we'll have another div, it will have a class called style dot NFT box dash info. Inside that we'll have a div, it will call style NFT box info left, and that will have a like component. Okay, and we'll have a p tab, let's call it clone, and let's give this dynamic increasing data I+1. Okay, let's come down, we'll have a span, and we'll call say 4 1+. Okay, so that's the number we want to display. Let's come down, and here we're going to call a class style dot NFT box dash price, and that we're going to have a div, it will have a class called style NFT box price dash price box, sorry, and in that we're going to have the small tag, and it will call current bid. Out of that we'll have a p tag, it will have the price, so we'll take this random, Okay, I'll come out of that, and it will have another beta. It will have a class called style NFT box price dash stock, and that we have to display the stocks. Okay, so we'll have this timer, and it will have the span, and in that we go to display the stock. Okay, so I+1, and it will call our left. Okay, so that's the entire JSX part. Things are looking good. Now we have to create the functions. Okay, so let's come down. We have to create this like NFT function. So it's gonna be an arrow function. If like is false, then we want to set to true, and if it's true, then we want to set to false, and we want to also increase the liking number to 23. Okay, and else we want to set to false, and we want to simply decrease this increase number, so minus +1. Okay, initial and +1. So when it would be true, it will say 23, and when it will fall, it will say this. Okay, so if you come here, and here we are getting this error. Okay, so let's reload the browser. Still we having this error. I think I have imported the style file twice somewhere in the code. So let's come back here, and yeah, I made the mistake here. Simply remove this CSS file from here. Okay, I imported twice, that's why I was getting that error. So let's reload that, and let's come back to the applications, and let's have a look. Let's scroll down, and here you can see we have the icon, we have that like. If we click on that, the number will increase. Click, unclick, click, and here we have the component. All the data is working fine, so things are looking pretty good. Okay, that's looking awesome. Now let's make it side by side, and let's start working on the CSS file. So things are looking good. This is the function JSX part. Let's close this one, come back to the CSS file, and let's start working on it. So we're going to target that NFT card 2. Let's come here and copy the text. I guess it is the NFT card 2, and let's say width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid template column repeat for 1FR, gap is going to be 3 RAM. That's how it will look. Let's come out, let's add the media query, and max width is going to be 35 EM, and we'll say target the card 2, and width is going to be 90%, get template column is going to be 1FR. So for the mobile device, this looks perfect. Let's come out of that. We'll target the card box, and we'll say display grid, cursor pointer, transition all 0.3 second easy in, background border radius is going to be 1 RAM. Okay, everything's are working. Let's come down. We'll target the box. On over effect, we want to add the box shadow to our custom box shadow color, so save it. You can see it's looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll target the box like, and we'll say padding is going to be 1 RAM, grid column 1/-1, grid row is going to be das, and setting this something big. You can see it will come on top. So we have that. We'll say that like box, and display is going to be flex, align item center, and justify content space between. Okay, that's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll target the like box icon, and color is going to be our icon color. Okay, font size is going to be a little bigger, 2 RAM. That's how it will look. So things are looking really good. Let's come down. We'll target the NFT box P, and display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 1 RAM. Font size is going to be 1.2 RAM, and background color is going to be our icon color. Color is going to be our main color. Okay, and let's say border radius is going to be 2 RAM. Padding is going to be 0.5 RAM. That's how it will look. You can see it look beautiful. Come down. We'll target the NFT box dash image. We'll target the border radius 1 RAM, and why it's not taking place. Okay, let's remove that one, and let's type grid column -1. Okay, and grid row is going to 1/-1, so it will come on top, and look perfect. Okay, that's look good. We'll target the image itself, and this time we'll say border radius is going to be 1 rem. Okay, let's copy that class and let's come back to the, and here we need to provide that class. So we'll provide a class to the image, so style and the paste the class. Okay, NFT card to box image, and save it. And you can see here we have the box border radius. So we'll come down, we'll target the NFT box dash info. Display is going to be flex, justify contents space between. Padding is going to be 1 rem. And let's come down, we'll target the NFT box info left, and we'll say line height is going to be 0. Left is going to be, let's say, span small, and font size is going to be 1 rem. The target the box left, and P is going to be, let's say, font size is going to be 2 rem, and font width is going to be 900. Okay, that looks pretty good. We'll target the box price. Display is going to be flex, justify content space between, align item flex end, and line height is going to be 0. Padding is going to be 1 rem. So that looks pretty good. And come down, we'll target the NFT box to price P, sorry, and we're going to say border 1 pixel solid and where, and we'll have icon color. Padding is going to be, let's say, 1.5 rem and 1 rem and 1 rem and 1 rem. Okay, that's how it will look. Font size is going to be 1.4 rem. Margin top is going to be 0.5 rem, and border radius is going to be 0.3 rem. We'll target the NFT box price box, and small is going to be, let's say, background color is going to be our icon color. Color var is going to be main color, and padding is going to be 0.3 rem. Border radius is going to be 0.3 rem. Margin left is going to be 1 rem. That looks awesome. Let's come down, we'll target the NFT box price dash stock, and display is going to be flex, align item center, and gap is going to be 0.5 rem. Font size is going to be 1.1 rem. Okay, that looks awesome. Let's come back, simply replicate, come down and write a second media query. So this will become max width, let's say 78068 pixels, and this max width is going to be 2025 pixels. We'll target the NFT card, and we'll say width is going to be 90%, and grid template column repeat to 1fr. Okay, that's the second media query, and let's have a look. You can see this looks perfect. And let's go to this one, and here we are in the pages, and here we need to fix the order. Simply cut this one and paste on top of the NFT card too. Okay, paste here, save it, and let's come back here. You can see this is the card section, this is our tab, and this is the component looking perfect. On over effect we are getting this nice effect. Things are looking really cool here. Let's come back here, and what we can do, let's come back to the card NFT card to GSX part, and here we need to fix this bug. So instead of displaying only 2 digit, let's give the full price, so 00 ether. Okay, save it, come back here, and here you can see it looks pretty good. Okay, nice over effect we are having it. Okay, let's come back to the code, and let's come up here and let's assign the margin bottom to 4 rem, so we'll have some space here. Let's make it 214, so that's cool. We have good amount of space. This one is also working fine. On over effect we are getting the style. Simply cut this one, and let's come back to the home page. That's what we have here. You can see that's the first component we have, and if we come here, click on this menu, click on this, and we can easily able to redirect to the our collection page. So our router is also working fine, and let's have a final look. So this is the, okay, nice over effect, price, the buttons are working fine, filter, this is the component, card component, this is the slider we have, we can click and we can slide, this is the price, and let's make a responsiveness, but we have some problem here. Here we have some issue. Let's come here in the media query and let's try to have a look. What's the matter? What's the problem we have here? So we have some mistake. So if we come here, and I can notice one thing, that this is the problem we have in the second media query. Instead of saying max width, it needs to be min width. Okay, and now it will work. Save it and reload the browser and the problem is gone. Just have a look. So I don't know why I'm getting this black. Okay, so I'm having this problem only in the Chrome browser. Suddenly it started from one day. So if you're having the same problem, make sure you open the application in the different browser. Okay, so let's come here. You can see this looks good, and this is how it will look on a phone. You can see perfectly aligned. Let me see one more time. Here you can see we have the two. So the second breakpoint is also working fine. It's looking absolutely perfect. Okay, but here you can see I'm not getting the view on the that particular width. Maybe I have some issue in my browser at the time of recording, but make sure it should work in your application. So everything's looking good. Let's have a look. Final time, we have the title, we have the paragraph, and we have all the data about this NFT collection. Okay, so these are the demo data we have. This is the filter we have. Okay, we can open, we can close, and here we have the card. So slider we have, and this is the brand section, and this is the footer. Let's come back to the code, and things are looking good. Almost we are done with this entire application, sorry, entire collection page, not with the application. So let's close all the tab and come here, simply get delete. And you know the drill. What we have to do, come here, go to the pages, and we have to create the page. For this we'll call it author.js, and we'll type RAFCE. Okay, React functional based component. And here we're going to import couple of things from React, use state, and we need to import use effect. Let's come down, let's do the internal import. And actually we don't have any file for doing the internal import, so what we can do, we'll do this import and we'll type this style and from, but we don't have that from. So let's come here, go to this style folder, and let's create the CSS file for that. So we'll call it author.module.css. okay, this is what we have to import here. So we have got our CSS file. Now let's do the import. We have to import the components, the banner component that's coming from the collection banner, okay, which we have already created in our collection in the previous video. Okay, so make sure you watch that. Okay, and we are using that component here in this author page. So we have this banner component, we have to import the like this two. Okay, author profile card and author tab. We actually don't have this. We're going to create these folder and these components. So I'm just writing down here so I can remember that what I have to create. Okay, so these are the components we have to create. Let's comment out this for a time being, and we have to import the NFT card too. We have already created in the collection page, so we're going to import it from there. And let's come here, and we have to import the, let's say, brand and title, and that's coming from the component index. Okay, so these are the components we are importing here. Let's uncomment this and let's type tabs. Okay, so these are the components we're going to create right this moment: author profile card, author tab, and this will call tab card. Okay, and that's coming, and that's actually we don't have the directory, we have to create it. Okay, so let's come here, and we have to create that folder in the main directory. Okay, so we'll create a folder and we'll call it author page. Okay, so I'm giving this relevant name so you guys can easily able to identify that which page we are actually working on. So we had work on the collection page, so that's why you can be able to find that there is a folder called collection page. Okay, so if you haven't watched that video, make sure you watch that, then it will make sense. Okay, and that we're going to create couple of folders. So in this author page we need to create a folder. So the first folder we'll create by the name, let's call it what should we call, we'll call it author profile card. Okay, this is the folder we create, and inside that we have to create a JSX file, and we have to type this. Come here, we have to create the CSS file for that as well, module.css. or here we have the CSS file. Now we come back to the author page, and we have to create one more folder. So click on that, and we have to call it author, let's call it tabs. Okay, copy that and create the JSX file. So author tab.modules, let's create a CSS file, and then we have to create the JSX file for that. So author.jsx. simply type RAFC and close all this one. So here we have these two folders, two component actually, and that's what we have here imported. Okay, so let's come here and let's remove that one. And now what we can do, let's bring it down and type import images, and that's coming from image folder. And let's remove this one and let's start working on the JSX. Okay, so we're going to take a, let's take a demo array, popular array, and in that we're going to take the images of the user. So let's take the images. Okay, because we're going to display the image in the follower component. Okay, so altogether we have 5 tabs, and in 2 tabs we are displaying the follower details. Okay, so this is the images of the user. Let's change this one, 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, so these are the data we have. Now let's come down, we'll take a use state and we'll call it collectibles. Okay, this is the first tab we have. Initially it would be true, so when someone initially visit this page, the collectible tab would be open. Okay, now we have to take another one. This will call created. Initially it will false. We have to take another one like false, and we have to take one more. This is called follower, false, and there is one following, and this is false. So these are the 5 use state we have taken, 5 use state. Now let's come down and we're going to take a div. It will have a class called style, and we'll call it, let's say, what should we call, banner. And okay, inside that we'll take another div, not a div, we're going to actually use the banner component we have created. Okay, and in this we're going to send the props because it's a reusable component, so we have to send the props. So in this we're going to send the image actually. So the image I want to send is, so that's the author we have here. Let's come back here and let's change this URL, type /author, and let's hit enter and just wait. And here you can see, I think we don't have any image by the name author. Okay, so that's why you can see this broken. So what we can do now, let's come back here, and here I'm going to replace this with background. Okay, and here you can see we have the images. Okay, it's looking absolutely good. I want to use different images, so let's find the image we have in the design. So this is the image we have in the design. Okay, it's looking really good. So we have that. Let's come here and go to this author profile card and close all this, and we have to create one more file in which we're going to import all the component we're going to create in this author page. Okay, so let's call it component index, and in this we're going to import the components. We'll import the author profile card, and that's coming from the same directory, and we have to import the author tab. Okay, and that's also coming from the same directory inside the author folder, author tabs. And now we have to export that, so we'll type export, and in that we're going to pass this. Okay, we are remove this bracket with this and with this. So here we are exporting those components. Simply close that one, and let's come back here, and now we can uncomment this and we can call that. So it's coming from author page component index. Okay, in that way we can easily able to access all these component. Okay, so that's what we have. Simply copy and paste here, and so that's the component we have here, and here you can see the component is displaying. And now we can start working on the card component. So let's come back here and let's go to this author profile card and let's start working on this component. So what we can do, let's first import couple of things from React, use state, and we have to import the image, we have to import the icons, so MD verified, and that's coming from icons MD, and we have to import the cloud upload, and we have to import the MD outline, let's say report problem. Okay, so these are the icons which is coming from MD React icons, and we have to import one more. This is going to be icon copy, and that's coming from React icon /fi. We have to import the icon, so it will be TI social Facebook, and that's coming from TI. And that we're going to take the, let's say we have the Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have YouTube, we have Twitter, Instagram. Okay, so these are the 4 icon we are using. Let's come down, we have to import the BS3 dot. Okay, and this coming from the React icons /bs. These are the icons we have. Now let's come down, we have to do the internal import, so we have to import the CSS file, That's coming from the same directory. And now we have to import the images. Okay, we have the images. So this is the internal import. Now let's import the button component, and that's coming from the component slash component index. Okay, so let's remove that, and we want to import it from component index. Okay, so it's coming from component index. Okay, now let's come down here, and in this we're going to take the use state. This will call share. Initially it will be false. We'll take another one. This will call report. This will be false. That's all the import, internal external import. Now let's remove that and let's start working on the JSS. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot, we'll call it author profile card, and in that we're going to have another div. It will have a class called author profile box. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style author profile box dash image. In that we're going to have the image. So we have the source. Inside that we have the images, and we're going to use this NFT image one. We'll take the class. It will have the author profile card box image, and it will have the alt tag, which is called NFT image. It will have the width 220 and will have the height 220. So this is the image property. Now let's come down. We'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot NFT box info, and we'll tag the h2. Let's come here and go to the original wall, simply copy the name, and let's come back and paste here. And inside that we're going to take a space, and we're going to take a span, and in this we're going to use the icon MD verified. So this is the h2. Let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called author box info. This will call address, and that will have a input tag, and it will have the type to text. It will have the value to the address. Simply copy and paste here, and it will have the ID. We'll call my ID. Okay, my input. And let's come down. We're going to take a icon fi copy, and let's assign a on click function, and we're going to call this function, let's say, copy address, and it will also have a class. So let's come out of that class, and we'll call this style author box info address dash icon. Okay, so this is the name of the class we have to assign to this copy icon. Let's come down. We'll take a div. It will take a paragraph and simply copy and paste here. So let's come down, and we'll have a div. It will have a class called style dot author box info, and it will call social, and in that we're going to display the social media icon. So we'll take an anchor, and in that we're going to call the icon. So Facebook, copy paste 4 times and change the icon to, let's say, Instagram. This will become LinkedIn. This will become YouTube. These are the 4 icons we have. Okay, so that's looking pretty good. Now let's come down. We'll take another div. It will have a class called author box share, and in that we actually going to take this button. Okay, we have to send the props button name. So we'll call this follow, and it will have a handle click function. So currently we're going to send empty function. Okay, now let's come down. We're going to say empty cloud upload, and we'll call it, it will have an on click function. We'll take the icon. It will have an on click function, and we'll call it open share. It will have the class called, let's say, author box share, and it will call icon. Okay, that's the cloud upload, and we'll come down. We'll take this dynamic block, and we'll say that share, and if it share is true, then we want to display this component. Okay, so we'll take a div. It will now inside the div, let's assign a class. We'll call author box dash share, and we'll call it upload. In that we will have this paragraph, and here we're going to take a span. In that we're going to display the icon. So the icon we want to display is the Facebook. Here we're going to, let's say, we're going to provide the space, and we'll type Facebook. Okay, with name. Simply copy that and replicate 4 times. Now we have to do the changes. This will become Instagram, and this becomes, let's say, LinkedIn. This becomes YouTube, and YouTube. Okay, so that's the icon components we have. Dynamic component, come down and we'll have the icon bs 3 dots. Okay, it will have the on click functions, and we'll call the function to open report. Okay, and we have to create a class called style author box share icon, and here we have to take the dynamic block. We'll say report. If it's true, then we want to display this dynamic block, so we'll take this p tag, and that we're going to assign a class first, and it will have the class called author box share, and let's call it report. Okay, inside that p tag we're going to take a span, and we'll have this outline report icon. Okay, so this is the icon we want to display, and then we want to display this message report abuse, sorry. And here we're going to provide the space. Okay, so let's save it, and if we come back to the application, and here you can see we have some problem. So it says that invalid. Okay, come reload the browser, and still we having the same problem. Okay, we have some problem here in the code. So let's come back here and let's try to find out what mistakes we are making. So the function we have to create. Okay, let's create the function first. Okay, copy function. Okay, we'll take this copy address, and it's gonna be an arrow function const copy text, and we'll target that id. Okay, get element by id my input. Okay, that's what we want to target here. Now here we have that. We'll copy the text, and we'll click this call this select functions. Okay, and now once we have that, we can use the navigator dot clipboard and write text, and we want to pass this copy text and value. Okay, so in this way we can easily able to copy the text. Okay, so it's this function is ready. Okay, now let's come down, let's create the other function. So we'll call it open share. It's gonna be an arrow functions, and we'll say if share is true, then we want to set to false, set to true. If it's false, then we want to set to true, and set the report to false. Else we want to set the share to false, and that's it. Okay, so that's the one, and simply copy and paste, and we have to simply change this to open report, and we have to set this to set report, and we have to change this to share. Okay, that's the change we have to do. So let's come down here and let's have a look one more time. Let's come here, reload the browser, and still we having the same problem. Okay, we are importing something wrong. Okay, something's wrong in the import. So here you can see here I have the problem. It's not bs 3 dot, it's not b, it's d. Okay, so change this to d, simply copy that, and let's scroll down all the way, and here you can see here we have to pass the right spelling. I was wondering that what's went wrong in the code, and I found that I made this silly typo, and it took me half an hour to find this one. So it's a part of development. Okay, so when you come across this kind of situation, don't get frustrated. Okay, so let me correct this spelling, and now save it, and let's come back to the application, and here you can see everything's working fine. So here we have all the data, we have the image name, and we can simply copy and simply paste here. You can see the function we have written, that's also working fine. So things are looking pretty good. Okay, so that's, and this is how we're going to design it. So everything's looking fine. Now let's make it side by side so you guys can see what styling we are doing. Okay, that's how it's look. Now let's close this one and go to the css file, and simply open that, come here and go to this file, and simply copy the class. Okay, the main class, come back to the css, and let's start working. So we'll say width is going to be 100%, z index is going to be something high, and margin top is going to be 5 ram. We'll target the box, and we'll say width is going to be 80%, margin 0 auto, display is going to be grid template column 1fr and 4fr and 1.3fr, align item center, background color var, and it is the main color. Padding is going to be 2.5 ram and 2 ram. Border radius is going to be 1 ram. Gap is going to be 3 ram. That's look how. Okay, that's how it look. We'll target the image, and we'll say border radius is going to be 1 ram. Let's come down, let's add the media query so we can see what we are actually working on. Okay, so we'll take the max width it's going to be 35 em, and we're going to target the box and we'll say 90% width, and grid template column is going to be 1 fr, and that's how it will look. Now padding, make it 2.5 and 0.5 and 1.5 ram. That looks good. We'll have a gap to 1 ram. Okay, now we can start working on the css. Okay, so let's come down. We'll target the box info h4, and font size is going to be 2.5 ram, and left line height is going to be 0. Margin top is going to be minus 0.5 ram, and actually I have noticed that it's not h4, h2. Let's come down. We'll target that author box info address, and we'll have the margin top is going to be minus 1 ram. We'll target that info address, and let's assign input. Okay, we'll say outline is going to be none, width is going to be 35%, font size is going to be 1 ram, and border is going to be none. Background color is going to be transparent, so that's working fine. Let's come down. We'll target the box info address icon, and we want to make it all 0.3 second easy in. Well, info address icon on over effect, we want to simply box shadow is going to be our custom box shadow, and cursor is going to be a pointer, color is going to be a var or icon color. Okay, that's look good. Things are looking really good. Okay, you can see the copy button is also working fine. Let's come down. We'll simply target the box info p, and we'll say font size is going to be 1.1 ram, line height is going to be 1, width is going to be 90%. Author profile card box info social, we'll say display is going to be flex, a line item center, gap is going to be 1 ram, font size is going to be 1.5 ram. That's how it will look. Let's come down. We'll tag box info social a, and background color is going to be icon, and color is going to be our main color. Border radius is 50%, display is going to be grid, padding is going to be 0.5 ram, and border 1 pixel solid var, and our icon color. Okay, we have the icon color. Now transition all easy, 3 second easy in. Okay, well, cursor pointer box info social a, on over effect we want to do something. So background shadow is going, box shadow is going to be custom box shadow, and background color is going to be our main color, and border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and it will have the icon color. We have the color itself is going to be the icon color. Okay, it's looking perfect. You can see on over effect. Let's come down. We'll target the author card box share, and it will have the display flex. Okay, align item center, align self is going to be flex start. Let's make it start. Okay, gap is going to be 2 ram, and position is going to be relative. So that's how it will look. Okay, let's come down. We'll have the box and share icon. We want to increase the font size to 2.5 ram, and cursor is going to be a pointer. Well, it's definitely come down. So that's how it will look. You can see on the click event we can easily able to open the dynamic block. Okay, so we'll target that author box social upload, and we say position is going to be absolute, padding is going to be 0.5 ram, width is going to be, let's say, 15 ram, border box shadow is going to be, let's say, our custom box shadow, and it will have the border radius to 1 ram, and it will have the background color to our main color, and left is going to be 2 ram, top is going to be 5 ram, and set index something hive number. So that's how it will look. You can see it's looking really good. So things are looking good. Now let's come down. We have to target that box share upload p, and it will have the display flex, align item center, and line height is going to be 0, gap is going to be 1 ram, and cursor is going to be a pointer. Transition all 0.3 second easy in. Padding is going to be 0.3 ram and 0.5 ram. Simply copy that and come paste here. We'll tag on over effect. We want to make it background color to our icon color, and color itself is going to be the main color. Okay, and border is going to be 0.2 ram. So that's how it will look. Nice over effect we are getting. Let's come down. We'll target the upload span and we'll say font size 1.5 RAM. Let's come down. We'll target the up authored box share report and we'll say position is going to be absolute. So you can see that's is there, but you can't see that. Okay, so we'll say padding is going to be 0.5 RAM, width is going to be 10 RAM, box shadow is going to be our box shadow color, border area is going to be 1 RAM, and background color is going to be our main color. Left is going to be 5 RAM and top is going to be 4 RAM. Z index something big number, so that's how it will look. Pretty good. You can see okay, the function is not working. So let's come here and let's have a look. So here is the problem we have. Instead of share, we have to remove this to report, and now the function will work. Save it and let's click it. You can see we can have this one and it's working fine. Let's come back here. We'll tag the box share report p, and display is going to be flex, align item center, gap is going to be 2 RAM. That looks pretty cool. So you can see that's looking really good. It's perfectly aligned. Now let's come up here, and here we need to provide the box shadow. Okay, so let's type box shadow and we will have the shadow. You can see now it's looking perfect. We're having this nice background shadows. Okay, we can copy the text, we can open this dynamic blocks. This button is also working fine. Nice over effect we are getting here. Okay, that's looking fine. Let's come here and let's start working on the media query. So we're going to target the author box image and we'll say width is going to be 50%. Okay, we'll simply bring it down. We'll target the box info h2 and we'll say font size is going to be 2 RAM, so a little smaller, and we'll target the info address input width is going to be, let's say, 85%. So we'll have some space. You can see the icon and space apart, so it's looking perfect. And I don't know why I'm having this problem in my Chrome browser. When I'm making to the mobile screen, I'm getting this blank screen, but I'm coming on the desktop, it's looking fine. Okay, so make sure you have a look on the code along with the responsiveness. Okay, so what I'm doing, I'm opening this in my other browser and that's how it looks. Okay, you can see it's looking perfect. Let's come down. We'll target the box info p and font size is going to be 1 RAM and left line height is going to be 1.4. Width is going to be 90%. Target the box info social. We'll target the padding 0 to RAM and that's look good. Let's leave it like this. Let's come down. We'll target the box share and we'll say grid column -1, grid row -1, so that will come on top. Okay, look perfect. And here we have to assign the padding, so it will have 1 RAM, and we'll say gap is going to be 1 RAM, so it will have some space. Let's come down. We'll target the box share icon font size is going to be 2 RAM. Let's come down, box share report, and this will have the left is going to be 9 RAM. Okay, it's still there. Simply come up on top and we have to target the upload, and we'll say left is going to be 9 RAM. So let's test. Okay, it's moving, it's working fine. Now we have to change the value to, okay, not this one, we have to change the upper one, upload 18. Okay, too much, make it 15. Okay, now it's looking good. So let's come here and simply check whether we have any spelling mistake. No, so this looks fine. Copy that class and it still look like that. So let's come here and let's make the difference here and make it 9. Okay, now it's looking good. 19. Okay, and that's looking perfect. So things are looking really good. Okay, so everything is perfectly aligned. Now let's come down. Let's take a second media query, min device width is going to be 768 pixels, and the max device width is going to be, let's say, 1024 pixels. And that we're going to target the box, and we'll say get template column 1fr and 2fr. Gap is going to be 1 ram. So you can see now it is working on my Chrome. Okay, so this is how it will look on a mobile device, looking absolutely fine. You can see this one is fine, this one is be fine, this one is looking good. Okay, this is the problem we have here. Now we have to fix this value and make it 9 and 9 now. Okay, still again we are facing this problem. As you can see, the second breakpoint is also working fine and it's looking perfect. Okay, that's like good. Okay, that's looking good, and the mobile is not displaying, but it's working fine. You can see everything's working fine, and the value I've set 99 is perfect because earlier it was working and I tested that and I find that it was perfectly aligned in the middle. Okay, so make sure to go with that value, or you can do the testing, whichever finds suitable for you, you can go with that. So things are looking pretty good. So let's come here and simply save all this and close this one. So finally we are done with this component. Okay, let's come here, close this one, and let's come to this author page. Okay, and here we have built this author profile card component. Now we have to build the other component. So let's come here and let's go to this follower tab. Okay, so this is the component we need, follower tab card, not the main folder, but we need the second folder, and that's what we're going to import here. Okay, so let's come here, we're going to import that follower tab card, and that's coming from the follower tab card. Okay, so here we have that component. Now the component we're going to call it here. So before we call that component, we're going to call this author tab component. Okay, that the component we have already built, and in that we're going to send all these props. So let's send those props, send this one as well, copy and send that, copy this one, send it, and do this for the following as well. So all these props will receive in author tabs. Okay, and this will allow us to open the tab and close the tab. Okay, so that's why we are sending the tab, sending the props. So here we have the title. Now we can come down, we can use the title component, and in this we're going to simply pass the heading. So we'll type popular creators, and here we're going to pass the description. So what we can do, come back to the original one and simply get from there. Okay, so this is what we are building. Okay, simply copy that and simply paste it. So that's the component we have here. Let's come down and we're going to target that brand component. Okay, so the component we're going to use the brand, and let's save it, come back to the original one, and here we have the problem. So background is not defined. So where it's happening, so it's happening inside the follower tab card.jsx. Inside that is happening. So let's come here, we are not using that component. So let's reload the browser, reload that browser, and sometime it's happened. Okay, sometime you will have this problem, so make sure you restart the application or reload the browser. I haven't done anything, I just reload my browser and the error is gone. Okay, so here you can see we have the author tabs component, and this is the title, and this is the brand component. So things are looking pretty good. So let's come back to the code and come back to the, and here you can see that follower tab card component. Here we are receiving the props. So, okay, so this is the props we're going to send in the follower tab card. Okay, so let's come here, and here we have the data. Come here, we're going to take this popular array and we're going to map over it, and inside that we're going to simply call this follower tab card, and we'll assign a key, and we have to send this props. So element I. So this is the props we are sending. Let's reload the browser, and here you can see it's displaying, but somehow it's broken. It's not working perfectly. We're gonna fix it, but at least something is happening. Okay, so things are looking good. Not a big deal. We're gonna fix this issue very shortly. Let's come here, and for the time being, let's comment out this. Okay, let's start focusing on the author tab. Okay, let's come here. So this is what we're going to work on right now. So let's close this one and go to this author tab, and let's start working on this.